Chapter 382. Boom! The sky trembled as an alchemy weapon appeared, emitting a terrifying aura that shook people's hearts. Then, the sky trembled again as another alchemy weapon appeared from the opposite direction, raging with murderous intent. This is the aura of alchemy weapons, and there are two of them. Two alchemy weapons at once. This is really a big move. Two alchemy weapons at the same time. Is this a sneak attack to kill Zichen? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. They all looked at the sky and saw the two alchemy weapons shining brightly, illuminating the sky. Their power was unparalleled, and boundless murderous intent surged. The aura of the alchemy weapons was too strong. Many people fell to the ground, and even more people began to flee. Obviously, they had guessed that there would be a devastating battle. Boom! Boom! But the two alchemy weapons were not the end. Then, two more explosions sounded, and two more alchemy weapons appeared in the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds in all directions, and the void kept twisting. The four alchemy weapons released a terrifying aura. Everyone trembled in fear. The space was twisting and trembling, and the aura of the alchemy weapons was devastating. Yukong, who was from the major forces, had already retreated far away. Ling Kong stood in the distance and sneered, taking pleasure in Yifutian's misfortune. Everything was deliberate, and the ultimate goal was to use the four alchemy weapons to kill Zichen. It was a perfect plan, and Zichen would definitely die. In the distance, the four geniuses appeared, controlling the alchemy weapons and descending from the sky. Boundless aura swept out, and their faces were full of confidence. For alchemy weapons, everyone was dumbfounded. This was a one-hit kill. Moreover, it was a sneak attack. For alchemy weapons appeared, and a surging pressure covered the sky and the earth. The void was trembling. The other geniuses couldn't help even if they wanted to. And even if they did, it was too late. The four alchemy weapons fell towards Zichen as soon as they appeared. Go! The aura of the alchemy weapons was terrifying. Zichen shouted and asked Zhang Haoyan to quickly retreat. At the same time, he ignored the little fellow's resistance and threw it into Zhang Haoyan's arms. Zichen's expression became extremely solemn. This was a sure kill attack, carefully calculated. His life was in danger. Zhang Haoyan refused to leave. He wanted to stay with Zichen. Bang! Zichen made a move. Under his great strength, he sent Zhang Haoyan flying. At the same time, the violet golden gourd between his eyebrows shone brilliantly. The lid of the gourd opened, and four rays of silver light shot out from within. The moment they appeared, they enlarged, and the silver light was resplendent. They were like four lightning dragons that filled the sky. They carried with them a world-destroying aura as they charged towards the four pill weapons. Rumble. The sky trembled as if thousands of thunderclaps were exploding. It was deafening, and the void began to shatter like a mirror. Terrifying energy waves spread out in all directions, wreaking havoc on everything. Zichen's figure was instantly engulfed by the destructive energy and shattered along with the void. Humph, let's see if you can still survive. The pill soldier was repelled and turned back. The four Zephyr geniuses sneered. The place where they fought had turned into a huge black hole. Heaven and earth had been devoured. Under this kind of destructive energy, Zichen would definitely die. Puff, puff. The energy surged and spread out in all directions. In an instant, many people lost their hearing and their minds went blank. Many of the Zephyr realm cultivators who were watching the battle vomited blood. The four lightning dragons exploded. The power was too great. Everyone was glad that they ran fast enough. Otherwise, they would have died. Zhang Haoyan was swept by the energy waves and coughed out blood. His face was pale. However, his eyes were filled with unwillingness as he watched Zichen being engulfed by the energy waves. You major forces, I, Zhang Haoyan, swear that I will not rest until I die. Zhang Haoyan roared hysterically. He became very crazy. Lu Bo, Lu Chun, and the others were also sad. Zichen was engulfed by the destructive energy just like that. Is Zichen dead? Everyone was dumbfounded. One of the strongest Zephyr realm cultivators died just like that? He didn't die from our attacks. He died from his own trump card. Chu Sun stood in the distance and sneered. He ignored Zhang Haoyin's oath. If Zichun was dead, how could he still be alive? They naturally knew that Zichun had trump cards. Moreover, after fighting Zichun for so many years, they had already figured out everything about Zichun. Since they dared to provoke him today, they naturally had the confidence to kill him. When the 4 alchemy weapons appeared, Zichun would have to use his trump cards if he wanted to live. However, when the weapons landed and the trump cards exploded, the surging energy would definitely engulf him. Moreover, it was the explosion of 4 trump cards. Each of them could injure an ancestor. When the 4 combined, the power was unimaginable. He deserves to die. Who asked him to be in the limelight? So what if he's strong? Without a brain, everything is useless. He's brave but not smart. He deserves to die. The destructive energy was dissipating, and in an instant, the space within a few thousand meters exploded. On the ground, 100-meter-deep crater appeared, and there were still traces of energy surging. Not to mention a mere true Yuan 9th celestial layer. Even a mid-Zephyr realm expert would die under this energy without a doubt. Is that so? You guys are so confident. Suddenly, a cold and familiar voice sounded behind the 4. Impossible. The 4 recognized the owner of the voice and let out a strange cry. However, at this moment, a surging energy attacked them from behind. Pong! A huge force appeared, and the 4 monstrous geniuses were blown away. However, they didn't die. At the critical moment, a light screen appeared above the alchemy weapons, protecting them in the middle. The 4 of them were blown away and fell on the ground, looking very awkward. They turned to look at Zichun in shock. Impossible. How can you still be alive? This was the meticulous plan of the 4 of them. They had taken into account Zichun's extreme speed and the power of their trump cards. Only then did they come up with a plan to kill Zichun. Even if they had to lose one of their flight users, they had to delay Zichun and allow them to attack. They had thought that Zichun would die without a doubt. However, at this moment, Zichun was still alive. Not only was he not dead, he didn't even have any injuries on his body. At this moment, not only were the 4 monstrous geniuses dumbfounded, but even the other Zephyrs looked like they had seen a ghost. Wang Qiong and the others also didn't understand. Zichun had clearly been swallowed by the energy, so how could he appear behind the 4 of them without any injuries? Perhaps only Zhang Haoyin had a vague guess. His crazy expression slowly woke up, and shock appeared in his eyes. Zichun is still alive. He's not dead, and he doesn't even have any injuries. The people watching the battle from afar were all dumbfounded. Zichun stood there without any injuries on his body. On his shoulder, a palm-sized little beast was waving its little fist at the 4 monstrous geniuses, expressing its dissatisfaction. No one saw that at the critical moment, it was this inconspicuous little guy that showed another extreme speed and saved Zichun. The 4 monstrous geniuses were shocked. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. If I don't kill you, I'll be constantly schemed against. I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. I don't think I'll miss this opportunity today. Zichun's voice was calm, but his words were incomparably cold. He didn't put the 4 monstrous geniuses in his eyes before, but today, if it wasn't for this little guy, he would really be dead. Zichun was really determined to kill them at all costs. Of course, it was possible that he was doing it for the pill weapons above their heads. After all, it was something he dreamed of. We have pill weapons. You dare to kill us? The 4 of them shouted, their eyes filled with ferocity. Swoosh. Zichun moved. He didn't talk nonsense, and his expression returned to normal. However, his attack was very fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Chu Sun and threw out a tyrannical punch. Buzz. The punch shook the heavens and the earth, and a terrifying aura surged. The resplendent fist light illuminated the heavens and the earth, reflecting Zichun's cold eyes. Huh. Chu Sun shouted, not to be outdone. Above the pill weapon, a light screen appeared, emitting a cold aura, blocking in front of him. Pong. With a loud vibration, Chu Sun was sent flying. The light screen above the pill weapon didn't break, but the powerful vibration made Chu Sun cough up blood. Zichun, you're courting death. The monstrous genius of the Tsang family shouted. He controlled the pill weapon above his head and attacked Zichen with a sure-kill attack. The pill weapon's power was boundless, causing the space to distort. It turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Zichen. Boom! Zichen didn't talk nonsense. The silver light between his eyebrows flashed again, and the thunder dragon appeared, rushing towards the pill weapon. In the sky, another explosion sounded. The pill weapon took the attack and turned back, while the monstrous genius of the Tsang family was sent flying. Buzz, buzz. At the same time, the pill weapon vibrated, and two terrifying auras appeared. The monstrous genius of the martial ancestor and the monstrous genius of the Li family controlled their pill weapons at the same time and attacked Zichen. The attack of the two alchemy weapons was peerless, causing everyone's expression to change. It was obvious that they wanted to kill Zichen. Let's see how many trump cards you have. The two of them shouted, and their eyes flashed coldly. With the pill weapons in hand, they weren't afraid of Zichen. Zichen, we're here to help you. A loud shout suddenly sounded, and the sky trembled. Two more alchemy weapons appeared, but they were here to help Zichen. Lu Qin and Wang Shi controlled their pill weapons and rushed towards the pill weapons of the Li family and the martial ancestor. Boom! The pill weapons collided in the sky, and a destructive aura burst out. More people were shocked, and they retreated. At this moment, 6 pill weapons appeared in the sky. Swoosh! Zichen turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the monstrous genius of the Tsang family. He was injured by his trump card, and Zichen decided to kill him first. Die! The monstrous genius of the Tsang family waved his pill weapon again, and a ray of light appeared. It was enough to kill a Zephyr. Boom! Zichen was ruthless. He had steeled his heart to kill. Another trump card was played. The dome of heaven trembled and shattered. The Tsang family monster was once again forced back with the pill weapon in hand. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and was heavily injured again. Zichen, go to hell. Chu Sun, who had caught his breath, also rushed towards Zichen with his pill weapon. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. He was completely crazy today, and he was determined to kill. Don't use your trump cards again. I'll help you block one of them. Wu Mo said indifferently. Then, he also rushed into the sky with a pill weapon. 7 pill weapons. Chapter 383. 7 elixir weapons, coupled with Zichen's trump card, caused an energy fluctuation that could destroy heaven and earth. Everyone retreated in horror, fearing that they would be affected by the energy. Zichen was determined to kill. He kept chasing after the genius of the Tsang family, while the little guy grabbed his hair tightly, fearing that he would fall. Blood rained down. The genius of the Tsang family was sent flying again. The elixir weapon in his hand almost slipped out. On the other side, the 6 elixir weapons collided, and an unparalleled destructive aura burst out. This was an intense battle. Even the heavens were blasted apart. It was like the surface of a mirror, a large area shattering. Wang Shi, as a member of the Wang family of Yunxia City, had a cold expression. He held a long sword in his hand. When he attacked with his elixir weapon, the power was even stronger. Lu Qin was a simple and honest little butterball. He rarely fought with others and was very kind. At this moment, he was not willing to be outdone. He held his elixir weapon and attacked fiercely. The martial ancestor was forced to retreat, and the elixir weapon in his hand kept shaking. As a member of a refining family, Lu Qin's elixir weapon was naturally not ordinary. Its quality was much higher. It was even more so for Wu Mo. His powers were very strong to begin with, and he dared to fight Zichen and the good and evil monk. When he made a breakthrough to the airborne realm, he alerted the great ancestor of the martial arts clan, who taught him battle techniques of the martial arts clan and gave him alchemy weapons. Chu Sun was already injured. As soon as the two sides fought, he was suppressed by Wu Mo. He was really frustrated to the extreme. Boom! Above the sky, energy kept ringing. Several elixir weapons made beautiful attacks, which made people tremble in fear. The genius of the Tsang family was suppressed by Zichen with his elixir weapon. Under Zichen's continuous attacks, he could not launch an effective counterattack at all. He could only passively defend. Buffed, Zichen's attack was very strong, but it still could not break the light curtain of the elixir weapon. However, he was able to hurt his opponent through the light curtain. The genius of the Tsang family coughed up blood and was sent flying again and again. And during this time, Zichen once again played a trump card, blasting the Tsang clan freak even further away. Zichen, if you really just want to kill people, you can use your trump card as you please. But if you want to use a pill weapon, I advise you to give up and save your trump card. At this moment, Wang Qiong's voice rang out. Zichen frowned slightly, not understanding what Wang Qiong meant. Pill weapons are too precious. Even in a large faction, there aren't many of them. It's impossible to take them away. At the very least, it's impossible now. They haven't truly recognized a master. The one controlling them is still their original master. These geniuses are only temporarily borrowing them, explained Wang Qiong. Zichen clearly hadn't expected that Pill Soldier would say such a thing. He had thought that he would be able to take away the Tsang family's freak after killing him. He had wasted a few of his trump cards for nothing. His heart was filled with regret, and he couldn't wait to kill the Tsang family freak. Terrifying lightning was dormant in the purple golden gourd, but there weren't many of them. It was impossible for there to be no limit. Now that he heard that he couldn't get his hands on the pill weapon, Zichen was very depressed. He didn't want to use his trump card anymore. The only thing he could do now was to slowly kill his opponent. Domineering fist, Zichen shouted, his body glowing with golden light. He threw out a domineering punch, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Boom! As the punch landed, the pill weapon's light screen trembled. It was almost blown away by Zichen, and the Tsang family freak was also coughing out blood. Enough! Everyone stop! Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. A powerful aura surged from the horizon. Such a huge commotion finally alerted the experts who were in the middle of a meeting. Everyone stop! What's going on? Figures flashed, emitting powerful auras. Each of them was at the late stage of the Imperial Sky Realm, and there were even some at the peak of the Imperial Sky Realm. Wuemo and the others withdrew their pill weapons and stood in the air. The battle stopped. Pung! But on the other side, Zichen had no intention of stopping, because the Tsang family freak was on the verge of death. A few more attacks, and he might be able to kill him. After wasting 4 trump cards and not being able to get the pill weapon, Zichen was very depressed. He was very unwilling to accept this. He could only kill his opponent one punch at a time to vent his anger. He jumped up high like a big bird and attacked the Tsang family freak. Not being able to fly had always been Zichen's weakness. Save me! The Tsang family freak was completely stunned. If it wasn't for the pill weapon's protection, he would have died at least dozens of times. Now that he saw the experts from his family coming, he weakly cried for help. Stop! I said stop. Do you hear me? Seeing the miserable state of their freak, the Tsang family's expert was furious and shouted. His voice shook the sky. This was simply a disgrace. Every time Zichen appeared, he would beat up their clan's monstrous geniuses. Every time, it was a slap in the face. What was even more pathetic was that their clan's monstrous geniuses could not beat Zichen. Pung! But Zichen acted as if he didn't hear anything. He threw out another punch. The glaring fist light made many people close their eyes subconsciously. The Tsang family freak coughed out blood and was sent flying again. He was on the verge of death. Stop! Stop right there! A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Tsang family's expert. In the next moment, the pill weapon protecting the Tsang family freak suddenly trembled, and a crazy aura swept across. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. The power of the pill weapon was at least a few times stronger, and it gave him a sense of danger. Swoosh! His powerful spiritual sense sensed danger. Golden light flashed under his feet, and he flew a few hundred meters away. Silently, a crack appeared where Zichen was standing. The void was cut open, and the pill weapon seemed to have turned into a blurry shadow and disappeared in a flash. How vicious! Zichen retreated again. His eyes flashed coldly, and he used his extreme speed step technique again. Then, the pill weapon flew over again. It was like a light shadow, and wherever it passed, cracks appeared in the void. That's enough, Brother Tsang, Lu Mingyong said, controlling the pill weapon in Lu Chen's hand to block the Tsang family's pill weapon. When the two collided, only a light sound was heard, but the void kept shattering. Huge cracks kept spreading, and it was shocking. Zichun stepped on the lightning flash and retreated at an extremely fast speed. This was because he felt a sense of danger at the very first moment. Boom! Just as he left the place, the void trembled, and a huge hole appeared in the void. Another person controlled the pill weapon and attacked Zichun. What do you mean by this? Lu Mingyong was furious. He controlled the pill weapon and blocked another attack for Zichun. This brat is really bold. He's not strong enough, but he always goes against us. I'll let him know what the dignity of the strong is, and what it means to be inviolable. The Chu family expert said. With a move of his spiritual sense, the pill weapon of the Chu family automatically flew out and attacked Zichun. Zichun snorted and said angrily, "They deserve to die. Are they the only ones allowed to kill me, and I'm not allowed to do anything? You guys are really overbearing." He used his extremely fast footwork and retreated continuously. During this period of time, the space where he retreated continued to shatter. There were 4 elixir weapons that shot towards Zichun, interweaving back and forth. The little guy didn't say a word. He grabbed Zichun's hair tightly, but there was anger in his blood-red eyes. "You guys are really shameless. If you want to kill me, just say it." Zichun said coldly, but he was still calm. "It's not that we're shameless, it's that you don't know the rules. You've offended someone you shouldn't have." The enemy expert sneered and controlled the pill weapon to attack. "Enough. Don't you think you've gone too far?" Lu Mingyong said. "Brother Lu, it's not that we've gone too far. It's that this brat is too overbearing. Every time he appears, he's looking for trouble with us. We have to kill him." "That's right. If we don't kill this brat, how can we stand in this area in the future? That's because you guys provoked Zichun first. You only saw them being killed, but you didn't see the scene where he killed them. Or was this all planned by you guys?" Zhang Haoyan stood in the distance and said angrily, "Kid, you don't have the right to speak here. You don't know the rules at all. You've gone too far. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson today," one of the Zephyr Realm experts said. Then, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, the pill weapon rushed towards Zhang Haoyan. How was this a lesson? It was killing. Clang. With a light sound, a pill weapon appeared in front of Zhang Haoyan, blocking the attack for him. "Enough. Stop." It was the expert of the Wang family. "All right, then we'll let this disrespectful brat go. But Zichun must die." The pill weapon quickly turned and attacked Zichun again. Facing the attacks of several pill weapons, Zichun wasn't as angry as expected at this moment. In fact, his expression was somewhat calm. He just retreated quickly and didn't even use his trump card. "Not good. Stop him. He's going to the ancient corpse." "Don't let him go," several monsters exclaimed. Obviously, they had guessed Zichun's purpose. They were afraid that he would go to the ancient corpse and get the inheritance. "You want to get the inheritance? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The expert controlling the pill weapon sneered with a mocking expression. If these monsters could see it, so could they. But there was no way a brat in the true energy realm could reach a place that even the pill weapon couldn't break through. It was even more impossible for him to get the inheritance. Zichun used the Thunderbolt step technique. His body was like a phantom, constantly moving. At the same time, his hands were forming seals again. This was a set of complicated seals. Zichun hadn't used it for a long time because its power wasn't very strong. It was no longer suitable for this level of battle. But today, under the attack of the pill weapon, Zichun chose to use it. Rumble. After the last seal was formed, rays of golden light appeared in front of Zichun. There were at least thousands of them, like golden lightning. "Thunderbolt finger," roared Zichun. Over 1,000 bolts of lightning shot out in all directions. Some of them shattered as soon as they came into contact with the pill weapons. They were completely useless. "Useless brat. You won't be able to escape today." Several experts sneered. There was something wrong with the situation. Lu Mingyong and the others, who usually supported Zichun, didn't continue to persuade him. As for the enemy in the air, they continued to kill. "Thunderbolt finger," Zichun shouted again. Thousands of lightning bolts were shot out. Zichun was not far from the ancient corpse. He could feel the terrifying aura. Bah! What bullsh asterisk T is this thunderbolt finger? How dare such a rubbish thing be called such a name? The lightning bolts in the sky were shattered again. One of the experts said in disdain. During this time, many of them attacked Zichun. Even with the extreme step technique, Zichun was still injured. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But he didn't care. He continued to use the extreme step technique and gave up on other battle techniques. He just used the thunderbolt finger. Damn it! What rubbish thunderbolt finger! The expert scolded in disdain. Boom! But in the next moment, a violent aura appeared. It was like thousands of lightning bolts were exploding. A thick lightning bolt fell from the sky like a finger. A finger of lightning. P.S. October Update Plan. Chapter 384. Zichun was being besieged by several Imperial Sky Warriors, but the forces that usually protected Zichun were actually watching from the sidelines. During this period, Zichun kept on using the useless Thunderbolt finger, which was even more strange. Boom! But in the next moment, heaven and earth violently shook, and a terrifying aura emerged from the sky. A thick thunderbolt, emitting a dazzling silver light, fell from the sky. The sudden unforeseen event stunned everyone. The thick thunderbolt was like a fingerprint, surrounded by silver light and carrying a destructive aura. It fell from the sky and rushed towards the Imperial Sky Warrior. This was a mid-stage Imperial Sky Warrior, who previously attacked Zichun and said that the Thunderbolt finger was a trash combat skill with a look of disdain. But in the next moment, a Thunderbolt fingerprint rushed towards him, and a destructive aura locked onto him. The terrifying Thunderbolt fingerprint made the Imperial Sky Warrior let out a strange cry. He hurriedly activated his spiritual weapon and put up a defense. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, because this attack was not made by Zichun at all. Boom! Silver light scattered, and the Thunderbolt energy raged. The fingerprint hit the Imperial Sky Warrior, and in an instant, the spiritual weapon exploded. The endless defense dissipated, and the fingerprint exploded. Lightning surged, and silver light shone. Under the shocked expression of everyone, the mid-stage Imperial Sky Warrior exploded instantly, and his soul was destroyed. Such a scene stunned everyone. No one knew what had happened, and the appearance of the fingerprint was even more strange. And looking at the distance, Zichun looked over with a cold expression, and his eyes were filled with mockery. What the hell is going on? Why did a thunderbolt fingerprint appear in the sky? Could it be that Zichun summoned it? Even further away, everyone was shocked, and they did not understand why a thunderbolt fingerprint would fall and kill an Imperial Sky Warrior. Brat, is this your doing? A group of Imperial Sky Warriors looked at Zichun with cold killing intent. He's just courting death. The thunderbolt finger is broad and profound, and it's a divine skill. How can a mere mortal blaspheme it? He spoke without thinking and blasphemed the divine skill. This is the punishment of the heavens. Zichun sneered, and his clear voice spread across the whole place. Brat, you're talking nonsense. Don't try to scare me with your words. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. Anyway, that mortal blasphemed the divine skill and angered the divine spirit. The divine spirit sent down world-destroying lightning and died in the thunder punishment, Zichun said. Bullshit. That thunderbolt finger of yours is a divine skill. Someone from Yukong said in disdain. He didn't believe it at all. Moreover, Zichun kept on calling him a mortal, as if he was a swindler. You mortals, open your dog eyes and see if this is a godly skill. Zichun's voice was loud and resplendent. His body was surrounded by a dazzling golden light. Like a god, he formed another hand seal. It was the thunderbolt finger again, transforming into millions of thunderbolts. Rumble. Lightning wreaked havoc, golden light flickered, and thousands of lightning bolts appeared, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were like dazzling lightning snakes, rushing forward. Swoosh. A mid-stage Yukong made a move. With a wave of his sleeve, a strong energy appeared and turned into a gust of wind, blowing away the lightning bolts in the sky. Aya, you mortal, how dare you blaspheme the divine skill? This is disrespect to the gods. The lightning that filled the sky dissipated. Zichun let out a strange cry, and an exaggerated expression appeared on his face. Bullsh*T. Stop pretending to be a ghost here. If this Bullsh*T thing is a divine skill, then mine is a main god skill. Zephyr scolded angrily. No matter how he looked at Zichun, he felt that he was a fraud. He did not believe him at all. You're blaspheming the divine skill. You're blaspheming the owner of the divine skill. Zichen's face darkened. Such a rubbish thing. Divine skill? I think it's more like a fart. Yukong was still disdainful. Boom. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the sky. The void cracked open, and a dazzling silver light appeared. Another fingerprint fell from the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. How can this be? The fingerprint appeared again. Everyone's expression changed, but this time, several strong people were prepared and didn't panic. Boom, boom. In an instant, 4 alchemy weapons flew into the sky, surging with a terrifying aura. They were completely berserk. Controlled by the late-stage Yukong, they rushed toward the fingerprint. The void cracked open. The 4 alchemy weapons were like 4 giant dragons, shining with colorful light. They flew against the sky and faced the fingerprint. But the fingerprint was terrifying. Its surface was shining with silver light, and a terrifying aura flowed. It rushed toward the mid-stage Yukong, and the alchemy weapons were directly pushed back by the silver light. The 4 alchemy weapons couldn't block the fingerprint. In the next moment, the fingerprint touched Yukong's body. The latter let out a scream, and his body exploded along with the fingerprint. The silver light dissipated, and the energy disappeared, but the scream still echoed in the sky, making people's hair stand. The appearance of the finger imprint was too strange. Everyone was shocked. How is it? I said that this is the result of blaspheming the divine skill. It's a divine skill, and its power is unparalleled. How can you mortals judge it? Zichen stood in the distance and said again. He was still talking about mortals, acting like a fraud. Squeak. On his shoulder, the little guy was also jumping and squeaking. It also had the potential to be a fraud. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they didn't understand what was going on. Was it just a sentence? That was impossible. Everyone was surprised, but they didn't believe that it was a divine skill. Most of them guessed that it was Zichun. They were all wondering if it was another trump card of Zichun. Wang Qiong and the others, as well as the few Yukong experts who were on good terms with them, frowned. They had received a message from Zichun, telling them not to move for the time being. As for why, no one knew. Zichun put on the appearance of a charlatan. He was calm and composed, which shocked everyone. That lightning finger was really powerful. Even the 4 alchemy weapons were pushed back. Who could compete with it? The Yukong experts of the opposing forces all had gloomy faces. They didn't know what was going on. One of them looked at Yukong, hinting at him with his eyes. The latter nodded. His eyelids twitched and the corners of his eyes twitched. However, he still mustered up his courage and said, "Kid, don't try to trick people here. You're just a mortal. How could you know about divine skills?" This Yukong was clearly terrified. He couldn't even speak clearly when he spoke. Impudent. Zichen's shout was like rolling thunder, scaring the other party. He then shouted, "You mortals, how can you understand the power of a divine skill? You are all blind. How can you tell the difference between a divine skill and a divine skill?" At this moment, Zichen looked like a fraud. Many people chuckled. No matter how they looked at it, Zichen looked like an unreliable fraud. But it was this unreliable appearance that shocked the major forces. No one dared to act rashly. It was better to believe than not. Yukong didn't dare to refute Zichen's roar, but he was warned by the fierce eyes of his own experts. He could only brace himself and said, "Humph, what divine skill? Why don't you show us again?" "All right, since you want to see a divine skill, I'll show you again." Zichen's expression made many people want to slap him, but no one dared to. They all felt that it was too strange. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Between Zichen's fingers, hand seals appeared again. It was the thunderbolt finger again. Thousands of lightning snakes appeared, shining brilliantly, covering the sky. It was an ordinary hand seal with an ordinary might. There was nothing special about it. Everyone present was flying. There was nothing that could make their eyes light up. With a wave of his sleeve, the so-called divine skill vanished without a trace, not even leaving behind a trace of dust. This is a divine skill. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even if they looked at it several times, they still couldn't see where this divine skill was. Not to mention Yukong, even many true energy realm experts in the distance looked down on this set of seals. There was nothing special about it. This is a quack, a living quack, a liar. This was everyone's thought. But because of the previous two strange events, no one dared to say it out loud. He must be playing tricks. You should test him again. The Zephyr cultivator transmitted his voice to Zichun, but his eyes were fixed on Zichun, waiting for him to make a move. Yukong's face was covered in cold sweat, but he really couldn't see where the lightning finger was. So he braced himself and said, "Bah, what kind of rubbish technique is this? Don't try to scare people here." Yukong was very cautious. He didn't say anything about God. He only said that the technique was rubbish. In his opinion, it was disrespectful because he said God. After all, God was an existence that should be respected. Boom. But the void was still shattered. A lightning finger appeared, emitting the same terrifying aura. During this time, Zichun didn't move. He just sneered. "Don't save me." Yukong was frightened and cried for help. For Dan weapons appeared again. Light flashed, and they went against the sky. But still, they couldn't stop the lightning finger. The lightning finger fell, killing Yukong. Simple and direct. This time, more people were dumbfounded. The way they looked at Zichun changed. Everyone was guessing whether it was really a divine skill, and Zichun was really a divine messenger. But obviously, neither of these 2 points was enough to convince people. But the truth was in front of them. How about it, you mortals? Do you still want to see the power of the divine skill? Zichun asked. This time, no one answered. 3 people died in a row. It was obviously not a coincidence. Maybe there was something strange about that battle technique. All the enemies flew. Their faces were gloomy, but they didn't attack. They were all hesitant. You mortals have already seen the divine skill and know that I'm a divine messenger. Why don't you retreat? Do you want to see the divine skill again? Zichun's words made people tremble. 3 people had seen the divine skill and 3 people died. No one wanted to see it again. Well, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. If you mortals want to worship the divine skill, you can come to me at any time, Zichun said and turned to leave. No, he's just pretending. Maybe there's something wrong with the battle technique, but we can just attack him directly. It won't attract the lightning tribulation. Suddenly, a voice was heard. It was a genius who reacted. His words woke everyone up. Everyone was enlightened. Before, when they attacked Zichun, there was no problem. It was only because someone said that there was something wrong with the battle technique that it attracted the lightning tribulation. 3 people died in a row. They were all shocked and ignored the fundamental problem. They all thought that killing Zichun would attract the lightning finger attack. Kill. Several Zephyr realm cultivators regained their confidence. This time, they were full of killing intent. The Dan weapons trembled and burst out with an unparalleled aura. They rushed towards Zichun crazily. This time, if they hit Zichun, he would definitely die. Chapter 385. The sky trembled, and the pill weapons emitted a terrifying aura. They rushed towards Zichun, and at the same time, all kinds of attacks arrived. They wanted to kill Zichun in one blow. Several pill weapons and dozens of attacks. Not to mention that Zichun was only at the true energy boundary. Even if he was at the peak of the Zephyr boundary, he would definitely die. However, Zichun did not dodge. Instead, he shouted loudly. His voice was like thousands of thunderbolts exploding at the same time, shaking the sky. You dare to attack the people of the Thunder Clan? You're bullying us. The rolling voice reverberated between heaven and earth. What the F***CK is this Thunder Clan? You're playing tricks again. This time, it's useless even if you say you're the Thunder God. Go to hell. Someone cursed again. Zichun's appearance made them extremely unhappy. They were scared before, but this time, they would not be fooled again. Boom! The sky trembled, and even more terrifying attacks fell. These enemies attacked with earth-shattering attacks, wanting to kill Zi-Chan in an instant. Those who offend the Thunder Clan die. Suddenly, a shout rang out. The cold voice covered everything, causing people to tremble. Then, it was as if a peerless calamity had come back to life, and a terrifying aura filled the sky. Heaven and earth turned silvery white in an instant. Thousands of lightning bolts appeared at the same time, illuminating the sky. It was like a chain of heaven and earth, connecting the entire sky. Rumble. Thunder exploded, and a terrifying aura surged. Lightning tribulation appeared. Thousands of lightning bolts wreaked havoc, like a scene of destruction. This is lightning tribulation. Heavens, why is there lightning tribulation? And there are so many of them. It's like a sea of lightning. Is Zi-Chun really the thunder god? What's going on? First, there was the thunderbolt finger, then thousands of lightning tribulation. Who is Zi-Chun? Looking at the sea of lightning formed by tens of thousands of lightning bolts, everyone was stunned. Thousands of lightning bolts formed a sea of lightning, directly enveloping the enemies in the sky. The rolling thunder was deafening. It's that ancient corpse. It's him who launched the lightning tribulation. It's not lightning tribulation. It's the ancient corpse that's mutated. The sky was filled with lightning, dyeing the heaven and earth silver. Lightning dragons danced, twisting and twisting, emitting a terrifying aura. All the attacks that were launched through the air were destroyed one after another. At the same time, the 4 pill weapons were also repelled by the lightning and turned back. Seeing this scene, the faces of all the enemies in the air changed. This was an anomaly caused by the ancient corpses. In the past, when they attacked with their alchemy weapons, such a situation had occurred. However, there were only a few dozen lightning bolts, unlike today where there were tens of thousands of lightning bolts. How can this be? How can Zi-Chan make the ancient corpse? Could it be that he stimulated the ancient corpse to kill? The lightning dragon wreaked havoc, and a destructive aura rippled outwards. Quite a few people cried out miserably in the air as they suffered from the lightning attacks. Even more people were shocked. At this moment, Zi-Chan was standing in the middle of the Sea of Thunder. His body was covered by a layer of golden light, and he looked like the god of thunder. Thousands of lightning bolts flashed, but they couldn't hurt him at all. Rumble. The lightning was raging. Thousands of lightning dragons twisted and twisted, carrying a destructive aura that could destroy everything. Boom. Wherever the lightning dragons passed, there would be a series of explosions. Blood rained down from the sky. One of the enemies only had time to let out a scream before he was killed by the lightning. It was an extremely terrifying scene. Thousands of lightning dragons formed a sea of lightning. The enemies in the sky were surrounded by the sea of lightning, and they were all dead. The lightning continued to explode, and the destructive aura rippled. Another enemy in the sky died, and his scream echoed in the sky. The power of the lightning dragons was boundless. Thousands of lightning dragons formed a destructive force that swept through everything. In the distance, many people were dumbfounded. The scene in front of them was obviously beyond everyone's expectation. Zi-Chan stood under thousands of lightning bolts, and he was unscathed. However, the enemies in the sky were killed one by one. So terrifying. Seems like Zi-Chan has triggered the ancient corpse's obsession. It's just an obsession, and it has such power. How strong was the ancient corpse when it was alive? In the distance, Lu Bo, Wang Shi, and the others were shocked by the power of the lightning. At the same time, they were curious about how Zi-Chan triggered the obsession. Help. Zi-Chan, you're a demon. You'll die a horrible death if you kill us. Screams echoed, and curses were constantly heard. The enemies in the sky fled, trying to rush out of the sea of lightning. You should be prepared to be killed if you want to kill. Everything that happened today is your own fault. Zi-Chen's voice was cold. Seeing the enemies in the sky die one by one, his expression didn't change at all. Instead, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The major forces wanted to kill him and his friends. They schemed, tricked, and used all kinds of methods. Everything that happened today was their own fault, and they deserved it. As soon as he arrived at this area, Zichun felt a vague wave of energy. It was similar to a summoning, affecting his mind and calling him forward. After he used the extreme speed movement technique, the summoning became even more intense. It was as if there was an aura of the same origin in front of him. Therefore, Zichun had a guess. When the Supreme Elder came here, he obtained 2 secret manuals. One of them was the Thunderbolt Finger, and the other was the 9 Flashes of Lightning. The 9 flashes of lightning resonated with each other, and only Zichun could sense it. Then came the Thunderbolt Finger. Zichun wanted to use the Thunderbolt Finger to trigger the ancient corpse's obsession. Of course, Zichun was not 100% sure that he would succeed. This was also a gamble. The immortal ancient corpse's obsession was indeed extraordinary. No one disappointed Zichun. They really had some kind of consciousness, which was activated by Zichun. Therefore, the Thunderbolt Finger appeared. Any cultivator who insulted the Thunderbolt Finger would be killed by it. However, the major powers reacted quickly. They knew that there was a problem with the Thunderbolt Finger, so they turned to kill him without saying a word. Therefore, Zichun shouted again. He didn't know what the Thunder Clan was, but Zichun knew that the ancient corpse was from the Thunder Clan, because before this, Wang Qiong had given him an ancient imprint, and Oldemo had translated it. There were the words Thunder Clan in it. Ah, help! The lightning continued to wreak havoc. Miserable cries rang out as the bodies of those in the air exploded. The remaining ones were still bitterly holding on, crying for help. But at this moment, in the midst of the lightning, even the late-stage flight realm cultivators with pill weapons couldn't break through, let alone them. Is he going to kill everyone? The power of lightning is indeed terrifying. Even the experts with pill weapons can't break through. This is a sign that he's going to obliterate all the enemies in the air. This move of Zichun's is ruthless enough. It is ruthless enough. If everyone dies this time, the major powers in the outside world will probably go crazy. The spectators in the distance were incomparably shocked. The lightning was like a giant beast, devouring everything. Everyone seemed to be struggling to resist the lightning. During this period, the flight realm cultivators kept dying. Curses, curses, cries for help, and wails rang out continuously, but they still couldn't save them. Zichun looked at them coldly. His expression was indifferent, but he couldn't wait for them to die immediately. In the distance, everyone exclaimed. Apparently, Zichun had once again performed a magnificent feat and killed the flight realm cultivators. The lightning was wreaking havoc. The early-stage flight realm cultivators would explode with a touch, turning into a rain of blood. The 4 monsters had some tricks up their sleeves. Although they were still alive, they were injured again and again. Their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. They tried everything, but they couldn't break out. They were all in despair. There was no solution to this place. No one could break out. This was a dead zone. Even if they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Everyone, don't move. Stay where you are. Suddenly, a late-stage flight realm cultivator with a pill weapon shouted, "Don't move. Don't use your energy. Don't try to escape. Stay where you are." Another voice sounded, spreading throughout the whole place. Everyone was in despair. At this moment, after hearing the words of the flight realm cultivator, many people subconsciously stopped. Their eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. But soon, they realized that although the lightning was still raging, it didn't continue to attack. They gave up on escaping and resisting, but they were still alive. How could this be? Looking at the lightning flashing in front of everyone, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Just now, the lightning bolts were still actively attacking, cutting off quite a lot of Zephyr. However, at this moment, the lightning bolts actually stopped attacking. The sky was full of silver light and lightning. It was still terrifying, but it didn't actively kill. As long as they didn't move, the lightning would no longer explode. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded, including Zichun. In his opinion, by triggering his obsession and triggering thousands of lightning bolts, he would definitely be able to kill everyone, and he would also be able to obtain the 4 pill weapons. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, everything in front of him instantly shattered his wishful thinking. It must be the obsession. Soon, Zichun reacted. When the obsession was alive, It was a true human powerhouse. It must have the heart of a powerhouse. At this moment, even if it had turned into an obsession, it still wouldn't want to kill innocent people, especially those who were in despair. Zichun was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't control the obsession. Phew. After surviving, the enemies gasped for breath. Their eyes were filled with joy, but they didn't let down their guard because the lightning field hadn't disappeared. He didn't die. What a lucky bastard. Zhang Haoyan cursed. He was very unhappy. Boom. Suddenly, the sky trembled again. A terrifying aura emerged from the lightning field. The entire lightning field was shaking, as if a powerful figure was about to awaken. The next moment, everyone's expression changed. They were overwhelmed with shock and exclaimed. At the center of the lightning field, a tall figure suddenly appeared. His feet were on the ground, and his head was on the sky. He was like a giant of heaven and earth. His figure was imposing, and his boundless power made the entire lightning field tremble. That's the ancient corpse. Could it be that he's alive? His figure was blurry. His back was facing everyone, but there was a monstrous power spreading out. He looked to the east, his eyes emitting a terrifying light. In the lightning field, everyone was terrified. At this moment, they couldn't say a word. Their bodies had already landed on the ground. Under the powerful pressure of the phantom, they were kneeling on the ground. They couldn't even raise their heads. Only Zichun was still standing there, his body shining with golden light, forming a shield that blocked the endless pressure. He was still standing there, looking up at the phantom. Who can bury me back to the Lightning Clan? Chapter 386. In the Thunder region, a tall figure appeared. It was very majestic, comparable to heaven and earth. His figure was blurry, and he looked to the east with his back facing everyone. His body was surging with a terrifying aura. In the Thunder Sea, except for Zichun who was standing alone, everyone else was kneeling as if they were kowtowing to the supreme of the human race. They were so frightened that they did not dare to raise their heads. The blurry figure was too strong. Even the late stage and peak of the Zephyr realm had to kneel. In the distance, the others were surprised. Obviously, the appearance of the figure was beyond everyone's expectation. Could it be that the ancient corpse has been resurrected? Everyone was scared. This figure was suspected to be a resurrected ancient corpse. Many people were so shocked that they retreated. It's not the ancient corpse that has been resurrected. It's the obsession that has been completely activated. Someone said, just the resurrection of the obsession had such power. It was even more terrifying. The ancient corpse was protected by an inexplicable energy. No one could get close to it. At this moment, it was still sitting there, looking to the east, motionless. Beside it, the ancient words were emitting a brilliant light. These were all characters from before the ancient times, extremely ancient, the foundation of his will. The tall figure looked to the east and muttered to himself, "Who can bury me back to the Thunder Clan?" No one could understand these ancient words, but through the fluctuation of spiritual thoughts, everyone could understand the meaning of these words. Is this the inheritance? Could this be the key to opening the inheritance? The resurrection of the obsession, the opening of the inheritance. I wonder who can obtain it. Everyone became excited. The obsession of the ancient corpse was to return to the Thunder Clan. That should be his hometown. The obsession did not disappear even after death. There must be someone he cared about there. Everyone guessed that the condition for obtaining the inheritance was to promise the other party to bring his bones back to the Thunder Clan. In a short moment, many people thought of many things. I can. Senior, I can bury you back to the Thunder Clan. In the Thunder region, a man stood up, his eyes full of excitement. After the illusory figure spoke, the pressure around him disappeared. It was as if he was reminiscing about an old friend. Although he was still tall, he no longer had the bearing of an expert. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. However, the sea of lightning was still there. No one dared to act rashly. Senior, I can definitely bring you back to the Thunder Clan. Yukong rubbed his hands excitedly as he made a solemn vow. His reaction was very quick as he was the first to answer. His gaze swept around as he was immensely pleased with himself. As for where the Thunder Clan was, he didn't know, and there was no need for him to know. Quite a few people were glaring at him, feeling vexed inwardly. Boom! The silent sea of lightning suddenly turned violent. Following that, streaks of lightning surged and rushed towards Yukong, who had opened his mouth. With a loud explosion, blood rained down and Yukong's body was destroyed. The illusory figure still had its back facing the crowd. It did not move at all, as if it did not hear Yukong's words of affirmation. Everything was like the sea of lightning itself, destroying Yukong, who had spoken. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not understand why the sea of lightning suddenly turned berserk. Many of the people who had regretful expressions and thought that their reactions were too slow could not help but shudder when Yukong died. I left for thousands of years in search of the Thunder Clan's inheritance. I went through countless battles, big and small, and narrowly escaped death. In the end, I found the Thunderbolt Finger and 9 deaths of Thunder Clan's battle skills. Above the ancient words, brilliance flashed and shone brightly. The illusory figure seemed to be immersed in his memories as he muttered to himself. He was speaking in the ancient language, so no one could understand it. However, the fluctuation of spiritual thoughts made everyone understand. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. Left for thousands of years. Just these 5 words were enough to shock everyone. Cultivators of our generation went against the heavens to cultivate. It was more like going against the heavens to seize one's life. The stronger one was, the longer one could live. However, even those at the sovereign level only had a lifespan of 1,000 years. They had never heard of a powerhouse who could live for thousands of years. Obviously, this was an extremely powerful existence. His combat strength when he was alive was at least above the sovereign level. Thunder Clan's inheritance, Thunderbolt Finger, and 9 deaths of Thunder Clan's battle skills. In addition, the illusory figure's next words made everyone stunned. They turned to look at Zichun. Previously, Zichun had repeatedly yelled Thunderbolt Finger, saying that it was a divine skill. Everyone had been listening to him for so long that calluses had formed in their ears. But now, they actually heard Thunderbolt Finger from the Phantom's mouth. Moreover, it was one of the 2 great battle skills of the Thunder Clan. It sounded extraordinary. Could it be that Zichun's Thunderbolt Finger is really a divine skill? Everyone had such doubts, but they were soon dispelled. What a joke. Zichun's Thunderbolt Finger was useless. The real Thunderbolt Finger was the thunderbolt that appeared just now. Everything Zichun had done before was to trigger the obsession and draw out the real Thunderbolt Finger to destroy the enemy. What a deep plan. Everyone in the air gritted their teeth. They hated Zichun to the core. Zichun was silent and listened carefully. However, he was a little surprised. He did not expect this expert to be here for the Thunder Clan's inheritance. After 1,000 years of searching, we heard that the Thunder ancestor had fallen in the Saint burial ground. We came here together to find the inheritance. Unexpectedly, we were plotted against and our spiritual sense was damaged. We don't have long to live. The ancient words glowed and the illusory figure sighed. In a blur, everyone seemed to see the scene that happened in the past. One after another, peerless experts came together to explore the Saint burial ground in search of various inheritances. Along the way, they killed gods and Buddhas. However, halfway through, they were ambushed and suffered a fatal blow. Their spiritual sense was damaged and their lives were in danger. In a trance, Zichun seemed to see the betrayal of a friend. It was just like when he and Zhao Kun were at the peak of the mountain. Zhao Kun gave him a fatal blow. It was just that he was luckier than Zhao Kun and did not die. Having the same experience, Zichun was full of sympathy for this expert. At the same time, he also felt the sadness of the other party. My spiritual sense was damaged and my life was in danger. After killing several villains, I mistakenly entered a teleportation formation and arrived here. I don't have long to live. The Thunder Clan's mission was not completed. The 2 great battle skills cannot be transmitted back to the Thunder Clan. They will be left for a fated person to bring them back. The ancient words glowed continuously as the illusory figure muttered to himself. The ancient words were where the ancient corpse's obsession was. At this moment, the illusory figure just opened his mouth and read. In the blur, Everyone saw a stalwart figure like light fighting fiercely with the villains. Although he was seriously injured, he still erupted with unparalleled battle strength and killed several people. The illusory figure trembled. A fiery red figure was very clear. It was like a flame creature with powerful battle strength and was fighting fiercely with the expert. The two sides turned into two rays of light and fought fiercely. In the end, the expert was seriously injured and accidentally stepped into a teleportation formation. His figure disappeared. The flame creature roared and seemed to be very unwilling. However, the teleportation formation suddenly disappeared and he did not follow. This was a blurry figure and also a memory left behind by the obsession. He had a deep impression of the flame creature. Obviously, he was the one who attacked first. Is this a foreign race? Zichun was alarmed. He could only see a lump of flames. This was a matchless expert. Within his obsession, there was no word for revenge. There were only two great battle skills that he had painstakingly searched for, as well as the lightning clan. The entire sea of lightning became indistinct. Streaks of silver light seemed to have become a mirror. The expert coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was seriously injured, but he used the last of his life to carve these ancient words. These were words from the ancient times. They shone brilliantly and became his fundamental obsession. Who can bury me back to the lightning clan? In the end, the expert sat on the ground and looked towards the east. His eyes were lifeless and gradually returned to silence. Meanwhile, on the surface of his body, a layer of light appeared and spread into the distance. It protected him within and protected his corpse for eternity. At the same time, two hazy lights appeared and floated within the light barrier. Upon closer inspection, one could see that they were two ancient texts that were shining brilliantly. However, they were not words from the ancient times, but rather ancient texts. The two great battle skills were passed down in the end. That's Thunderbolt Finger and Lightning 9 Deaths. Someone exclaimed. Clearly, they recognized the ancient words. Many people's eyes became fervent. Everything returned to silence. However, the illusory scene did not disappear. In the past, countless years passed by in a hurry, until one day, an old figure covered in blood appeared in front of the ancient corpse. He bowed a few times to the ancient corpse and took the two battle skills from the light barrier. Seeing that old figure, Zichun almost cried out in surprise, because that was the Supreme Elder. It was indeed him who took the two battle skills. The light barrier did not stop him. However, after he took the ancient texts out of the light barrier, the ancient texts that were shining brilliantly changed rapidly. It was as if 10,000 years had passed in an instant. The ancient texts turned yellow and withered, about to fall apart. Even one of the pages of the Thunderbolt Finger had turned into dust. With the two battle skills in hand, a surge of energy gushed out from the light barrier and instantly sent the Supreme Elder flying. The sea of lightning erupted and everything returned to normal. Everything before was like an illusion. The imposing figure was still standing in the middle of the sea of lightning. He looked towards the east and muttered to himself as if he saw the lightning clan. The illusory scene disappeared and everyone woke up as if from a dream. After that, everyone looked at Zichun in unison. Many of them had evil intentions. Among them, Wu Zong's Yukong was able to recognize the old figure from the scene. The two great battle skills that he had taken away were obviously in Zichun's hands. The inheritance is gone. It was taken by Zichun a long time ago. Could it be that the ancient corpse's obsession is to bring him back to the Lightning Clan? Many people were unwilling. They felt that fate was so unfair. Why did all the good things belong to Zichun? Who can bury me back to the Lightning Clan? The imposing figure spoke again. This was also the last sentence of the ancient words, the last wish. I can. Senior, I can bring you back to the Lightning Clan. Someone else spoke. Obviously, he did not believe that there was no inheritance. Boom. The shadow did not turn his head. The sea of lightning erupted again and shattered Yu Tian's bones. Everyone trembled and did not dare to speak. I can bring you back to the Lightning Clan. At this moment, Zichun spoke calmly. But his calm words were like a promise, triggering thousands of thunder and lightning. The shadow that did not turn around also turned around in the next moment. It was an imposing figure. His appearance could not be seen clearly at all. It was very illusory. The only thing that could be seen was the lightning mark between his eyebrows. It was like a lightning dragon engraved there, shining brightly. The shadow turned around and looked at Zichun. That pair of illusory and empty eyes became solid. There was a terrifying light flashing in them. The lightning mark between his eyebrows seemed to have been revived. Chapter 387. Zichun opened his mouth. His voice was calm, but it caused the thunder to rumble. It was like a promise. The shadow turned around and stared at Zichun. Many people who were waiting for Zichun to be struck by lightning were disappointed. Thousands of lightning bolts rumbled, but Zichun was not killed. The hollow eyes of the illusory figure suddenly became sharp, emitting a frightening light. The lightning mark between his eyebrows became even more vivid, as if a lightning dragon was swimming around. I can bring you back to the Thunder Clan and bring back the Thunder Clan's battle techniques, Zichun repeated, looking at the shadow's eyes. No one spoke. They were all looking at this scene. Many people were waiting for the lightning to strike and kill Zichun. Boom! The sea of lightning was indeed violent, surging with power. Those who were lucky enough to survive the sea of lightning were all thrown out. Zichun was still fine. They fell to the ground, looking at the sea of lightning unwillingly. The sea of lightning forced them back. Obviously, this was the rhythm of Zichun getting the inheritance. Why? Many people roared in their hearts. Why did good things always happen to Zichun? In the sea of lightning, Zichun looked at the shadow. The shadow's terrifying eyes stared at Zichun, as if he wanted to see through him. He just stared at Zichun and did not give him the inheritance immediately. Buzz. Zichun's heart trembled. Lightning yuan rippled, and a strange fluctuation was transmitted through Zichun's body. The illusory figure's eyes became brighter and more intimidating. However, there was also a strange color in his pupils. At this moment, he seemed to have real thoughts. In a trance, Zichun had an illusion that the Thunder Clan's expert was resurrected with the help of his obsession. His real body came back to life, and he looked at Zichun with an even brighter light in his eyes. Various expressions appeared on his face, such as surprise, excitement, and so on. However, all of these changes happened in an instant. In the next moment, the shadow's eyes became hollow and illusory again. At the same time, its entire body became blurry, as if it was about to dissipate. Rumble. The phantom was dissipating, but the sea of thunder had gone berserk. Then, a blinding silver light filled the world, and the sea of thunder was slowly shrinking. The phantom image is dissipating. The sea of lightning is about to disappear as well. Could it be that Zichun is going to get the inheritance? Everyone cried out in surprise. The illusory figure slowly dimmed and finally disappeared from the world. However, as it disappeared, the lightning imprint between its brows remained and flew towards Zichun. Inheritance. That is the true inheritance. That's a lightning imprint, where the inheritance of an expert lies. That's the legacy of an expert. Damn it. Hurry up and fly to me. Many people went crazy. They shouted loudly and rushed forward, wanting to snatch the inheritance. Buzz. The alchemy weapons were shaking. There were a total of 4 of them, and they burst with a terrifying aura. Controlled by the late stage of the Imperial Sky Realm, they rushed toward the Sea of Lightning to stop Zichun from obtaining the inheritance. Rumble. The Sea of Lightning went berserk and slowly shrank. It didn't dissipate, but turned into a lightning field. It was like a lightning eggshell, silver and shining, protecting Zichun in the middle. The lightning eggshell's defense was very strong. No matter how many attacks came, they couldn't break it. The alchemy weapons appeared, but they were also pushed back. Damn it, the inheritance is mine. I can't let Zichun get the inheritance. Everyone went crazy and attacked fiercely. Rumbling sounds kept coming out. Among them, the 4 alchemy weapons attacked crazily. However, the lightning field's defense was amazing. It didn't move at all. Inheritance. Zichun got the inheritance just like that. Damn it. Many people roared, unwilling to accept this. This is the obsession of an expert. It's a defensive light shield for Zichun. Obviously, It's to let Zichun comprehend the inheritance. In the distance, many people spoke. They didn't fight for the inheritance. Although they felt regretful, they also knew that this kind of lightning inheritance wasn't something they could get. Zichun's appearance meant that they were destined to have no fate with the inheritance. In the lightning eggshell, the lightning mark rushed towards Zichun. This was the source of the summoning. After leaving the shadow, Zichun's perception was clearer. As if they were of the same origin, Zichun didn't resist and let it rush to his forehead. In the next moment, Zichun felt a burning sensation between his eyebrows. It was as if there was a fiery mark imprinted on it. This was the mark of the Thunder Clan. It represented the identity of the Thunder Clan. At this moment, the mark was imprinted between Zichun's eyebrows. However, it wasn't silver, but golden. The golden light was dazzling, like a golden lightning dragon. At the same time, two inheritance battle skills appeared in Zichun's mind: Thunderbolt Finger and Thunder 9 Deaths. Thunderbolt Finger. This was the real Thunderbolt Finger. It was the real Thunderbolt Finger. A Thunderbolt Finger appeared in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Lightning flashed, obliterating everything. It illuminated Zichun's sea of consciousness. Zichun sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the Thunderbolt Finger. This finger appeared in his mind continuously. When he had completely memorized the Thunderbolt Finger, the lightning youth appeared in the lightning space. He shot out a Thunderbolt Finger with incredible power. After that, there was the Thunder 9 Deaths. However, it was still incomplete. When he reached the fourth death, he had a cultivation technique. The lightning youth had evolved the fourth death to the true essence. Such a peerless expert had searched for thousands of years and only found the Thunder 9 Deaths. From this, one could see that this cultivation technique was extraordinary. It also indirectly proved that the lightning youth was terrifying. He had evolved the Thunder 9 Deaths in just one death. In addition, there was a map in the lightning mark. It was the location of the Thunder Clan. However, it was only within the Thunder Clan. There was no accurate location. Damn it, it's been 10 days. Why hasn't the lightning eggshell disappeared yet? 10 days' time is enough for Zichun to memorize all the inheritances. Could it be that we've really missed the inheritances? I can't accept this. So what if Zichun obtains the inheritances? After he dies, the lightning mark will be mine. Even if we can't get the inheritances, we can't let him live. Everyone had waited for 10 days. During this period, they often attacked the lightning eggshell. However, they couldn't break it at all. The lightning eggshell's defensive power was amazing. It was like a boulder that didn't budge. At this moment, they could only wait. The enemies were all gritting their teeth. They were filled with unwillingness. They were all prepared to kill Zichun. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. The lightning eggshell's light dimmed a little. It seemed that the protection time set by the experts was about to end. Everyone, attack with all your strength. The enemies were on the move again. They launched one attack after another. Powerful elixir weapons swept through everything. They landed on the lightning eggshell, causing the world to tremble. During this period, the monsters who were on good terms with Zichun wanted to stop them. However, many people were jealous of Zichun's obtaining the inheritances. Not many people wanted to stop them. In the end, they retreated due to the power of the elixir weapons. Boom. Time passed. The earth trembled. The enemies were really crazy. They wanted to break the lightning eggshell to prevent Zichun from successfully obtaining the inheritances. They wanted to disturb him. In the outside world, the sound of energy explosions was constantly heard. The enemies were panting. They were desperately attacking to disturb him. However, within the lightning eggshell, Zichun had already sunk into a deep state of comprehension. The lightning youth had demonstrated every move of the Thunderbolt Finger for him and demonstrated the fourth lightning flash for him. He had comprehended the quintessence of the true meaning, and Zichun had also advanced by leaps and bounds in this deep state of comprehension. Time passed. The lightning eggshell had been there for more than a month. The light inside became dimmer. The enemies still didn't give up. They kept attacking, which consumed a lot of their energy. However, after nearly a month of attacks, there was a result. A crack appeared in the lightning eggshell. Everyone, let's work harder. Break this thing and kill Zichun, said a monster coldly. A crack appeared. It will be broken soon. Kill Zichun and snatch the inheritances. The four monsters were cheering for their own experts. Attacks were launched again. The enemies worked together to break the lightning eggshell. 1, 2, 3. After about 300 attacks, the crack finally spread to the entire lightning eggshell. Boom! With a loud sound, the lightning eggshell burst open. The silver lightning energy raged everywhere. Kill Zichun and snatch the inheritances. The lightning eggshell burst open. Cold, murderous voices were heard. Swoosh! However, at this moment, a golden light appeared from the energy of the explosion. It rushed toward one of the monsters with crazy, murderous intent. Puff! The golden light flashed and a cold lightning bolt flashed. The head of an early-stage Imperial Sky Warrior flew up high. The headless body spurted blood. In the distance, another monster appeared. There was a blood stain on his arm. There was fear in his eyes. If he didn't react in time, he would have died. Zichun has appeared. He almost killed the monster as soon as he appeared. Everyone's expression changed. Zichun appeared in the distance. His cold eyes glanced at the crowd. Finally, they fell on the four monsters. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. You provoked me again and again. I won't let you go today. Kid, I should say that to you. You can't escape today. The inheritances are ours. A late-stage Imperial Sky Warrior appeared. He was emitting a horrifying murderous intent. Then, figures flashed and surrounded Zichun. 4 of the alchemy weapons floated in the sky. They were locked in 4 directions. They emitted a horrifying aura and were ready to attack at any time. Around them, there were many Imperial Sky Warriors with murderous intent. This time, it was no longer 4 forces but 5. The Gung family also joined in. Humph, new and old grudges. Let's settle them together. Facing dozens of Imperial Sky Warriors, Zichun was not afraid at all. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He rushed toward one of the monsters. You're courting death. As soon as Zichun moved, the other Imperial Sky Warriors moved as well. Endless murderous intent surged and they all attacked. In an instant, the sky was flooded with energy. The sky kept shaking. Swoosh! Lightning flashed under Zichun's feet. His speed was more than twice as fast as before. In the midst of the attacks, he dodged left and right. He brushed past the edges of the blades and rushed to the front of a monster. Boom! Chapter 388. One Punch. With just one punch, Zichun had defeated a genius. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Such ferocious battle prowess had shocked everyone. With Zichun's growth, the gap between him and the geniuses was getting bigger and bigger. Zichun's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He was determined to kill these geniuses. In his opinion, the so-called geniuses of the big forces were just flies. If it weren't for the power of his family, Zichun would have killed them many times. How dare you? But before he could finish the second attack and kill the genius, an alchemy weapon fell from the sky towards Zichun. It was very fast. Wherever it passed, a crack was cut in the space. Puff! The alchemy weapon fell rapidly. With a flash of light, Zichun was split into 2. Not good. However, the expert controlling the alchemy weapon was not surprised at all. Instead, his face changed. At this moment, Zichun, who was split by the alchemy weapon, suddenly disappeared. In front of the other genius, Zichun appeared. The one that was split was just an afterimage. Domineering fist. Zichun shouted. His body was shining with golden light as he punched out again. The genius from the Tsang family was shocked. His eyes were full of fear. He couldn't dodge Zichun's powerful punch at all. Boom! In the dull explosion, all the defenses of the genius from the Tsang family were destroyed. At the same time, he was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood in the air. With 2 punches, he injured 2 geniuses. Zichun's combat power was amazing. At this moment, the second wave of attacks from the Zephyrs arrived. At the same time, there were 4 alchemy weapons falling rapidly towards Zichun. Golden light flashed under Zichun's feet. He showed an extreme speed and dodged in an instant. This was a battle that made people blush with shame. Tens of people took to the skies and attacked together, killing Zichun alone. Their brilliant attacks covered the sky and covered the earth. However, Zichun was like a beam of golden light. He dashed left and right, moving around the edges of every attack. Even the pill soldiers couldn't do anything to him. The world moved extremely fast. Thunder and lightning flashed in all directions. Zichun seemed to have entered a realm where there was no one. Bang! Every time he appeared, Zichun would unleash his most powerful punch. The dazzling golden light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. With a loud explosion, a rain of blood splattered everywhere. An early-stage Zephyr cultivator was blown up, unable to even withstand a single blow from Zichun. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. Even those who wanted to help were completely dumbfounded. Zichun was too strong. He moved around the sky full of attacks and killed his way through the air. The heavens and earth shook, and the sound of explosions rang out continuously. Every time an explosion rang out, it meant that an early-stage Zephyr realm expert had been blown apart by the tyrannical fist. Early stage of Zephyr, retreat quickly. The late-stage Zephyr realm expert shouted and controlled the pill soldiers to attack quickly. But every time, Zichun narrowly avoided them. So far, they hadn't attacked Zichun yet. At present, Zichun's combat power could completely kill any early-stage Zephyr realm expert. Even the monsters couldn't defeat him. They would only be courting death if they came up. Many early-stage Zephyr realm experts retreated as if they had been granted amnesty. They didn't want to provoke Zichun anymore. Swoosh. But Zichun was obviously unwilling. The light under his feet flickered, and he stuck close to them like a shadow. Bang. Another domineering punch. Golden light flashed all over the sky. Another early-stage Zephyr realm expert was blown up. That's terrifying. Is he going to kill all the early-stage Zephyr realm experts? Everyone was extremely shocked and dumbfounded. Zichun had extreme speed and was extremely powerful. Those early-stage Zephyr realm experts couldn't even retreat from the battlefield. A frenzied massacre was still ongoing. Many experts were so angry that they roared and attacked fiercely, but it was almost useless. Zichun dodged with extreme speed. In the sky full of attacks, it was as if he had entered a no-man's land. He shuttled between all kinds of spirit weapons and killed those early-stage Zephyr realm experts. Screams and cries for help were constantly heard. For those early-stage Zephyr realm experts, today was the end of the world. They couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. Ah, Zichun, come and fight me if you have the ability. A mid-stage Zephyr realm expert roared in anger. His spirit weapon turned into a light and slashed at Zichun at extreme speed. Bang! A punch fell, and the spirit weapon was instantly shattered. At the same time, Zichun turned into a light and rushed to the mid-stage Zephyr realm expert. A punch fell and made a dull sound. The mid-stage Zephyr realm expert was sent flying by Zichun. He coughed up blood and was obviously injured. He injured a mid-stage Zephyr realm expert with one punch. Is he really just a true energy realm expert? Are all sky realm experts so terrifying? Unparalleled combat power is also so terrifying. If a true energy realm expert has such strength, then if Zichun breaks through to Zephyr realm, who can suppress him in the Zephyr realm? Everyone was in an uproar, feeling incredible. Zichun not only crossed a realm, but also a realm. This was too incredible. Once he broke through to Zephyr realm, wouldn't he be invincible in the world? Buzz. Above the sky, the alchemy weapon was trembling, and a terrifying aura burst out. The late-stage Zephyr realm expert roared and controlled the alchemy weapon to slash at Zichun at extreme speed. At the same time, the alchemy weapon in the other three directions also launched a terrifying attack. Boom! The entire sky exploded, and a huge black hole appeared, spreading in all directions and causing a terrifying fluctuation. The Zephyr realm experts holding alchemy weapons were extremely crazy, but they still couldn't do anything to Zichun. He was like a light, rushing to the left and right, rushing to the Zephyr realm experts. Bang! In a few flashes, Zichun came in front of another early-stage Zephyr realm expert. The latter's eyes were full of despair, and the next moment, a glaring fist light swallowed the opponent. Today was the doomsday of the early-stage Zephyr realm experts. Piffed. During this time, several mid-stage Zephyr Realm experts were beaten by Zichun, coughing up blood and flying backward. Everyone was furious. Zichun's combat power was strong, but it was impossible to beat so many people. Two mid-stage Zephyr Realm experts were able to suppress him. However, that strange speed really made people feel helpless. Damn it, Zichun, do you dare to stop and fight with me fair and square? See if I can't kill you. A mid-stage Zephyr Realm expert roared in anger. Humph, wipe the blood at the corner of your mouth first. Zichun snorted coldly, extremely disdainful. The one who was beaten back just now was him. The Zephyr Realm expert was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. As for the late-stage Zephyr Realm experts, they were not afraid of Zichun, but they could only chase after Zichun. Powerful attacks shook the void, but they could not do anything to Zichun. So far, they could not even touch the corner of his clothes. What the hell is this speed? Everyone was speechless. Zichun, do you dare to stop and fight with me? I can let you use one hand. The late-stage Zephyr Realm expert shouted. He had strong confidence that he could kill Zichun in a one-on-one fight. Idiot, you are only at the late-stage Zephyr Realm. How can you say such ignorant words? If I were a Zephyr Realm expert, I could kill you with one blow. Zichun flashed quickly and said disdainfully, Aren't you known as a sky martial artist with unparalleled combat power? Do you only know how to run? Stop if you have the ability. Let's fight fair and square. Do you dare to fight like a man? Don't run like a mouse. During this time, all kinds of provocative voices were constantly heard. Zichun sneered. He would not be fooled at all. Only an idiot would stop the fierce battle in such a situation. Zichun responded to everyone's provocation. He rushed to the early-stage Zephyr Realm experts and blew them up with a punch. A rain of blood filled the sky. The end of the early-stage Zephyr Realm had arrived. Not good. Quickly protect young Master Chu's son. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Unknowingly, Zichun had passed through the heavy blockade and appeared in front of Chu's son. The early-stage Zephyr Realm experts, except for those who died, were almost all evacuated. However, the few monsters were heavily protected. After all, they were the main targets of Zichun. But unexpectedly, Zichun still appeared in front of Chu's son with extreme speed. Chu's son shouted and retreated quickly. The cold aura around him surged, propping up a defensive light shield. At the same time, several rays of light flashed in front of him. They were all spirit weapons, blocking in front of him. Boom! Zichun threw out a punch. It was direct and violent. Many spirit weapons exploded in an instant, and at the same time, layers of defense were broken, hitting Chu Sun's body. The latter coughed out blood and flew backward. He was seriously injured, as expected of a monster. When Zichun could kill the early-stage Zephyr Realm experts, he didn't kill him in one blow. When he threw out a second blow, it was already too late. Many attacks came one after another. Kill him. Don't let him escape, Chu Sun shouted. His eyes were full of hatred, and then he retreated from the battlefield. At this moment, only the monster of the Li family was left, and he also wanted to retreat. Damn Zichun. We must kill him. Don't let him escape. His inheritance is ours. The monster of the Li family gritted his teeth and was about to retreat. Where do you think you're going? Zichun shouted. The golden light around him flashed again, and he was about to rush forward. Boom. But in an instant, the sky was violent and terrifying. Murderous intent surged. Several elixir weapons appeared in front of Zichun, almost killing him. He quickly retreated and dodged the attacks. Idiot! The monster of the Li family sneered. At this moment, many strong cultivators were protecting a monster. It was obviously difficult for Zichun to kill him. And without the early-stage Zephyr Realm experts, the battlefield was shrinking bit by bit, and they were determined to kill Zichun. Damn it! Zichun cursed. He knew that it was hopeless to kill the monster, and he had to leave. Otherwise, there would be no way out if those strong cultivators shrank the encirclement. After all, he wasn't in the air. He could move freely here because of his extreme speed. But once the battlefield shrank, his extreme speed would be greatly limited. You're lucky, Zichun snorted. He was very unwilling to die because he couldn't kill the monster again. Don't you want to kill me? Come on, I'll just stand here and wait for you to kill me." Seeing that Zichun was about to leave, the monster of the Li family provoked and sneered. Squeak. At that moment, the devil ape's voice rang out. It was only the size of a fist and had been sleeping in Zichun's arms. At that moment, it crawled out and stretched its body. Its beady eyes looked around and saw the Li clan freak provoking them. Squeak. The little guy waved its fist and shouted at the monster of the Li family. "Little guy, don't be so arrogant. Take it and make a soup for me later," the monster of the Li family said. Squeak. His words obviously angered the little guy. The latter waved its little fist angrily. "Humph, beast." The monster of the Li family snorted. The little guy was really angry. This time, it let go of its fist and waved its little paw, grabbing at the monster of the Li family. A black light flashed. "Idiot." The monster of the Li family was disdainful. However, in the next instant, his expression greatly changed and he was overwhelmed with shock. That was because, at some unknown time, a black light had curled up around his body. Furthermore, his body was not listening to his commands and was flying forward. Chapter 389. Zichun retreated from the battlefield. The only Li family disciple was being protected by layers of experts. There was no hope for him to kill him today, so he decided to retreat. Otherwise, if he waited until the encirclement shrank, he would most likely die here. Just at this moment, the Li family disciple who was being protected by so many experts suddenly flew into the air. Black light curled around him as if he was bound by chains as he flew towards Zichun. Seeing this scene, Zichun was dumbfounded. The others were also dumbfounded. They didn't understand why the Li family disciple would take the initiative to attack. But looking at the other party's shocked and frightened expression, it wasn't voluntary. Gigi. The devil ape landed on Zichun's shoulder and jumped around happily. It continuously waved its little fists at the Li family disciple and bared its fangs, trying to put on a ferocious appearance. "It's you, little fellow." Zichun stared at the devil ape in a daze. Just what was this little fellow? It was already very strange that its speed was faster than his. Now, it even displayed another battle skill, restraining a monstrous genius in an instant, making him unable to resist at all. This was clearly a mysterious little fellow. Its methods were very unique, and it wasn't just limited to scaring people. "Let go of me." The Li family disciple was both shocked and furious. The energy in his body surged wildly, wanting to disperse the black light. But the black light was like a chain, extremely tough. He couldn't break it. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the freak from the Li clan. It was as if the freak from the Li clan was being pulled towards Zichun by a rope. "Gigi." The devil ape cried out, its little hands constantly gesturing at Zichun. Its meaning was that the black light wouldn't be able to last much longer, and that he should hurry up and kill the enemy. Zichun sobered up. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Light flickered under his feet, and he turned into a ray of golden light. He instantly shot toward the Li family disciple, clenching his fist and punching. The dazzling golden light made everyone unable to open their eyes. That terrifying punch was extremely overbearing. It could be said that it was Zichun's full-strength attack. Zichun was going to kill that monstrous genius today. "Stop! Zichun, stop!" Loud shouts rang out as many experts rushed towards Zichun. Sharp attacks appeared one after another, but it was clear that they were too slow to react due to their previous days. No. The swirling black light disappeared in the next moment. The Li clan genius saw Zichun's stunning punch and let out a miserable cry. Bang! The tyrannical fist landed, emitting a muffled sound. The Li clan's freak was sent flying, coughing up blood. He had suffered a fatal blow. The freak from the Li clan flew backward with a terrified expression on his face. He was a freak, and his life force and combat prowess were very strong. He did not die in one strike, which made him feel somewhat lucky. As long as he didn't die, he would have a chance to kill Zichun. His frightened expression turned to one of resentment, but soon, he began to scream in fear. This was because the little thing had waved its little paw at him again. The black light flashed, and in the next moment, His body was once again surrounded by black light. It was like a chain that bound him in the air, and he no longer flew backwards. At the same time, he flew towards Zichun. No, no. The freak from the Li clan screamed in horror, his voice shrill. Thunderbolt finger. With such an opportunity, Zichun naturally would not let it go. He shouted, and golden light surged around his body as he struck out a powerful battle technique. In the next moment, the void trembled, and a golden finger appeared, with the unique destructive aura of thunder and lightning, pointing at the freak from the Li clan. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and golden light overflowed, dyeing the sky. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, the freak from the Li clan exploded along with the golden finger, and a large amount of blood rain burst out. The freak from the Li clan was completely destroyed. Everyone was dumbfounded. A freak from the Yu family disciple was really killed, and in just 2 strikes, there wasn't even a complete corpse left. Bright red blood rain sprinkled down, accompanied by some dismembered corpses, making popping sounds, reminding everyone that this was not an illusion. He's really dead. Zichun really killed a freak from the Yu family. A freak from the Yu family died in front of me just like that. Everyone was shocked, and the other 3 freaks were scared out of their wits, but at the same time, they felt very lucky. Zichun's combat strength was too strong, and it was terrifying, but at this moment, what also attracted everyone's attention was the little guy on his shoulder. It was only the size of a fist, and its body was surrounded by black light. It was very inconspicuous, but it was precisely because of its existence that Zichun could successfully kill the enemy. The battle technique that made people unable to move with a wave of its little paw was even more shocking. What kind of monster is that little guy? It can trap a freak at such a small age. It's only the size of a fist, and no matter how you look at it, it looks like a pet, but it has such a skill. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zichun was a sky-level warrior, and his combat strength was strong, and he was known to be unparalleled. Everyone could accept that he could kill enemies above his level, but that little guy was only the size of a fist, and it was also extraordinary. It was unbelievable. Boom. With the death of the freak from the Yu family, many attacks came. The people from the Li clan seemed to have gone crazy, and they attacked Zichun with all their might. The alchemy weapon was trembling, and a terrifying aura kept surging. A large area of the void was shattered, and the fierce attacks were stronger than the one before. The 3 of you, if I see you again, that day will be the day you die. After killing a freak from the Yu family, Zichun stopped while he was ahead. After threatening them, he turned into a golden light, dodging the attacks, and flew away. The 3 freaks' faces were pale, and their eyes were full of unwillingness. In the distance, everyone was shocked. Zichun was indeed strong, and he still threatened them after killing them. It was a slap in the face. Zichun, don't run away if you have the guts. Even if we have to kill 100,000 miles, we, the Li clan, will kill you. From now on, we, the Li clan, will not rest until you die. The major forces were furious, and the people of the Li clan went completely crazy. He was too arrogant, and he killed 3 of their freaks. Their Li clan's face was about to be destroyed. We have long been enemies. Zichun snorted. The people of the Li clan went crazy, and they shouted in anger. Except for the early stage of the Yu family, the rest chased after Zichun. As for the other forces, they also chased after him. I'll let you go today. When I break through to the Yu family, we'll settle our old scores. Zichun turned into a golden light and flew away, and soon left the battlefield. He flew in front of the ancient corpse, and the light shield around the ancient corpse was still there, and no one could shake it. Zichun pointed his finger, and golden lightning surrounded his finger and pressed on the light shield. Pong! The light shield that couldn't be broken even by the alchemy weapons exploded under Zichun's finger, turning into specks of light. At the same time, the ancient corpse in the light shield also dissipated at the same time, turning into thousands of specks of light, floating in all directions. Senior, I'll take you away. Zichun pointed between his eyebrows, and a light flashed. The purple golden gourd appeared, shining with purple light. As the lid of the gourd opened, a psychedelic light was released, and a suction force directly sucked in the thousands of specks of light. The purple golden gourd was very large, and there were many compartments in it. The thousands of specks of light were sucked into one compartment. After that, Zichun turned into a ray of light and fled. As for the ancient characters on the ground, after the disappearance of the ancient corpse, they seemed to have experienced the passage of time and slowly dimmed. The last trace disappeared when Zichun left. Zichun left, but his battle record was still shocking. Many people stared in the direction where Zichun fled, and they didn't move for a long time. It was too shocking. Dozens of Zephyr warriors and 4 alchemy weapons couldn't stop Zichun. Instead, they allowed him to kill many of the early-stage Zephyr warriors, and even a genius. The Li clan had gone crazy. The one who had died was a monstrous genius who had wanted to go out and make a name for himself. They had hoped that he would bring glory to the Li clan, but unfortunately, before he could leave, he had been killed by Zichun, cutting off all their hopes. Moreover, Zichun had already killed 3 of their geniuses, which was a huge loss. The other opposing factions were also hot on Zichun's tail. However, they did not chase him for more than 10,000 miles. Along the way, they saw quite a number of battle skill inheritances, as well as the insights of other powerful individuals. Hence, they stayed behind and stopped chasing after Zichun. Only the Li family really chased for more than 10,000 miles. However, after 10,000 miles, Zichun disappeared without a trace. In the vast land, there was not a single person. Within a radius of a few hundred miles, it was dead silent. Zichun, the Li family and you are irreconcilable. The roar of the Li family experts resounded in the vast land, and the echoes didn't dissipate for a long time. It could be seen that this time, Zichun really hurt them. Zichun didn't hear the roar of the Li family members. He was already thousands of miles away, and no one could catch up with him under the extreme speed of the world. The devil ape jumped around on Zichun's shoulder. It was very happy, and sometimes it would grab his hair and swing carefree. Since the little guy saved his life last time, Zichun's attitude towards the little guy changed a lot. Obviously, the little guy didn't have any bad intentions, or it wouldn't have saved him last time. Along the way, the two naturally talked more. The devil ape was very happy, but when Zichun asked about the method to trap the genius, the devil ape kept shaking its head and fell into a daze. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was very rich, and it was very suitable for cultivation. Zichun wasn't in a hurry, and he cultivated as he walked. Sometimes, he would find some insights of the experts, and he would sit cross-legged next to them, carefully comprehending. Sometimes, he would see a move or half a move left by the human experts, and he would slowly understand it, memorizing it, and let the lightning youth practice it. His body and mind were rarely relaxed, and he also gained a lot along the way. He obtained a few battle skills, and they were very powerful. In this way, Zichun traveled thousands of miles, and his strength was steadily improving. He was not far from the spirit origin realm. In the following time, Zichun found a secret place to concentrate on cultivation, and strive to break through to the Zephyr realm in one fell swoop. When his strength broke through to the Zephyr realm, Zichun's combat strength would be stronger. At that time, he would naturally be able to fight with the late stage of the Zephyr realm. In this place, he wouldn't be afraid of any forces. Cultivating at night, comprehending the 2 great battle skills during the day, and at the same time comprehending other battle skills. Zichun's life was very peaceful and very comfortable. However, this comfortable life only lasted for a month before it was disturbed. Ba. On a certain day, a Buddhist chant sounded outside the place where Zichun was in seclusion. Boom. Chapter 390. Ba. As soon as the Buddhist chant was heard, a strong force swept over and Zichun's place of seclusion instantly exploded. Debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. A bald monk stood outside quietly. His eyes were filled with anticipation. It was the evil good monk. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was extremely rich. Every night, there would be energy surging as if there was something absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The monk guessed that there was a treasure here. Damn monk! But as soon as the place was blasted open, he heard a familiar roar before he could see the treasure. Then, a figure rushed towards the monk. It's Zichun. The monk's eyes narrowed slightly as he cursed his bad luck. Why did he meet this unlucky guy? In the words of Buddhism, he and Zichun were fated. But it was an ill-fated relationship. When he first met Zichun, the latter was only an insignificant Kane cultivator, but he made him suffer the first loss in his life. After that, he suffered endless losses. Anyway, meeting Zichun was bad luck for him. So in his heart, Zichun was just an unlucky guy. He didn't expect to meet him today when he was looking for a treasure. Boom! A strong aura surged and a dazzling golden light flashed. Zichun made a strong attack without any intention of holding back. The monk cursed his bad luck. He didn't check the almanac before he went out. He might burn incense for Buddha, but he didn't dare to show weakness. Golden light flashed around his body, and he chanted again. A golden light shield appeared on the surface of his body. It was the Buddhist divine art of protection. Runes surrounded it, and golden light flashed. Old monks were chanting scriptures and formed a light shield, which was known as the strongest defense. Boom! The two collided violently, and the world trembled. The ground cracked, and the cracks spread for hundreds of meters, stirring up a cloud of dust. The monk kept retreating as golden light rippled around his body. Every time his feet landed, the ground would tremble and a deep footprint would appear. After taking 8 steps back, the energy of Zichun's overbearing punch was completely neutralized, but the divine art of protection was still there. A punch that could kill an early-stage Zephyr Realm expert instantly didn't break the monk's defense. If others saw this, they would be dumbfounded. Bald donkey, why did you destroy my place of seclusion? Zichun's face was gloomy and filled with anger. But in his heart, he was shocked. This monk's strength was indeed extraordinary. Amitabha, please do not be angry. The monk's expression was solemn as he placed his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. That's enough, you wicked monk. You don't have to act like a disgusting senior monk in front of me. I feel disgusted just by looking at you. Zichun waved his hand, indicating for the monk to stop. He said directly, just tell me why you destroyed my place of seclusion. Return my treasure to me. The monk was rather straightforward. He spoke directly, no longer acting pretentiously. What? Zichun's eyes widened. Return my treasure to me. The monk stretched out his hand, and the golden light around him vanished. With his fat head and big ears, without the golden light, he looked more like a scoundrel. You bald donkey, how dare you mention the treasure to me? Speaking of this, Zichun was furious. The first time someone broke his bones and cheated him of all his vitality stones, it was the monk who did it. This was a stain in his life that could not be washed away. Even if he had a page of the heavenly book to compensate, it could not make up for the pain in his heart. Give me the treasure, and I will let you fight it back, the monk said with a scoundrel face. When he first met Zichun, although Zichun's combat strength was extraordinary, it was far from being as tyrannical as it was now. The monk had already guessed that the treasure Zichun got that day must be extraordinary. Of course, the monk would never guess that it was a page of the heavenly book. If he knew, he would be so angry that he would hang himself dozens of times. Boom. Since the two of them couldn't agree, the only thing they could do was fight. This was an extremely intense battle, and it could be said to be a fierce battle. However, it was also the most difficult battle that Zichun had ever fought alone. When the monk was not fighting, he was fat and looked like a scoundrel. But once he fought, he was definitely an enlightened monk with all kinds of tricks up his sleeves. Amitabha. With a protective divine skill, he was in an invincible position. No matter how strong Zichun was, he could not break through it. Extreme Een. Against the monk, Zichun did not intend to hold back. He used a series of powerful combat skills. As soon as Extreme Een was used, a bright golden light appeared and rushed towards the monk. The monk's hands became golden, as if there was a huge seal floating up and down. It hit Extreme Een, causing a loud bang. The two fought fiercely, using all kinds of combat skills. Zichun had gained a lot recently and obtained a few more combat skills. He thought that he had a lot of combat skills, but the monk was not to be outdone. The combat skills he used were no less than Zichun's, and they were never the same. You bald donkey! Zichun shouted angrily. Thunderbolt Finger appeared, and with a loud bang, it was aimed at the monk's forehead. Bang! The golden finger exploded, and the monk was pushed back. With his protective divine skill, Zichan still could not break through his defense. Zichan was known as a sky martial artist, but he met his match. The monk was not a sky martial artist, but he was still undefeated. Both of them used their full strength, and the ground cracked. Smoke and dust were everywhere, but there was still no winner. During this period of time, Zichan had used all of his battle skills once. At the same time, as he used them over and over again, he also discovered his own shortcomings. It could be said that he was using the monk to train himself, but the monk was also using Zichan to train himself. The battle continued for several hours. When both of them had consumed a lot of energy, they finally stopped, both of them gasping for breath. "Monk, you destroyed my place of seclusion. You have to give me an explanation." After a long time, Zichan said, "Then give me back my treasure." The two of them returned to the previous problem, but they did not have the strength to continue fighting. Suddenly, the monk's pupil shrank when he saw the demon ape in Zichan's arms. His face changed instantly, and he exclaimed, "This is a great sin, an ominous thing. Why do you have it?" The demon ape could understand the monk's words. It rolled its eyes and shrank back, too lazy to talk to the monk. "It's a great sin with intelligence. It will definitely cause a great disaster." The monk was stunned, and he spoke again. "That's enough. Damn monk, are you done? Can you not be an alarmist?" Zichan also rolled his eyes. "Zichan, I'm telling the truth. There are records of great sins in Buddhism. Once they are born, rivers of blood will flow, and chaos will follow. They must not be left alive." The monk's expression was unprecedentedly serious. "Keep bragging." Zichan looked at the monk from the corner of his eyes. "You don't have to believe me in other things, but you have to believe me in this. Every time this great sin appears, it will be a place of great danger. Even the heavens and earth do not approve of it. Once it appears, it will cause a great disaster. But some of them are lucky enough to survive the lightning tribulation and have intelligence. They also have incredible supernatural powers. Once they grow, they will definitely cause chaos." Zichan frowned. This was definitely a place of great danger, and the little guy also had some extraordinary supernatural powers. Back then, I read the highest secret scripture of Buddhism. It recorded many powerful existences, and one of them was this great sin. It's worth mentioning that this great sin is an enemy of mankind, not a friend. It's also the mortal enemy of mankind. The monk said seriously. Hearing the monk's words, Zichan thought of the shadow of the demon ape that day. It was like a demonic shadow, and no matter how he looked at it, it did not seem to be a good person. Zichan lowered his head and looked at the demon ape in his arms. He found that it had fallen asleep and was even snoring. There was even saliva at the corner of its mouth. It looked like it was enjoying itself. Looking at its appearance, it was a very cute little guy. It had nothing to do with the great sin that would cause rivers of blood to flow. "Zichan, I'm telling the truth. You have to believe me." The monk said solemnly, "It is a great enemy of mankind. Once it grows, it will definitely be a great disaster. When that time comes, human blood will flow like rivers, and thousands of corpses will float. You will become a sinner. Then what do you plan to do with it?" Zichan hesitated. This great sin is not tolerated by the heavens and earth. It can only be killed. The monk's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Are you a monk or not? How can you be more ruthless than a butcher? It saved my life before. I can't kill it. Is there any other way?" Zichan stared at the monk. According to reason, once such a huge evil is discovered, the only way to kill it is to kill it. But if you say so— Tyrant hesitated for a moment before continuing. "If you want it to live, the only way is to bring it back to the Buddhist sect and use pure Buddhist energy to purify it or seal it in the Devil Sealing Tower." Buddhism. Zichan looked up. "That's one way, but I don't know where it is and how to bring it to Buddhism. If you trust me, you can leave it to me," the monk said. There was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. "Haha." Zichan, who had been hesitating, suddenly laughed out loud. He looked at the monk and said sarcastically, Good and evil monk, you're really wicked. You're really good at swindling, cheating, and stealing. Why? Do you think I'm lying to you? Humph. You know best whether or not you're lying to me. Look at the drool at the corner of your mouth. You still dare to say something like, great sin? Kill? Tui. Evil good monk, let me tell you, don't even think about swindling anything from me. Zichun, I'm telling the truth. Only you know whether it's true or not. Now, let's talk about the place of seclusion. Zichin's eyes were cold again. He had the intention to continue. If you don't tell me the truth, don't think about leaving today. All right then. Since you don't believe me, I have nothing to say. As for the place of seclusion, I can tell you something for free as compensation. The monk sighed. Tell me, what is it? Let's see if I'm satisfied. I found a relic. There are many inheritances of experts in it. The monk said, Good and evil monk, you still want to lie to me. Zichin glared. His eyes became very sharp. Believe it or not, let me tell you, I didn't find it first. It was the people of the Light Moon Pavilion. But the relic is very special. They tried many methods but couldn't open it. Chapter 391. This was a hazy world, completely silent and deathly still. Under the guidance of the monk, Zichan came here. During this time, the monk kept promising that he was not lying and even swore on the name of Buddha. Zichun reluctantly believed him. The hazy world was filled with an oppressive aura, making people feel uncomfortable. Obviously, this was an extraordinary place. The monk pointed ahead, saying that they had arrived. Boom. But as soon as he finished speaking, there was a huge explosion. A surge of energy began to surge, full of a destructive aura. The void was like a mirror, instantly shattering. A huge black hole appeared, spreading into the distance. It was like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Looking into the distance, the two's expressions changed, and then they were shocked. In the black hole, 5 figures appeared. Each of them was wearing clothes as white as snow. They escaped from the black hole and flew towards them at an extremely fast speed. It's the people of the Light Moon Pavilion. Around the 5 people, a hazy light was emitted, as if they were covered with a layer of illusion. A colorful long silk was emitting brilliant light, protecting the 5 people in the middle. The destructive energy continued to spread, like a huge mouth of the netherworld. The reason why the 5 people could escape was because of the colorful long silk, which was obviously an alchemy weapon. Poof! The 5 people flashed and rushed out quickly, finally escaping the huge mouth of the netherworld. But even with the protection of the alchemy weapon, the Light Moon Pavilion expert controlling the weapon was still injured, his white clothes stained with blood. The black hole in the sky stopped spreading, and the 5 of them managed to escape with their lives. However, before they could catch their breaths, the void trembled once more, and a torrential killing intent surged out. Following that, a peerless sharp blade appeared in the sky. It was like a sword that could split the heavens, and it slashed down on the 5 of them. You guys go, leave this place. The beautiful woman controlling the alchemy weapon said with a cold voice. A hazy moonlight appeared around her, as if she was covered with a layer of gauze. She controlled the alchemy weapon and blocked in front of them. Uncle, be careful. The 4 of them were only at the early stage of the Zephyr realm, so they could not block this peerless sharp blade. At the critical moment of life and death, they could only leave decisively. Wong. The colorful long silk trembled, emitting a hazy light, forming waves, forming a boundless defense in front of them. Clang. His sword intent hummed, and his killing intent was boundless. In an instant, he slashed at the long ribbon. The space that had just healed was shattered once more. At the same time, a huge force surged from the heaven sword, causing the colorful long ribbon to tremble. Even the woman who was at the pinnacle of the Zephyr realm was severely injured. She coughed out blood and was sent flying. This happened very quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. Zichun and Tyrant didn't have time to react at all. They were still in shock. After that strike, the heavenly sword rolled back and disappeared into the horizon. The beautiful middle-aged woman fell onto the ground. Her white clothes were dyed in blood, and the long multicolored ribbon fluttered to the side. It released the unique aura of a pill weapon. "Martial uncle, are you all right?" The four women went up and helped him up. The beautiful middle-aged woman stood up. Her white clothes were stained with blood. Her injuries weren't serious, but there was a dim look in her eyes. "It's been 2 months. We've entered several times, but we haven't succeeded once. Could it be that we really have no fate with this place?" The four people's expressions also dimmed, and they closed their mouths. This place was very special, and it seemed like there were quite a few inheritances. However, they had entered several times and returned with no results, almost losing their lives. The only one who had a token was Zichun, but they couldn't find any clues. It was as if the rumors were true. He had died inside. Suddenly, the beautiful middle-aged woman was startled. Her dim eyes lit up in an instant, and then she blinked again, afraid that she had seen wrongly. Zichun. Seeing Zichun coming from afar, her eyes lit up as if she had seen hope. "Zichun, it's really you." The beautiful middle-aged woman was pleasantly surprised, and there was also disbelief in her eyes. She had searched for Zichun for a long time, but she couldn't find Zichun. She didn't expect that he would appear on his own initiative. The other four women also turned their heads. When they saw Zichun, their eyes lit up like curious babies, and their eyes followed Zichun's movements. "Zichun is here. We have hope." The four were very excited. "Senior, what is this place? Why are you injured? Was the heavenly sword just now man-made?" Zichun and Tyrant stepped forward and asked about what had happened. The power of the heavenly sword just now had shocked them greatly. "We don't know what this place is. Although we have stayed here for several months, we would encounter different things every time we enter. It seems to be a formation, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels more like a maze." Before the beautiful middle-aged woman could speak, a beautiful woman with big eyes spoke first. Her eyes were shining as she looked at Zichun curiously. The heavenly sword just now was shot out from inside, but it wasn't man-made. It seemed to have triggered some kind of formation. "Maze, formation." Zichun frowned. "But since you're here, we don't have to worry anymore. Whether it's a maze or a formation, we can enter it." The woman with big eyes said happily, "Why?" "Because you have a token. You must have an accurate route. We don't have to fumble around anymore. We can enter smoothly." Zichun was speechless. Wasn't this a bit too confident? He had been sensing the token the entire time, but it hadn't reacted at all. Even the many golden lines on it had all disappeared. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. There's no reaction from the token, and I also don't have an accurate route," said Zichun. "That's impossible. Uncle Master said that you can definitely enter this place with the token. We even looked for you before, but they all said you were dead," said the woman with big eyes directly. It was clear she was a straightforward person. Senior apprentice sister. Beside her, a beautiful woman tugged on the corner of her clothes. She stole a glance at Zichun awkwardly. Why are you pulling me?" "I'm telling the truth. Didn't they all say Zichun was dead?" asked the woman with big eyes. "Enough. Don't speak nonsense." The beautiful middle-aged woman put on a dignified appearance and scolded the other party. Then, she turned to Zichun and smiled apologetically. "Zichun, please don't mind her. This little girl is just spouting nonsense." Zichun shook his head. He didn't mind. The token really didn't react. "I'm telling the truth." "I'm also telling the truth," muttered the woman. "This place is very special. It can be said to be the most special place in this region. It's very similar to a world within a world," said the middle-aged woman. She didn't continue talking about the token. "A world within a world." Zichun was startled. The monk was also startled. "Yes, a world within a world. If the holy burial ground is a world, then this is another world within a world. In other words, this is a world within the holy burial ground. It's called a world within a world. A world within the holy burial ground. It's actually a world." Zichun was shocked. "Yes, although we didn't go deep, we can be sure that it's comparable to a world. This world is already very mysterious and special. This world within a world is naturally not ordinary." "Senior, you mean that this might be the final burial ground of a saint?" Zichun reacted quickly. He was shocked because he knew that this human saint was likely to be resurrected. I'm not sure, but it's undoubtedly a very special place. Although there were gains when we came in with the token, it's definitely not like this time where we didn't encounter any danger and gained a lot. I've seen your token. It's very special. It should have a direction. It's very likely that it's here, said the middle-aged woman. But the token really didn't react. Zichen's hand flashed and the token appeared. It was shining with red light like a burning flame. Since this place is called a world within a world, there must be something special about it. It's normal that the token didn't react. Perhaps it will only activate when we enter the other world. The group discussed for a long time. After that, Zichen asked many questions about the other world. But they didn't know much. Although they had entered several times, they hadn't gone deep enough. What they knew was limited. In the end, Zichen decided to go with the token. During this time, there was a small incident. The demon ape appeared. It was only the size of a fist and was surrounded by black light. Its small eyes were like rubies, shining brightly. Its cute appearance caused the eyes of the four women to light up. They circled around the little fellow and pinched it, causing the little fellow to be dissatisfied. Every time the monk saw the little fellow, his expression would fluctuate. Zichen secretly observed him several times, but didn't find any killing intent. Instead, he saw the monk's usual greed. This bastard! Thinking back to the monk's solemn expression, Zichen cursed in his heart. This evil monk even made up such nonsense in order to get the demon ape. This made Zichen's impression of the monk even worse. The group went on their way. As they advanced, they didn't meet any danger. Soon, they would arrive at the other world. The entrance to the world within a world is in front. After entering, it will be another world. We better stay close so that we don't get separated, the middle-aged woman warned. The four ladies were all outstanding beauties. After hearing the news, they all squeezed towards Zichen with smiles on their faces. They claimed that they wanted to see the little fellow, but as for whether they had other intentions, only they themselves would know. The four of them kept touching the little fellow left and right. The little fellow didn't get tired of it and didn't stop Zichen when it saw him. It directly burrowed into Zichen's embrace. But in the next moment, a pair of jade-like hands reached into Zichen's embrace, causing him to sweat and his face to turn red. Hee, Zichen is blushing. The four of them giggled, making Zichen even more embarrassed. He sighed in his heart. He was actually teased. The monk followed behind Zichen. Seeing such an embarrassing scene, he also silently chanted Buddha's name and called out to the immeasurable deity. Zichen, our Guangyu Pavilion welcomes you at any time. Not only were the four of them giggling, the middle-aged woman also didn't forget to recruit him. Intentionally or unintentionally, she said that she could betroth the number one beauty of the Guangyu Pavilion to him. Zichen was like an old monk in meditation. He kept chanting Amitabha and looked down. Beside him, the four of them followed closely behind Zichen. They weren't worried at all. It was unknown whether they had confidence in Zichen or the token. Swoosh. Chapter 392. This was a silver-white world. As soon as they entered, the oppressive aura in the air made it hard for them to breathe. It was as if there was a great monster here. Roar. Sure enough, the next moment, a roar was heard. It was as if a peerless monster had appeared, bringing with it a monstrous killing intent. With a flash of light, a black shadow appeared in front of them. It was a huge monster that was dozens of meters tall. Its body was as black as ink, and its eyes were glowing with blood-red light. Its expression was ferocious and terrifying. It was exactly the same as the huge demonic shadow on the gate of the ancient castle. The roar shook the sky, and the killing intent was boundless. The surging aura was suffocating. The four girls trembled and their faces turned pale. Zichen and the others were also shocked. The demonic shadow's red eyes glanced at everyone. Suddenly, it grinned and revealed its sharp fangs. Its expression was ferocious and terrifying. It then turned and charged at the group. Buzz. The middle-aged woman attacked. A long, colorful ribbon rose into the air, emitting a terrifying aura. Colorful light overflowed, and with the unique power of an alchemy weapon, it instantly attacked the demonic shadow. The demonic shadow roared and let out a sky-shaking roar. Endless black light surrounded its body, and it also attacked fiercely. Boom! The energy collided, causing a sky-shaking explosion. The void twisted and trembled. The two were actually evenly matched. Everyone's expression changed. They had just entered, and they had already encountered such a powerful existence. The middle-aged woman was at the peak of the Zephyr realm and was only one step away from the master level. Such a powerful existence, even with her alchemy weapon, could not kill the demonic shadow. And the most terrifying thing was that the demonic shadow caught the alchemy weapon with its bare hands. Such power was shocking. Pung! The pill weapon trembled and blossomed with multicolored light. The beautiful middle-aged woman held it in her hand and danced gracefully like a fairy. It was a sight to behold, but at the same time, it was filled with boundless killing intent. Each beam of multicolored light was like a sharp blade that emitted a cold light and a threatening killing intent. Roar! The demonic shadow's roar shook the sky. Its huge body attacked and shattered the colorful lights. It was an intense confrontation. The demonic shadow's big hand shook, and black light surrounded it. It was like a palm print that covered the sky. The sky instantly darkened. The palm print fell from the sky, and a terrifying aura swept out. As the palm fell, the void trembled. It was an extremely terrifying attack. Buzz! The pill weapon trembled. Under the middle-aged woman's control, it blossomed with streaks of dazzling colors. It tore open the dark void and defied the heavens. Boom! The void trembled as intense collisions rang out continuously, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. This was an extremely powerful existence. Even a peak-level Zephyr realm expert controlling an alchemy weapon could not suppress it. The two continued to fight fiercely, causing explosions. Roar! The more the demonic shadow fought, the stronger it became. Its might was boundless. Black light swirled around it, making it look like a real demon. Its attacks also became fiercer and fiercer. Even the beautiful middle-aged woman with a pill weapon was unable to completely suppress it. How could this be? Normally, when I come in, although there is danger, I won't immediately encounter such a powerful existence. Looking at the powerful demonic figure, the four women paled. Previously, they had been able to go deeper, but now, as soon as they entered, they encountered such a powerful existence. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves. The middle-aged woman had consumed a lot of energy to control the pill weapon, and she was gradually losing ground. How could this be? Zichun was also dumbfounded. The token in his hand flickered. Even though they knew that there was an inheritance here, with such a powerful demonic figure guarding it, how could they obtain it? Even the middle-aged woman was no match for it. So who could enter? Pung! After another 100 moves, the middle-aged woman was sent flying. At the same time, the demonic shadow struck out a sky-covering palm print. Black light swirled around it, and it slammed towards Zichun and the others. The silvery-white world suddenly turned pitch black. It was as if rolling demonic chi was lingering, covering the heavens and earth. Surging killing intent wreaked havoc everywhere. The demonic shadow wanted to kill everyone. Amitabha. Monk chanted the name of Buddha. His body shone with golden light. The Buddhist protective divine art reappeared. At the same time, he pointed a finger at the sky. The golden finger print went against the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. At the same time, Zichun also swung his fist. Boundless golden light shone around him as he struck out a resplendent punch. The other four Zephyr Realm women also did not want to be outdone. They struck out hazy attacks like endless moonlight surging. Boom! The palm print fell, destroying all the energy attacks. At the same time, a strong force struck and sent the 6 people flying. Like a kite with a broken string, the 6 people continued to fly backward. During this time, several people vomited blood. The monk, who was known to have the strongest defense, also had the protective golden light around him shattered in an instant. The demonic shadow stood between heaven and earth. He was powerful and terrifying. His blood-red eyes swept across the crowd, flashing with cold lightning. Pung! The more he fought, the stronger he became. He seemed to have endless magical power. His attacks became stronger and stronger. Once again, he sent the middle-aged woman flying. One was getting stronger, and the other was getting weaker. The gap between the two sides was getting bigger and bigger. Everyone, retreat quickly, the middle-aged woman shouted. Obviously, this time, she encountered the demonic shadow, which was beyond her expectations. She was no match for him. Boom! The terrifying attack fell again. The boundless aura had already locked onto the crowd. They could not escape even if they wanted to. The next moment, everyone vomited blood. The demonic shadow's aura became stronger. His blood-red eyes became more blazing. It was as if there were two materialized red lights shooting out. The sharp killing intent reappeared. This time, his hands moved together as if he was performing some kind of mysterious seal. The sky was filled with black light. The silver space instantly became incomparably dark. One could not even see their own fingers. His aura was strong and fierce. At this moment, he was more like a high and mighty demon god, making everyone feel small. As the world was completely shrouded, there was no trace of light. Everyone felt that their vitality was draining away. This was an extremely strange scene. The world was pitch black, as if doomsday had arrived. There was no light, and there was no vitality. It was dead silent. Even the vitality of everyone was being forcibly sucked away by an inexplicable existence. The few of them had never encountered such a thing before. The constant loss of their life force caused them to be both shocked and terrified. During this period of time, they continuously struck out with their energy, but it was to no avail. Not even the slightest ripple could be seen. Instead, their life force was being lost even faster. What kind of technique is this? Why can't we even strike out energy? Everyone's expression changed. The energy they struck out was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was not even a trace of light. The dazzling light on everyone's body disappeared. It was as if they had arrived in a world without light. The loss of vitality made everyone panic. At this moment, even the elixir weapons were silent. There was no light coming out. Suddenly, two red lights appeared in the pitch-black space. They were like rubies, shining brightly. This was the only light in the darkness. It was emitted from Zichen's side. It was like a materialized light, going against the sky and piercing through the firmament. When the blood-red light appeared, although there was no surge of energy, it brought about an extraordinary effect. It was like two sharp blades, cutting open the pitch-black space. The world was restored to its silver color once again. Everyone's vision was restored. Other than feeling weak, they did not feel uncomfortable anymore. A blood-curdling scream rang out in the next moment. The powerful black figure seemed to be in low spirits, as if he had been severely injured. His blood-red eyes were filled with fear as he looked in Zichen's direction, as if he had seen a ghost from the underworld. The devil ape appeared on Zichen's shoulder. Its body was surrounded by black light, and blood-red lightning flashed in its blood-red eyes. Just now, it had broken open the pitch-black space and saved everyone. The devil ape was only the size of a fist, but at this moment, it was emitting a powerful aura. It was as tall as a giant, causing people to feel fear. Its eyes were like lightning, flashing with blood-red light. It was cold and emotionless. It looked at the demonic shadow like a king looking at its subjects. The huge demonic shadow was comparable to thousands of little fellows. But when it was stared at by the devil ape, its face was filled with fear. It let out terrified screams that pierced people's eardrums. Pong! In the next moment, something strange happened. The demonic shadow collapsed and turned into black light. It slowly dissipated, leaving behind a ball of pitch-black energy. It seemed to be the original body of the demonic shadow. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from the pitch-black energy, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The demonic shadow dissipated, but the ball of energy was more like another demonic shadow. The devil ape stood on Zichen's shoulder. Its eyes flashed red as it opened its small mouth and inhaled. It was as if it was swallowing the world, as if it was sucking in hundreds of rivers into the sea. The surrounding spiritual energy, as well as the pitch-black energy, were all sucked into the devil ape's stomach. This scene shocked everyone. Even the middle-aged woman was in disbelief. Such a terrifying energy. Its size alone was dozens of times the size of the little fellow, but it was swallowed by the little fellow, and it looked like it was enjoying it. Before this, It had put on an arrogant look, but after swallowing the energy into its stomach, it smacked its lips and returned to its original self. It squeaked and waved its little fists at Zichun, putting on an arrogant look as if it was saying, "Am I not very strong?" Zichun touched the little fellow's head with a smile. The latter looked like it was enjoying itself. It squinted its eyes and rubbed its head against Zichun. Everyone was speechless. A moment ago, it was a strong cultivator. The next moment, it became a little cutie. When everyone looked at the little fellow again, it had changed. Tyrant's eyes were blazing with passion. Unfortunately, Zichun would never give up such a mystical item. Even if he brought up the righteousness of the human race and the existence of the giant sin, it was of no use. Buzz. In Zichun's hand, a red light flashed. The token suddenly changed. It rose into the air and spewed out flames like fire dragons, rushing in all directions. Previously, the token had been trembling, and at this moment, it was undergoing a change. The fire dragons rushed out with a strange fluctuation, causing the void to tremble. It was like the power of the rules. Then, the space was fixed, making this place more like the real world. Then, the token fell from the sky, surrounded by flames. At this moment, Zichun sensed a golden path again. The path was twisted and led to the depths. "There is indeed a path," Zichun said with surprise. The others were also excited. Zichun held the token in his hand and sensed the golden path in it. Then, he led everyone into the depths. Along the way, the dangers they encountered were much less. They were easily dealt with and slowly entered the depths. The void trembled. A sharp blade appeared in the sky with a terrifying murderous intent. It fell on everyone's heads. Chapter 393. Bang! The colorful ribbon flew up into the sky, carrying the might of a pill weapon. It hit the sharp blade, and a terrifying energy surged, shattering the blade instantly. Under the guidance of the token, the dangers they encountered were much less. Although there were still occasional dangers, some of the attacks were also much weaker, as if they were infinitely weakened. They were able to withstand them easily. The previous encounter with the powerful demonic shadow was proven to be a pure accident. The people from the Moon Pavilion had not ventured in for several months, but under the guidance of Zichun, they had entered the depths in just half an hour. "We can definitely go in." The four women were full of confidence again, whispering to each other. Only the blood-stained white clothes told them about the dangerous battle before. The four of them became very cheerful, surrounding Zichun again, and then asked him where he found the little guy. The power of the little guy had given them a great shock. Even the middle-aged woman showed an expression of disbelief. Zichun smiled, only saying that he picked it up on the road. He did not mention that he was frightened to avoid being teased. Everyone exclaimed, feeling that the heavens were unfair. How could such a powerful existence be picked up on the road? The four women's eyes flickered, expressing their goodwill to exchange for the little guy. Zichun shook his head and smiled, but did not say anything. Immediately, the four women were dissatisfied and said that he was stingy. During this period, the token flew up into the sky from time to time, emitting a fiery light. The power of the rules was surging, like a fire dragon, shaking the space. According to the middle-aged woman, this place used to be a constantly changing space. Due to the appearance of the token, the rules of this place had been changed, causing this space to become completely stable and would no longer change. Furthermore, she was certain that the final destination of the token was this place. Of course, during this period, it was impossible for them to encounter strange things, such as the strange demonic shadow. However, as soon as her voice faded, an overwhelming killing intent appeared, rolling up the sky. Everyone's vision darkened, and another tall demonic shadow appeared. Everyone looked at each other, especially the middle-aged woman, who was embarrassed. The new demonic figure was no different from the previous one. The black figure's blood-red eyes were overflowing with murderous intent. After letting out a roar, the battle began. Mo Ying's strength was very strong. Monstrous magic power surged. The moment he attacked, he sent out a pitch-black palm that pressed down from the sky. Everyone worked together to retreat, but after a fierce battle, they were all suppressed. At this moment, against the demonic shadow, all moves were useless. The demonic shadow used brute force to break brute force. No matter how clever the moves were or how powerful the techniques were, he would shatter them with a single palm strike. The monk's strongest defense and Zichen's world speed were rendered useless at this moment. Little fellow, get up quickly. Zichun could only wake up the demonic ape and see if it had any ideas. Squeak, squeak. The little fellow was very sleepy and was very dissatisfied when it was woken up. Its eyes were hazy and it squeaked. However, after it felt the overflowing aura, it became clear-headed. Then, its face was filled with anger as it clenched its little fists. Squeak, squeak. It came out from Zichen's arms and jumped on top of Zichen's head. When it saw the tall demonic figure, it waved its little fists at him, seemingly very dissatisfied. This was a very strange scene. The little guy was only the size of a fist and looked like a pet without any combat power. The demonic shadow, on the other hand, was a huge monster with a terrifying aura surging around its body. However, after seeing the little guy, he felt as if he had seen his own ancestor. Its blood-red eyes suddenly widened and were filled with disbelief. The overflowing aura dissipated in an instant. Moreover, when the little fellow waved its fists at him, his eyes were filled with fear. Squeak, squeak. The little fellow waved its fists and gestured at the demonic figure. It seemed to be very angry, as if it was reprimanding the other party. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not understand what was going on. Why did the powerful demonic figure become dispirited after seeing the little fellow? It was like a mouse that saw a cat. Its eyes were filled with fear as it listened to the little fellow's teachings seriously. It did not dare to refute or even roar. Squeak, squeak. The little fellow was very dissatisfied. It was awakened as soon as it fell asleep. It did not dare to get angry at Zichun and could only vent its anger at the demonic figure. Its little finger pointed at the demonic figure's head as it made a squeaking sound and cursed in pain. The demonic figure's head instantly drooped down like a child who had done something wrong. And because it was tall, the little fellow had to raise its head, so the latter squatted down directly. Its huge body almost touched Zichun, making him shudder, but the little fellow did not care. Its little finger was almost on the demonic figure's nose. It was a reprimand, as if it wanted to pour out all the grievances it had suffered from Zichun and let the other party bear it. The several people looked at each other and were all dumbfounded. Was this demonic figure really the powerful existence from before? Why was it reprimanded by the little fellow as if it was worse than a dog? Looking at it, it was really like an ancestor reprimanding a junior. This reprimand lasted for half an hour. The demonic figure was on the verge of collapse. There were several times when its body almost collapsed, but it was sternly stopped by the little fellow. Another quarter of an hour later, the demonic figure completely collapsed. Ignoring the little fellow's stern warning, the black light around its body finally exploded and turned into a dark energy. Zichun and the others were dumbfounded again. They never expected this result. Swoosh. The little fellow opened its little mouth and swallowed the energy that the demonic figure turned into. It smacked its lips and jumped back again. It no longer reprimanded the demonic figure like before. Instead, it was like an obedient baby and drilled into Zichen's arms. Zichun, what kind of little fellow did you get? Everyone had this question in their hearts, and there was deep envy in their eyes. At this moment, Monk could no longer remain calm. His eyes flashed as if he was thinking of something. Apart from the demonic figure, they did not encounter any other fatal threats. However, along the way, Zichun and the others also encountered several demonic figures. They were naturally no match for them in fierce battles, so they could only call out the little fellow and let it deal with them. The little fellow was very angry and reprimanded them. It seemed to be very interested in it before, but after it destroyed 2 demonic figures in a row, it completely lost interest. When the third demonic figure appeared, a strange red light flashed in its eyes, and the third demonic figure collapsed in an instant. Everyone was shocked again. This should be a kind of eye technique, very similar to the legendary Delusion Breaker eye, which can see through all nothingness and illusory things. Just like the heavenly eye that human experts can master when they cultivate to a certain level, the middle-aged beautiful woman, who was experienced and knowledgeable, finally spoke out her guess. Zichun was very surprised. The little fellow showed another kind of divine ability that made him envious. However, he could not communicate with the little fellow, so even if he was envious of these divine abilities, he could not obtain them. Moreover, every time he asked about these things, the little fellow seemed to be absent-minded, looking left and right. Obviously, it did not want to teach Zichun such a wonderful technique. This made Zichun so angry that the roots of his teeth itched. He was thinking about how to use these techniques. A few hours later, everyone's eyes lit up and they finally walked out. Under the ripples of space, they walked out of a space and into another space. Amitabha. In the empty space, a Buddhist chant suddenly sounded, shaking the entire space, and there was a strange fluctuation in it. This voice sounded in everyone's hearts, making them feel like they had been enlightened, seen through the suffering of the world, converted to Buddhism, put down the butcher's knife, and became a Buddha on the spot. "You damn monk, why are you chanting Buddhist chants?" Zichun said in a cold voice. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable, and he was innately repelled by it. Moreover, he was instantly awake. On his shoulder, the little fellow became even more restless, squeaking. And beside them, other than Xiaoya, the other three all had peaceful expressions. It was as if they had followed that Buddhist chant and entered another world. There was no fighting there, only peace and tranquility. Looking at the monk, his eyes were unprecedentedly solemn, as if he was facing a great enemy. "Wake up!" the monk suddenly shouted, his voice like a great bell. It was like the roar of a Buddhist lion, but also like the six-syllable mantra, causing the void to shake once more. It was like a wake-up call to him, waking him up from his obsession in an instant. "What's going on?" I. The three of them woke up and looked around. Their eyes were filled with confusion, and it took them a moment to wake up. "Just what happened? I seem to have gone to another world." No one said anything, because in the next moment, they all understood what had happened. At some point in time, a bald monk had appeared in front of them. He was wearing a kasaya and looked extremely old. His palms were placed together, and he looked very dignified. There was a benevolent smile on his face, and his golden eyes were looking at the crowd. There was a strange light flickering in them. "Wake up!" the monk shouted again. His voice shook their hearts, pulling them back to reality. "You old bald donkey, what are you doing?" Zichun was furious. He had almost fallen for the monk's trick the second time. Looking into the eyes of the bald donkey, it was as if he saw a reincarnation, and the fate of reincarnation was to convert to Buddhism. Boom! Zichun punched out, and the golden light was dazzling. His aura changed drastically, and when he punched out, it was as if there was only one punch left in the world. The punch was extremely powerful, and the monk's figure disappeared instantly. But just as the fist light passed through, he appeared again, as benevolent as before. Squeak, squeak. The little fellow also became anxious, waving its little paws to grab the monk. In the next moment, a black light appeared, and the monk's figure disappeared again, but soon appeared again. This was an extremely strange scene. The monk was like an illusion, and they couldn't attack him. "Close your eyes and calm your mind. This should be an illusion," the middle-aged woman said and closed her eyes. Amitabha. But the Buddhist chant rang out again, shaking their hearts. It made them feel like they were enlightened, and they had the urge to convert to Buddhism. Furthermore, after the first Buddhist chant, another Buddhist chant rang out. This old monk was not done yet. "Old bald donkey," Zichun shouted. He formed a seal with his hands and punched out a powerful attack, but he couldn't hit the monk at all. Squeak, squeak. The little fellow was also furious. Its aura surged, and its blood-red eyes became solid. There seemed to be a strange energy in it. Chapter 394. Clang, clang. Two beams of red light shot out from the demonic ape's scarlet eyes. They were like two sharp blades that emitted a clanging sound. This was the delusion breaker eye. It could pierce through the void and see through all illusions. It was perfect to deal with the old monk's current state. Amitabha. The old monk put his palms together and chanted Buddha's name. Golden light flickered around his body. Just one chant could make people want to convert. He was definitely an accomplished monk. Wong. The void trembled and ripples appeared. Just as the red light was about to slash down, a golden light shield emitted a resplendent golden light and protected the old monk. This was a Buddhist defensive divine art, known as the strongest defense in the world. On the surface of the light shield, golden runes revolved and jumped around the shield. The old monks sat cross-legged and chanted sutras. Their chants were like the sound of the great Tao, resonating with the runes. It was also the strongest defense, but the old monk was much more proficient in it than the evil good monk. The old monk and the runes had almost merged into one. In addition to the runes becoming more lively and lively, the chanting old monks were also glowing, as if they were real monks who had achieved the Tao. They were like living experts, not imprints caused by battle skills. Looking at the old monk on the light shield, Zichun was stunned. His expression kept changing because no matter how he looked at it, the chanting old monk looked the same as the old monk in front of him. They were like the same person. This defensive divine art couldn't have been created by him, right? Zichun was dumbfounded. His face was filled with disbelief. He seriously suspected that this was an accomplished monk with great fame. Clang, clang. The solidified red light slashed on the light shield, emitting clanging sounds. Golden light flickered and runes flickered, neutralizing this inexplicable power. In the end, the red light dissipated. The delusion breaker I couldn't break through the strongest defense. The old monk was fine. During this time, Zichun sent out several more attacks. Just like before, they couldn't hit the old monk. The old monk seemed to only be wary of the little fellow's delusion breaker eye. Apart from that, he was switching between reality and illusion. Of course, what angered Zichun the most was that the old monk had never looked at him. Old bald donkey, if you have the ability, then show yourself and fight. What kind of ability are you hiding like this? Zichun bellowed and shot out thousands of golden rays. They were like sharp blades, slicing towards the monk, but it was still useless. Amitabha. At this moment, a brilliant light flashed and the figures of the old monks appeared again. There were dozens of them, and all of them looked the same. They surrounded Zichun and the evil good monk. These are Arhat avatars. Seeing these old monks, evil good monk exclaimed in surprise. Amitabha, Namo Amitabha. The dozens of old monks put their palms together and chanted scriptures. Golden runes jumped, forming Buddhist characters that sealed this world. This was a profound Buddhist scripture that had the ability to turn people into Buddhas. It could bring people back to paradise, and from then on, they would be free from calamities. This is an ancient Buddhist scripture. Evil good monk was stunned for a while. Then he was overjoyed as if he had found a treasure. It was indeed a treasure to be able to hear an old monk chanting ancient scriptures. Of course, it was more appropriate to call it an opportunity. He was a Buddha to begin with, so he wasn't afraid of being converted at all. At this moment, he sat down cross-legged and chanted along with the old monks. The Buddhist characters jumped and formed an inexplicable power. They were actually working together to convert Zichun. You damned monk, you traitor! Zichun was furious. His soul was greatly impacted. The Buddhist chants lingered. Even if he covered his ears, they still rang in his heart. The Buddhist chants were like a blow to the head, enlightening people and making them see through the world of mortals, understanding life and death, and making them want to convert. Boom! The aura around Zichun's body surged even more. He attacked with boundless battle skills, but unfortunately, he couldn't even hit the avatars. It was as if he had hit an illusion. It was like the enemy was in the dark while you were in the light. No matter how you attacked, you couldn't hit the enemy. Instead, the enemy could hit you. Clang, clang. During this period, the clanging sounds kept coming. The little guy used the delusion breaker eye from time to time, but every old guy could use a protective divine skill. This Arhat avatar was obviously an extraordinary battle skill. Zichun, this is the inheritance of Buddhism. You should leave quickly, or you will be converted. At this moment, a voice came from afar. It was the middle-aged beauty who kindly reminded him. They had just retreated and weren't blocked by the Buddhist light. Moreover, they were no longer in danger of being converted. At this moment, they were standing in the distance. Inheritance. Zichun was stunned. He looked at the good and evil monk again. His whole body was shining, and he looked dignified. He was muttering to himself with a satisfied face. Obviously, he had gained a lot. Yes, this should be the inheritance of Buddhism. You should leave quickly, or you will be converted, the middle-aged beauty said. No, I can't leave. Since it's an inheritance, I will also get it. Zichun shook his head, his eyes shining. He had fought with the monks several times and had long been jealous of the monk's Buddhist divine skill. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, he naturally wouldn't miss it. If he missed such an opportunity, he would definitely be struck by lightning. Are you crazy? That's the inheritance of Buddhism. You're not a monk. How can you get it unless you want to be converted? Even if I don't get converted, I can get it. Zichun was stubborn. Then, he sat down cross-legged and stopped fighting with the old monk. But before that, he threw the little guy out. He persisted and didn't let himself be converted. At the same time, he tried his best to sense everything in the Buddhist word. This was an ancient Buddhist scripture. It was broad and profound. Zichun just sensed it and felt like he had entered a huge ocean. All kinds of profound truths appeared. Golden light shone as far as the eye could see. It was like a golden world. Moreover, ancient Buddhist words filled the sky and formed this world. Monks, arhats, baldis, and so on. All of them were sitting cross-legged and chanting scriptures. It was as if they were chanting Buddhist principles. Every time they opened their mouths, ancient words would appear. If one didn't convert to Buddhism and wanted to comprehend Buddhism, it would be harder than ascending to heaven. It was as if there were endless shackles on one's body. One's spiritual sense and perception were reduced by dozens of times. One could only see the ancient words, but not understand the meaning. Although this feeling could be cancelled with a thought, Zichun obviously didn't want to convert to Buddhism. So, he could only sense everything vaguely. 6 syllables Sanskrit mantra, Buddhist protective divine skill. Where are you? In the golden world full of monks, Zichun shouted. He wasn't greedy and didn't insist on comprehending all the Buddhist divine skills. He only wanted 2, but they were the strongest, especially the 6 syllables Sanskrit mantra, which had long been lost. Ma. Suddenly, the sound of chanting came into Zichun's ears, shaking his soul. This is the 6 syllables Sanskrit mantra. Zichun looked in the direction of the sound and found a monk sitting on a futon. His body was shining with golden light, and the scripture he was chanting was the first syllable of the 6 syllables Sanskrit mantra. Beside him were 5 futons, but there were only 5 vague figures. Vaguely, Zichun could hear the other 5 syllables Sanskrit mantra. In the distance, the people of the Moon Pavilion were stunned. Zichun was really comprehending the Buddhist inheritance. His body was shining with golden light, and he looked solemn. He can't have been converted, right? The woman with the big eyes said. At the moment, Zichun's state was very wrong. He looked solemn and golden, like an eminent monk who was only missing a bald head. Look, behind him, there's a figure. Another cry of alarm sounded. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a vague Buddha figure suddenly appear behind Zichun. It looked solemn, with its hands together and chanting scriptures. Oh no, Zichun is converting. The Buddha's silhouette gradually became clearer and became a real Buddha standing behind Zichun. Zichun's body became even more solemn and dignified. At the same time, he put his palms together. In the golden world, Zichun's pupils shrank. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at the other 5 futons. If he guessed correctly, the 5 light figures should be the other 5 syllables of the 6 syllables Sanskrit mantra. However, they were illusory and vague. He could only hear the 5 syllables Sanskrit mantra. Zichun was unwilling. He didn't know if he couldn't see clearly because he hadn't converted, or if the good and evil monk couldn't see clearly, so he wanted to see and listen carefully. Unknowingly, he was fully immersed in it. In the outside world, the image of the Buddha became more and more realistic. Buzz. Suddenly, a trembling sound came from Zichun's heart. Lei Yuan was trembling, and a strange wave surged, waking Zichun up. Zichun instantly woke up. He was scared and broke out in cold sweat. He thought to himself, Buddhism is really not simple. I almost fell for it. After that, Zichun calmed down and felt the Ma syllables. When there was danger, Lei Yuan would remind him. Boom. In the outside world, while the people of the Moon Pavilion were dumbfounded, endless golden light surged around Zichen. In the next moment, the Buddha figure was dispersed and replaced by another golden body. It was Zichen's shadow. At the same time, Zichen sensed the true Ma sound. It was only a single syllable, but when Zichen tried to sense it, he felt a vast expanse. There was a saying in Buddhism that if one comprehended the 6 syllables mantra, one could destroy and become invincible in the world. But just one Ma syllable made Zichen feel that it was vast. He might not be able to fully comprehend it in his lifetime. It was simply a pipe dream to fully comprehend the 6 syllables mantra. Today, by chance and coincidence, he was able to learn the Ma word mantra. It was truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. This was known as the strongest mantra in the Buddhist sect. However, Zichen didn't continue to comprehend it. Instead, he continued to move forward, wanting to find the Buddhist protective divine skill. On the highest futon, Zichen saw the old monk. He was chanting scriptures, but in addition to the ancient scriptures, there was also a Buddhist protective divine skill. The good and evil monk was sitting cross-legged below, listening quietly like a disciple. Zichen rushed in. Although the golden light was dazzling, he was like a demon god. He didn't fit in here. Buddhist protective divine skill. Zichen looked at the chanting old monk with a face full of anticipation. Ma. But at this moment, the sound of the 6 syllables rang out, shaking the sky. The whole golden world trembled as if it was about to collapse. The good and evil monk, who was originally calm, suddenly looked up and saw Zichen. Then, his solemn expression instantly became ferocious. Chapter 395. Zichen's rash intrusion made him look like a demon. He was incompatible with the golden world. Furthermore, he had forcibly obtained the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra, which was considered blasphemy against Buddhism. The old monk was enraged. Naturally, he would not allow him to obtain the other inheritances. A single 6 syllables mantra caused the golden world to collapse. The good and evil monk, who had reached the critical moment of his inheritance, roared in anger. He wanted nothing more than to eat Zichen alive. The golden world collapsed, and the sky was filled with golden light. The chanting Buddhas turned into golden light and disappeared. Zichen tried his best to catch a ray of golden light. Finally, his figure disappeared with the golden world. Zichen, you destroyed my legacy, so I'll end your life. The dignified monk opened his eyes. He was completely enraged, and his face was filled with malice. His inheritance had been interrupted, and his heavenly opportunity was gone. He was about to die from anger. He took large strides forward and grabbed Zichen by the neck. He exerted great force, and golden light flickered as he tried to strangle Zichen to death. You damned monk. Just now, you almost converted me together with that old bald donkey. I'll kill you too. Zichen opened his eyes as a look of pleasant surprise flashed across them. He also put on a ferocious look and refused to be outdone. He grabbed the monk's neck with a backhand grip. With the perfect body providing energy, Zichen also used great strength. After that, the two of them started fighting. Bang, bang. This was a complete hand-to-hand battle, as if they were fighting like ruffians. Pung 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 sounds rang out continuously. Neither of them held back, using almost all of their strength. Golden light flickered as they exchanged blows. The golden world collapsed, and the old monk faded away. However, as he did, he gave Zichen an unwilling look, and his eyes were filled with rage. The fact that Zichen was able to make an eminent monk show anger on his face showed that he had done something that would incur the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Bang, bang. The two wrestled together, exchanging blows back and forth. Pong-pong noises were released from their heads and faces, triggering trembling sounds. Give me back my inheritance, you damned thing. You damned bald donkey. You want to convert me? I want you to die too. You little thing, you've ruined my plans time and time again. Are you my nemesis? I'm going to kill you so that you won't ruin my plans in the future. You damned monk. You've caused trouble for me several times before and even wanted to convert me. I'm going to destroy you so that I won't be ambushed in the future. The two of them fought fiercely, creating loud sounds, but their mouths were not idle either. In the distance, the woman from the moonlight pavilion was completely dumbfounded. Are they really monks? Why are they like this? The bashful Xiao Yu also opened her eyes wide as she looked at the two of them. It was understandable that Zichun would shoot his mouth off. After all, he had killed many people and behaved in an unrestrained manner. However, the good and evil monk was a monk. He had always looked kind and benevolent, like an enlightened monk. At this moment, he was actually so fierce and foul-mouthed. This really surprised her. Didn't you hear? Zichun cut off his inheritance. He must be mad. He's not usually like this, the woman with the big eyes said. The two of them were fighting fiercely. Moreover, they were both angry. They did not dare to go forward and stop them. Moreover, it was also an honor to see two famous experts fighting in a different way. They could not wait to watch a show. My Buddhist inheritance, the Buddhist 6 syllables inheritance, the Buddhist protective divine skill, and the Arhat clone inheritance were all destroyed by you. You've harmed so many people. Why don't you go and kill yourself? The monk shouted hysterically. His palm struck towards Zichun's head. With a bang, a large amount of golden light shook. You deserve it. Who asked you to set me up and convert me? With so many inheritances gone, what's the point of living in this world? You might as well go and kill yourself. Zichun was not to be outdone. He struck towards the monk's face. He was very good at slapping faces. He kept slapping the monk's mouth, but with the golden light blocking, he could not hit him at all. You're the one who broke my inheritance. I'll make you pay with your life. My 6 syllables inheritance was destroyed by you just like that. Bullsh *T. The 6 syllables inheritance only has 1 syllable. The other 5 syllables are illusory. How dare you lie to me? Go to hell. My Arhat clone can split into millions of Arhats. Each of them has the strength of the original body, but it was destroyed by you. You're full of shit. Only the Arhat golden body can do that. Clones don't have it at all. The two of them attacked. Golden light flashed and a loud bang sounded. The people who were watching from afar were speechless, especially the monk. He had revealed his true nature today. He had become fierce and evil. He had become a real evil monk. Zichun really got the inheritance. Following the conversation between the two, the crowd received an incredible piece of news. Not only did Zichun get the inheritance, but he also got one of the 6 syllables inheritance. Moreover, he seemed to have gotten the Arhat clone. This kind of opportunity was shocking. But thinking about how Zichun was almost converted, it was like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Even if he got the inheritance, it was not easy. These two fought for a long time, but they are not injured at all. Their physical bodies are too strong. What physical body? Junior sister, why don't you just say that they are thick-skinned? Bang. In the end, the devil ape attacked and trapped the monk with a black light. Zichun took the opportunity to throw a punch and sent the monk flying. But the monk was not injured. Zichun could not break through his strongest defense. Squeak. The devil ape jumped onto Zichun's shoulder and kept jumping. It waved its fist at the monk as if mocking him. It still remembered the day when the monk said that it was a great sin. Idiot, I've almost got the inheritance. I didn't lose much. I just didn't like you and wanted to beat you up. The monk came forward and returned to normal. He was just laughing in his heart. This damn bald donkey, I'm afraid he doesn't know that I got something else besides the 6 syllables inheritance. Zichun also sneered. He had a plan in mind. The two of them walked together again with ulterior motives. They looked at each other and smiled as if they had forgotten what had just happened. The people of Moon Pavilion were dumbfounded again. The speed of the twos falling out was not slower than that of women. Just a moment ago, they looked like they hated each other, but soon, they walked together and almost put their arms around each other's shoulders like good brothers. Let's continue. Maybe there are other inheritances. A few women of Moon Pavilion came forward. Zichun nodded. Everyone moved forward again. Along the way, they did not encounter any danger. Swoosh. However, He did not walk for long before a sharp killing intent appeared. A hazy sword chi appeared between heaven and earth, emitting a brilliant silver light. Like a piece of silk, it descended from the sky and slashed towards Zichun. Zichun sensed the danger in his heart. Golden light flashed under his feet, and he quickly reappeared, dodging the attack. Bang! The next moment, the sword chi landed on the ground with a loud explosion. A crack appeared on the ground and kept spreading. Zichun's expression changed as he looked forward. A hazy figure appeared. It seemed to be formed by endless moonlight. She held a long sword in her hand and fell from the sky. It was a hazy woman. Her white robe danced in the wind, and the long sword in her hand seemed to be condensed by moonlight. A pair of cold eyes glanced at Zichun through the hazy moonlight. There was a murderous intent in her eyes. Swoosh! The next moment, the hazy figure moved again. The long sword in her hand flashed and a sharp sword chi appeared, pointing at Zichun's forehead. Zichun showed his extreme speed and dodged again. Buzz! But the sword chi vibrated. The next moment, thousands of sword chi appeared, each with infinite murderous intent, and slashed at Zichun. How can this be? Zichun's expression changed. The thousands of sword chi were all filled with murderous intent. He could not tell which was real and which was fake. He could only retreat quickly to avoid the attack of the thousands of sword chi. Swoosh! 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 But it was not over yet. The hazy woman waved her long sword and slashed again. The hazy light flashed and formed a sword net. It was filled with a terrifying aura and pressed down on Zichun again. Why me? Zichun bellowed in anger, unwilling to accept the result. There were many people here, and they were all together. But the hazy woman did not seem to see them. She only chased after Zichun. She was strong and her battle skills were terrifying. She attacked with brilliant lights, and each of her attacks was a killing move. But the woman from the Light Moon Pavilion and the evil good monk were not hurt at all. Boom! The surging energy swept and Zichun was sent flying. He was furious. If it was not for the fact that the opponent was a woman, he would have cursed. She was too much of a bully. She only attacked him. At least she attacked the monk. That way, he could feel better. Boom! The opponent was too strong. Zichun was no match for her. He kept retreating. If he was too slow, his life would be in danger. Haha, Zichun, this is what you get for being greedy. This should be another kind of inheritance. She was afraid that you would steal it, so she threw you out first. The evil good monk guffawed. He seemed to have guessed something and was very happy. The hazy woman attacked and forced Zichun to retreat dozens of miles. The monk's laughter echoed between heaven and earth. He seemed to be gloating. You deserve it. Who asked you to be greedy? He laughed. He was so happy that Zichun was being chased. After forcing Zichun to retreat 50 miles, the hazy woman returned. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a moon fairy. However, when she saw the evil good monk, her eyes turned sharp again. Umadba, this poor monk is a monk and has long been a monk. He has abstained from anger and greed. He will not do anything despicable. Female benefactor, you can rest assured. The monk put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Together with his big belly, the monk looked like an enlightened monk. The monk thought that his character was good, but he did not expect that the hazy woman would not fall for it. Swoosh! The long sword flashed and killing intent appeared again. She attacked the monk very decisively. How was this a woman? Many men could not be compared to such a ruthless style. Umadba, this monk. After dodging the sword chi, the monk wanted to defend himself, but he was greeted with more sword chi attacks. The monk was helpless and could only retreat. Haha, damn monk. So, this day has come for you. This time, it was Zichun who laughed. You wicked guy. You still want to deceive the fairy. You deserve it. Zichun gloated and laughed. He watched as the monk was forced to retreat 50 miles and was not far away from him. Finally, the hazy woman returned and shot out a hazy light that surrounded the five of them. It was as if there was endless moonlight surging and blocking everything. The people of Moon Pavilion were receiving the inheritance. Chapter 396. The monk had been chased for 25 miles. He wasn't far from Zichun. "Hey, bald donkey." Zichun laughed and greeted the monk. "Oomph." The monk snorted and turned his head. 25 miles away, the world was hazy. The people of the Moonlight Pavilion were all receiving the inheritance. This was a long process. "Hey, bald donkey, do you think we've encountered a Buddhist inheritance? Moonlight Pavilion's inheritance? Will it be my Lightning Clan's inheritance next?" asked Zichun out of boredom. The monk didn't say anything, but a strange light flashed in his eyes. Zichun coveted the Buddhist inheritance and snatched their battle skills. When he fought with Zichun, some of Zichun's battle skills were also incomparably coveted existences in the monk's eyes. Half a day passed, but the inheritance still hadn't ended. Zichun might as well cultivate. Ma. This was a 6-syllable mantra. The monk jumped in fright. He turned to look at Zichun, extremely unwilling. This was a Buddhist inheritance, but it was actually obtained by an outsider. Ma. Zichun spoke once more. Unfortunately, it was just a single syllable. There was no strange fluctuation, nor was there any strange power of a mantra. Ma, ma, ma. He spoke again and again, but it was still the same. There was no effect. It was just a single syllable. There was no fluctuation at all. Haha. Seeing Zichun's strange appearance, the monk was relieved. He laughed loudly, his face full of disdain and ridicule. Ma. Zichun continued speaking. "What a joke, Zichun. Is this the 6-syllable mantra? Haha." The monk laughed loudly, the muscles on his face trembling. A 6-syllable mantra was broad and profound. Just a single syllable was boundless. It was clearly unrealistic for Zichun to want to comprehend it in a short period of time. Furthermore, Zichun's mantra was hazy and unclear. He needed time to comprehend it. And Zichun had sensed that the lightning youth hadn't comprehended a 6-syllable mantra. "Haha, Zichun, are you trying to make a joke in front of me because I'm bored? Very well, you've succeeded. Haha." The monk laughed. "Bald donkey, pay attention to your status." Zichun's face darkened and his voice was very cold. The monk didn't care. In any case, he no longer acted like a monk in front of Zichun. He was still laughing and mocking him. Zichun simply closed his eyes and stopped studying the 6-syllable mantra. Instead, he turned to study another Buddhist divine ability. This was what Zichun had obtained when the Golden World was collapsing. It was called the Arhat Doppelganger, and it could create thousands of doppelgangers. When comprehended to the highest level, one could achieve the golden body of Arhat. This was the only doppelganger, and it had the same combat power as the original. The golden-bodied Arhat was definitely one of the top divine abilities in Buddhism. Buzz. Golden light flashed around Zichun's body, dazzling. As Zichun cultivated, the monk laughed for a while. Feeling that it was meaningless, he stopped laughing and just stared at Zichun. In the next moment, the monk's eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. He saw that Zichun's body was flashing with golden light, and his whole person gave off an ethereal feeling. In an instant, he entered a deep level of enlightenment. The monk's eyes widened, completely dumbfounded. Swoosh. At this moment, Zichun entered the lightning space and saw the lightning youth. Although the other party's body was still shining with silver light, compared to usual, it was less fierce and more dignified. Did he comprehend the Arhat doppelganger? Zichun was extremely surprised, but it turned into a burst of ecstasy. The lightning youth could comprehend the essence of the true meaning every time. In this case, didn't it mean that the other party had comprehended the golden-bodied Arhat? Zichun's heart was filled with excitement. Obviously, Zichun was happy too early. The lightning youth had only evolved part of his doppelganger, and he hadn't even touched the true meaning. With a flash of light, 2 figures appeared beside him. They were just 2 doppelgangers. As for combat power, Zichun pointed 2 fingers, and 2 golden sword chi instantly pierced through the 2 doppelgangers. They had almost no combat power. However, to be able to comprehend 2 doppelgangers in just a few hours was enough to prove the lightning youth's extraordinariness. Now, what Zichun needed to do was to comprehend. In the outside world, the monk's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. He was still confused about how Zichen could enter a deep level of enlightenment so quickly. But in the next moment, the monk let out a strange cry as if he had seen a ghost. He saw that Zichen's body was flashing with golden light, and in the next moment, two golden lights appeared on his left and right. They were like two phantoms. Although they were blurry, they could be seen with the naked eye. This is the Arhat doppelganger. He actually got the Arhat doppelganger, the monk exclaimed, and to be able to touch the Arhat doppelganger in such a short time. What kind of potential is this? Although it was just two golden lights, the monk couldn't accept it and looked like he had suffered a great blow. In the next moment, he also tried to comprehend the Arhat doppelganger. On both sides of Zichun, golden lights continued to appear, and the phantoms became more and more solid. As for the moonlight pavilion, the hazy moonlight not only did not dissipate, but also became denser. It was obvious that there was still some time before they could completely obtain the inheritance. Squeak, squeak. The demonic ape was very bored. After waking up, it curiously looked at the phantoms on both sides of Zichun, and then waved its little claws to grab at the phantoms. When it was tired, it went back to sleep. The entire space fell silent. In the outside world, many forces had gained a lot. Everywhere they passed, they were like locusts, and not a single blade of grass was left. Some powerhouses' insights and some incomplete skills were even dug away along with the ground. This area was vast and boundless. Clearly, it had been a battlefield in the past. Countless experts had died in the battle. Many of the remnant skills had been left behind by powerful cultivators. Everyone had gained a lot. Even some rogue cultivators had gained a lot. The world within a world. Pong. The hazy moonlight finally exploded, and 5 people appeared. Oh my God, it's the inheritance of the moon. It's incredible. That's the real moonlight. Our moonlight pavilion is about to rise. But unfortunately, I didn't comprehend much. I couldn't comprehend many profound inheritances. They were surprised, but also regretful. Haha, don't be afraid. We have you. The girl named you was very Burmese. She had a stunning appearance and was slightly better than the others. She was the youngest, looking no more than 20 years old. At this moment, her body was surrounded by a layer of hazy moonlight, and she looked very mysterious. In between her eyebrows, there was a mark of a half-moon, shining brightly. This was the mark after inheriting the inheritance of the moon. At first glance, you was like the hazy woman from before, giving off a mysterious feeling. As expected of our moonlight pavilion's moon, you received the inheritance of the moon, which made the others praise her. Let's go and see how they are. After the group returned 50 miles, they were dumbfounded when they saw Zichan and Monk. They saw the two of them sitting cross-legged, cultivating. But it wasn't one figure, but 3. In total, there were 6 figures. This is the Arhat doppelganger. Zichan really learned it, and he even comprehended it. In just half a month, Zichun actually comprehended 2 doppelganger. And they were real figures, no longer hazy. It was reasonable for Monk to comprehend it. After all, he was a Buddhist disciple and had received the complete inheritance. But Zichun could comprehend it in half a month, which was unbelievable. And the few of them realized that Zichen's doppelganger seemed to be clearer than Monk's. Zichen's Arhat doppelganger was stronger than Monk's. How was this possible? The few of them couldn't figure it out. You guys have received the inheritance. Sensing that someone was approaching, Zichen opened his eyes. In an instant, the other 2 Zichun opened their eyes and spoke at the same time. Suddenly, the 3 Zichen's pupils shrank. They jumped up and stared at the hazy woman as if they were facing a great enemy. What do you want? The 3 of them spoke at the same time. The few of them were stunned. Then they laughed. Even the hazy woman revealed a rare smile and revealed her true face. It was you, the shy girl. It's you. Zichun was surprised. He clearly saw the hazy woman just now. You nodded and lowered her head shyly. Why? Did I scare you? The woman with big eyes asked. At this moment, Monk also stood up and looked at you. His eyes were full of surprise. Obviously, he also felt that she had received some kind of inheritance. All of them had received the inheritance, except for Zichun. The latter was very excited. Previously, The ancient corpse said that it was looking for the inheritance of the Thunder tribe. If Zichen's guess was right, it should be here. What kind of inheritance is it? Is it the complete 9 passing thunder or some other shocking battle technique of the Thunder tribe? Zichun was full of expectations. The group moved forward again and soon, they were 50 miles away. However, the super strong warrior of the Thunder tribe didn't appear at all. It was as if there was no inheritance. After 100 miles, they still didn't get anything. How could this be? Zichen's eyes were full of unwillingness. On the other hand, Monk was gloating. He couldn't wait for Zichen to not receive any inheritance. It seems like you're thinking too much. There's no Thunder tribe battle technique here. Monk shouted, causing the woman of Moon Pavilion to look at him in surprise. Buzz. Suddenly, a golden light flashed between Zichen's eyebrows. It was the mark of the Thunder tribe. It suddenly lit up. A golden lightning rushed out from the mark and rushed into the void. The next moment, the void seemed to be pierced through, and another world appeared. A vast power descended from the sky, causing everyone's expression to change instantly. It was like the supreme power of heaven, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Everyone put up a protective light shield, but they still felt extremely uncomfortable. Their movements were hindered, as if they were facing the power of heaven. A sense of powerlessness rose. At this moment, everyone saw something in the other world. It was a statue, shining with silver light and emitting a vast power. There were more than a dozen of them, and they were all different. However, each statue seemed to be a strong warrior, displaying a fierce battle technique. This is the inheritance of the Thunder tribe. Zichen's eyes widened, and his heart was wild with joy. However, before he could step into the other world, he saw a golden light rushing toward the statue in the other world. Boom! At the same time, the golden light struck a terrifying blow, wanting to destroy the statue. Damn bald donkey! Zichun roared. Chapter 397. Seeing the inheritance of the Thunder clan, Tyrant was no longer as greedy as he used to be. He was determined to destroy the statue. Damn bald donkey! Zichun roared. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. However, he was too late. His reaction was too slow. Haha, Zichun. I'll let you experience the feeling of having your inheritance interrupted. Tyrant laughed maniacally. His body shone with golden light as he struck the statue. A surge of energy surged as Tyrant struck with all his might. The entire void trembled. Boom! Before Tyrant's attack landed, a terrifying aura surged from the statue. It was as if the might of the heavens had descended. The terrifying energy engulfed everything and instantly drowned out Tyrant's attack. Tyrant left as quickly as he came. He was directly sent flying out of this world. Furthermore, the protective light shield that he had erected in advance was directly shattered. Tyrant coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale and incomparably shocked. Haha, you wicked monk. Serves you right. It's a pity that I didn't kill you. What a pity. This time, it was Zichen's turn to laugh. His face was filled with schadenfreude. The demon ape was also mocking Tyrant. At the side, the girls from the Moon Pavilion were dumbfounded. The relationship between Zichen and Tyrant was too complicated. It made them dizzy. Along the way, they would believe that the two were friends. However, looking at their behavior now, it was not surprising to say that they were enemies. You wicked monk. Why don't you just die? Zichen shook his head and sighed. He wanted to show off and did not step into the world where the statue was. Tyrant wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was very unwilling that he did not destroy the statue. However, he had another plan, and that was to comprehend the battle techniques of the Thunder clan. Swoosh! He once again turned into a ray of golden light and rushed towards the statue. However, he was quickly sent flying again. He could not enter at all. Tyrant, this is mine. Stop dreaming. Zichen laughed. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. He strode towards the other world. As the light flashed, Zichen entered the world of the statues. He immediately felt a boundless heavenly might. The lightning mark on his forehead flashed, and all the statues lit up. After that, streaks of silver light appeared and filled the entire statue world, protecting Zichun inside. Clearly, Zichun was comprehending the inheritance. The monk closed in once again. He was very unwilling to give up. He launched one attack after another into the void, but to no avail. He was very dejected. Grandmaster, aren't you friends with Zichun? Why are you stopping him from obtaining the inheritance? Yu, who had obtained the moon inheritance, asked in confusion. Friends? We're not friends. The monk turned his head and smiled faintly. He said calmly, in the words of Buddhism, we are fated, but it is also an ill-fated relationship. Buddhism emphasizes karma and retribution. Zichun previously destroyed my inheritance. Now that I'm here to destroy his inheritance, it's also karma. But he didn't do it on purpose. Yu looked at the monk and said seriously, no, he did it on purpose. Everything has a cause and effect. What I pursue is karma. I have no intention of harming others. After saying that, the monk launched another attack into the void. Boom. The void shook and energy rolled, but it still didn't destroy Zichun's inheritance. They were speechless, especially when they saw the serious expression on the monk's face. They didn't know what to say. During this time, the monk launched one attack after another and even threatened to borrow the elixir weapon. This made the people of the Moon Pavilion even more speechless. The middle-aged beauty naturally couldn't lend it to him. They were indebted to Zichun. I don't believe you. Buddhism emphasizes retribution for good and evil. Zichun disregards human life and blasphemes Buddha. How can he safely accept the inheritance? Didn't they say that evil people will be dealt with by evil people? The monk was unwilling to accept this and shouted loudly. His voice rumbled and shook the sky. Ma. However, as soon as his voice fell, a mantra rang out like heavenly thunder. It carried a strange power, appearing from the distance, shaking towards the silver world. Boom. The mantra appeared again and the world Zichun was in collapsed instantly. The inheritance was forcibly interrupted. Zichun fell, and the countless statues also shattered and disappeared. The monk was stunned. He never thought that evil people would be dealt with by evil people. But when he turned his head, he didn't see any evil people. He only saw an old monk standing in the air. The people of the Moon Pavilion were also dumbfounded. The old monk in the air was the one who gave the monk the inheritance. Old bald donkey. The inheritance was interrupted. Zichun roared, his eyes spitting fire. Amitabha, good will be rewarded and evil will be repaid. It's not that there won't be retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come. The old monk put his palms together and gradually disappeared. Retribution, my ass. Give me back my inheritance. Zichun roared. He tapped his foot and shot into the air like a ray of golden light. But before he could reach the old monk, the latter had disappeared without a trace. Haha, good and evil will indeed be repaid. My Buddha is wise and merciful. The monk laughed, gloating. You wicked monk. It's all your fault for breaking my inheritance. Today, I'll send you on your way. Zichun fell from the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Then, he rushed towards the monk with endless killing intent. Boom. Another fierce battle ensued. This time, Zichun was truly enraged, and he attacked fiercely. He was no longer just a sparring partner. He was really going for the kill. The sky trembled and a golden finger fell with a terrifying aura. At the same time, Zichun went forward and punched. The blinding fist light was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. In the distance, the people of the Moon Pavilion were completely stunned. The two were really strange. They were always fighting, but this time, they were even fiercer. Zichun is indeed the strongest monster. He's an unparalleled sky martial artist. He's actually on par with the evil good monk. The monk has mastered several Buddhist grand techniques. He's one realm higher than Zichun, but he can't suppress him. Several people exclaimed, but the two were fighting fiercely. The monk's protective light shield shook several times and rippled. It was almost broken a few times. Swoosh! With a flash of brilliance, two more doppelgangers appeared around Zichun. Each of them threw out a powerful punch towards the monk. The monk was not to be outdone. He used the 6 syllables and destroyed the 2 doppelgangers. At the same time, the power of the 6 syllables collided with Zichen's energy, dyeing it with endless golden light. This battle lasted for several hours. During this period of time, the people from the Moonlight Pavilion were unceasingly trying to mediate the situation. In the end, the battle stopped. The monk's protective light shield was directly broken by Zichun and the demon ape. At the same time, punches fell like raindrops, leaving the monk with a black eye. Zichun also suffered some injuries. One of his eyes was a little swollen. "Monk, if there's a next time, I'll definitely take your life." We'll talk about it when you have the strength." Although the two stopped fighting, they did not stop talking. They were still scolding each other and saying some harsh words. "You wicked bald donkey. Which temple burned the wrong incense and burned you here? Why didn't you say that when you destroyed my inheritance? Good and evil will be repaid. You only have yourself to blame. Even Buddha can't stand it. Bulsh *T Buddha. Don't let me see him. Otherwise, one day, I'll beat him up until he looks like a pig." 2 hours passed. "I can't be bothered with a bald donkey like you." Zichun drank a mouthful of water. His throat was a little dry. Thinking that he had reached the end, he took out the token again. After glancing at it, he was stunned. The golden path was still leading him forward. There was no end. Could it be that there's more inheritance ahead? Zichun's eyes lit up. As for the displeasure of being interrupted, he had already forgotten about it. With the lightning mark, Zichun's speed of receiving the inheritance was not slower than the monk. Even if he was interrupted halfway, he had already comprehended the important things. Let's go. After that, Zichun urged them to rush forward with the token in hand. The people of the Moon Pavilion followed closely. As for the monk, after a slight hesitation, he also followed closely. Following the direction of the golden light, Zichun walked for dozens of miles. Then, he saw a rippling space. It was obviously the exit. Swoosh! Zichun stepped out. The next moment, he closed his eyes. The dazzling brilliance almost blinded him. The people of the Moon Pavilion also came in one after another. Then, they all exclaimed and closed their eyes. It took them a while to adapt. It was a gorgeous space. It was dazzling and emitted 7-colored light. It was like a huge passage that led deep into the distance. Everyone walked to the other side of the passage with curiosity and doubt. During this time, they did not encounter any danger. The passage was only a few miles long. When they reached the end, they all exclaimed. In front of the passage, there was a taiji diagram. One was black and one was white. 2 rays of extreme energy were flowing, emitting brilliant light. Moreover, each ray of light was like a peerless sharp blade, emitting endless murderous intent. The taiji diagram rotated. The light was like a peerless sharp blade, making a sonorous sound. Everyone stopped, not daring to go forward. Such murderous intent, such a sharp light blade, could definitely kill everyone easily. A passage formed by the taiji diagram, full of peerless murderous intent. Behind it is the burial place of the saints? Do we have to go through here? The few women's faces turned pale. Such a peerless murderous intent. Once they got close, they would be instantly turned into ashes. Perhaps even their elixir weapons would be crushed. Moreover, even if they had a strong foundation, they might not be able to pass smoothly. At this moment, the rotating taiji diagram suddenly stopped. The peerless murderous intent also disappeared in an instant. The 2 yin-yang eyes in the yin-yang diagram suddenly lit up. They were like 2 deep passages that led to an unknown place. In the yang-yang school, these 2 passages represented life and death. How should we go in? Through the life gate or the death gate? The few of them looked at Zichun, waiting for him to decide. Since he appeared until now, Zichun had been silent. He did not say a word and was lost in thought. Chapter 398. The taiji diagram stopped spinning, and the 2 yin-yang eyes were extremely deep, like 2 passages. In yin-yang, the 2 passages represented life and death. Could it be that one passage leads to the inheritance of the sage, representing the path of life, and the other leads to the burial ground of the sage, representing the path of death? They looked at Zichun and waited for him to make a decision. Occasionally, they would come up with some good guesses. It's very likely. Since it's the burial ground of the sage, there will naturally be the inheritance of the sage. These two should be the places that lead to the inheritance. I just don't know which is life and which is death. We can't enter either door. There's only death at the two entrances, Zichun said with an unprecedentedly solemn expression. If there was no token, it would be right to choose one of the two paths. However, with the token in hand, Zichun wouldn't make a choice. Because the token didn't lead to either of the two passages. There was a third path, but it was only a golden route that led straight to the Taiji diagram. There was no correct direction. What do you mean? Is there no solution to this place? There's no correct direction on the token? They looked at Zichun. The golden route leads straight here and doesn't continue, but I'm sure that it's not either of the two passages, Zichun said. If it's not these two, is there another passage here? Everyone was surprised. But obviously, no one could give an explanation. Boom. After about a minute, the Taiji diagram went berserk again. Energy swirled and killing intent surged. Everyone retreated again for fear of being swept by the light. After a long time, the Taiji diagram stopped spinning again, and two deep passages appeared. How can there be a third passage? The sage's inheritance is right in front of us, but where is the third passage? The entire Taiji diagram was only so big. Everyone could see it several times at a glance. There was no other passage at all. Everyone fell into deep thought. The others didn't know what was behind the Taiji diagram. They all guessed that there was the sage's inheritance, but Zichun knew that there was naturally something extraordinary. There might be a second page of the heavenly book, because before that, the page of the heavenly book in his sea of consciousness trembled. Therefore, Zichun had to enter the Taiji diagram. Is it possible that the third channel can only be triggered after someone enters the second channel? At this moment, a weak voice rang out. It was Yuer. As soon as she finished speaking, she lowered her head. Yuer's reminder caused everyone's eyes to light up, but no one spoke. Entering two passageways would lead to a third one. Clearly, this meant that those who entered the two passageways would be throwing their lives away. However, all of them wanted to obtain treasures. Who was willing to throw away their lives? That's a good suggestion. We can give it a try. Zichun suddenly stood up, his eyes sparkling. What do you mean? Monk looked at Zichun warily. The others also turned pale. What I mean is that we can let someone try. Maybe there really is a third passage. Zichun repeated. A cold smile flashed across his face. It was very sinister. Let someone try. Let those who want me dead. It's those great powers. You want to kill them. It's not necessarily a trap. Maybe there really is a sage's inheritance behind the two tunnels. For them, this is an opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichun turned around and walked back the way he came. He's crazy. He's really crazy. Is he trying to kill everyone? There are so many people, but they're all flying. Monk and the others were shocked by Zichun's generosity. There was an inheritance in this place. Once they were lured here and obtained the inheritance, they would definitely go deeper in excitement. Once they went deeper and saw the Taiji diagram in front of them, they would definitely guess that there was a sage's inheritance behind it. If Zichun gave them a little more guidance and added fuel to the fire, the consequences would be unimaginable. You guys are always scheming against me. Now it's time for me to retaliate. I'll let it treat you well. Zichun smiled sinisterly and walked out. The coldness around him made the demon ape tremble. The people of the Guangyu Pavilion clicked their tongues, especially Xiaoya. Her expression was uneasy. Because of her words, Zichun thought of a brilliant killing plan. Moreover, it was not to kill one person, but a group of people. The kind-hearted her felt a little guilty. In order to cooperate with Zichun's plan, everyone could only follow Zichun and leave. During this period, Zichun entered this place twice. After realizing that the scene was the same, he was even calmer. After that, things were much simpler. Zichun first found a rag and made it look very old. He rubbed it, and it looked like it would fall apart with a touch. After that, he drew a map in the rag. It was very accurate, all the way to the Taiji diagram. After that, he made it look very old, like a treasure map. Zichun took the treasure map and left. The people of the major forces had long stopped looking for Zichun. They were all looking for inheritances and incomplete skills. They were having a lot of fun. The Li family is lucky. The demon died, but they obtained many incomplete skills and the insights of experts. I heard that they obtained another inheritance recently. It's good to go back and report. Isn't that so? The demon is dead. They went completely crazy and chased Zichun for a long time. It was a blessing in disguise. They obtained many incomplete skills. Speaking of Zichun, he seems to have disappeared for a long time. He hasn't appeared yet. Could it be that he obtained another inheritance? Impossible. He just obtained another inheritance. What do you think he is? The reincarnation of the god of luck? He hasn't appeared because he's afraid. He's afraid of being killed. The two of them were chatting in the air when suddenly their voices came to an abrupt halt. They looked ahead as if they had seen a ghost. At some point, a young man had appeared in front of them. He was staring at them with a pair of cold eyes. It was Zichun. The two of them were only at the early stage of the flying realm. Although they were famous in the outside world, they were nothing in front of Zichun. When they saw Zichun, they were like mice that had seen a cat. They trembled and wanted to run, but they felt their legs tremble. Zichun, what are you doing? When the two saw Zichun, their voices changed. Naturally, I'm going to kill you. Zichun's voice was calm. He walked towards the two of them, giving them a lot of pressure. Let's fight. The fear in their hearts rose to the peak. They were either sinking or exploding. The two of them were obviously the latter. The flying realm's aura rose to the peak. The two of them released their strongest attack so far. Their spirit weapons flashed and turned into cold lightning. They attacked Zichun from the left and right. At the same time, the two of them attacked. Pong! Zichun punched out and easily destroyed the spirit weapons. At the same time, a golden light flashed. The golden sword chi in his hand was like a sharp blade, slashing towards the two of them. Puffed, puffed, blood splattered and heads flew high. The two of them widened their eyes and their vitality dissipated. The two flying realm experts were slaughtered by Zichun in one exchange. After that, Zichun wandered around this area. Anyone he saw from the opposing forces was killed. On the first day, Zichun killed 4 people, all of whom were in the early stage of the flying realm. On the second day, Zichun killed 3 people, one of whom was in the middle stage of the flying realm. In just 2 days, 7 flying realm experts died, causing a stir. Zichun has appeared again. He is hunting the flying realm experts of the major forces. After disappearing for so long, he has appeared again. This time, is he going to kill all the people of the opposing forces? Everyone was shocked. Almost everyone in this area was talking about Zichun. 100 miles away, Zichun is fighting with a middle-stage flying realm expert. Another piece of news came out, and everyone quickly flew off into the distance. Soon, they were 50 kilometers away. Boom! From afar, everyone heard a sound of energy explosion. Moreover, they saw a flying realm expert fleeing in the sky. Below, Zichun was like an ape. He stepped on the ground and jumped into the air, attacking the flying realm expert. They came too late. The battle was coming to an end. They did not see the power of the middle stage flying realm expert. They only saw the scene of the opponent running away and Zichun chasing after him. Boom! After dozens of punches, the middle stage of the Zephyr realm finally reached the critical point. His figure exploded with a loud bang, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. He killed him. He killed the middle stage flying realm expert. Zichun's combat strength is really terrifying. Seeing the middle stage flying realm expert being killed with their own eyes, everyone's expression changed and they exclaimed. After killing the enemy, Zichun turned and left. A moment later, a powerful aura appeared. The enemy flying realm experts came with elixir weapons. However, Zichun was nowhere to be found. This incident lasted for 7 days. During these 7 days, the flying realm experts of the major forces suffered heavy losses. On the 8th day, they finally surrounded Zichun. Boom! Zichun saw 2 middle-stage flying realm experts. He wanted to test his combat strength. 1 against 2, a fierce battle broke out. But before he could kill the enemy, a powerful aura appeared in the sky. Die, you little thief. Zichun, you won't be able to leave today. Today will be the anniversary of your death. Zichun, there were figures of the flying realm experts in all directions. There were several elixir weapons, emitting a terrifying aura, coming from the sky at high speed. Over the past few days, Zichun killed all the flying realm experts of the enemy forces, so they formed an alliance called the Jianshan Alliance. All the flying realm experts of the enemy forces came, including the 3 geniuses who were still alive. It's about time. Almost all the people he was waiting for were here. Zichun gave up the battle and turned to leave. His body turned into a flash of lightning, showing extreme speed. Just you wait. I'll be back. Zichun's voice echoed between heaven and earth. You can't leave. The aura of the elixir weapons trembled. Terrifying attacks fell, shattering the sky. Zichun used extreme speed to dodge. Moreover, he had comprehended the 4 fades. His speed was even faster. Even the elixir weapons couldn't catch up with him. He ran away quickly. Chase him. Even if we have to chase him for 100,000 miles, we have to kill him. The major forces were in a frenzy as they chased after Zichun. During this period of time, numerous attacks were launched at Zichun. Boom. Wherever it passed, the mountain rocks exploded and dust filled the sky. It was a scene of destruction. He's right in front. Don't let him get away. Surround him from the side. Everyone went crazy and began to chase after Zichun. Furthermore, they were all flying. Very quickly, they left the other rogue cultivators behind. Boom. A huge boulder exploded, revealing a skeleton within. Beside the skeleton, there were some ancient words and an ancient map that was about to disperse. Stop fighting. We found a broken technique. Chapter 399. There was a small ripple in the hunting army. Some people stopped and landed on the skeleton below. It was a human skeleton that had been there for countless years. As a wave of energy swept over, the skeleton turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Only the ancient words and an ancient map remained. But the ancient words were about to be worn out, and the ancient map could not be seen clearly. What is this? An ancient map? Could it be a treasure map? Several people squatted down and looked carefully. At the same time, they imprinted the ancient map in their minds. The ancient map was about to fall apart, and it would break with a single move, so no one touched it. After imprinting the map, they looked at the ancient words again, but they were all ancient words that no one could recognize at all. This should be a treasure, and it belongs to this area. Look here, doesn't it look very similar to the place we passed by before? Yufei pointed at a place on the map and said, Yes, it does look similar. Could it really be a treasure of this area? Wouldn't we be rich then? It's very likely that it's the real place of inheritance. Several people talked at once, and after a while, they talked about the Saint Graveyard, and all of them were very excited. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get the Lord back. Let's go find the treasure and the inheritance. That's right. Compared to a treasure map, a mere Zichun is nothing. Everyone came to their senses and then chased forward. Of course, Yufei held back and did not allow anyone to get close. Not long after, the cultivators returned one by one. After seeing the ancient map, their expressions changed. Pong! With a burst of energy, the ancient map and the ancient words disappeared, turning into dust. They only remembered the ancient map and did not care about the ancient words at all because no one could recognize them, so no one cared about what was written. Call everyone back. Let's go find the inheritance. A group of cultivators spoke, and then more people went to look for their companions. When Zichun found that there were fewer and fewer people chasing behind him, he knew that the plan was a success. Just as he changed his appearance and turned back, he heard one rumor after another. The people of several major forces seem to have made a major discovery and are now going to look for treasures. They seem to have obtained an ancient map. There are many inheritances recorded in it. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Quite a few people were searching for traces of them. However, all of them seemed to have evaporated from this area. There was no trace of them. How is it? By the time Zichun returned, the people of the Moon Pavilion and the evil good monk were already waiting for him. All of them went in. Zichun, you're too ruthless. That's dozens of lives in the air. Zichun smiled, but his expression was somewhat ferocious. Buddhists are particular about karma. In the words of this monk, this is the karma of the past. They have only themselves to blame. The monk did not pay attention to Zichun. He just chanted the name of Buddha and said, Amitabha, Amitabha. His face was full of compassion. You guys stay here and don't let anyone come near. Zichun warned them again. After they nodded, Zichun turned around and left. This time, Zichun went to find another great power. These great powers had long been divided into two groups. One group was the Anti-Qin, and the other was the Bao-Qin. Zichun, why are you here? If he wanted to talk to a major power, he naturally had to find those monsters. Zichun was the first to find Lu Chan. I have a great opportunity for you guys. Do you have any way to contact them? Zichun went straight to the point. Great opportunity? What opportunity? Lu Chan asked curiously. A complete supreme inheritance. Once you get it, the overall strength of the Lu family will definitely increase by several levels. Really? Lu Chin's eyes lit up. When have I ever lied to you? But you have to find them. This is a very strange place. The inheritances are not the same at all. It just depends on the person. All right, I'll go now. After hearing Zichen's words, Lu Chen turned around and left. He had to admit that he was very efficient. In less than half a day, he had gathered all the geniuses. Lu Bo, Wang Shi, Wang Qiong, Zhang Haoyan, the Qin brothers, and almost all the geniuses were there. Zichun, I heard that you have a great opportunity for us. Why? Did you get some benefits after being hunted down? The geniuses were very familiar with Zichun. As soon as they appeared, they started joking. As expected of geniuses, you're really smart. I only got this great opportunity because I was hunted down. Zichun smiled. Then tell us, what is it? The geniuses were interested and came forward. Recently, we heard that an enemy force found an ancient map. It seems that there's an inheritance in it. You're not going to tell us about this, are you? Yeah. You're not going to ask us to go with you to deal with the other forces, are you? A few of them said half-jokingly. It has something to do with this, but before that, I need you to do something for me. What is it? Ask all your experts to seal off the area within 100 miles. Don't let anyone enter, Zichun said. Why? Because I want those big forces to obtain the inheritance smoothly. Zichun's eyes flashed coldly. What? The geniuses were shocked. That inheritance is really related to you. Of course, I made it myself. I also wrote the ancient characters myself. It has nothing to do with me. Who would it be related to? Zichun told them the truth. The genius's expressions changed. At this moment, Zichun transmitted his voice and told them everything. There was no need for Zichun to hide anything from them. What? There's actually such a magical place that has all kinds of inheritances? Even Wang Qiong was shocked. That's right. The Thunder Tribe's inheritance, the Buddhist sect's inheritance, and the Moonlight Pavilion's inheritance. We went there in 3 waves and obtained 3 inheritances. There should be endless inheritances there. You don't have to worry about the inheritances being obtained by others. As long as your potential is high enough, that place will be a tailor-made inheritance land. Of course, the prerequisite is that you don't snatch from each other. Zichun warned. After suffering a loss once, he had learned his lesson. Those inheritors didn't seem to be remnant wills. It was as if they had real thoughts. There was too much uncertainty in snatching the inheritances. Remember, after obtaining the inheritance, turn around and leave. Don't continue forward. That Taiji diagram is a dead end. Zichun warned again. All the monstrous geniuses nodded and expressed their gratitude one after another. However, each of them sighed in their hearts. Zichun had indeed set a huge trap for everyone to fall into. If things went wrong, all the forces would be annihilated. The blow to the major forces would be unimaginable. There's no news from the Zhu family. They must have left with the big forces. However, they probably wouldn't have thought that it was a huge trap. The geniuses felt sorry for the Zhu family. They felt sorry for Zhu Zizong. All right, seal this place. When they obtain the inheritance completely, I'll send someone to inform you guys. You guys can come back then. In the end, Zichen left. After returning to the area again and confirming that no one had entered, everyone waited patiently. It would take at least a month for the big forces to obtain the inheritance. During this month, they had to wait. During this period, Zichen had been comprehending the Arhat avatar. One had to admit that the lightning young man had improved again. Although he could still comprehend two avatars, he was no longer as powerless as before. They could use combat skills. Although they could only display 10% of Zichen's combat strength, they couldn't play a fundamental role. From 0 combat power to 10% combat power, everything was a good start. Boom! Zichen's two avatars demonstrated combat skills one after another, making loud sounds. This made the monk unhappy. He was a Buddhist disciple and comprehended the Arhat avatar at the same time as Zichen. In the end, his achievement wasn't as high as Zichen's, which made him extremely unhappy. When there was nothing to do, the monk would shout loudly and use the 6 syllables mantra. He claimed that he was comprehending, but in fact, it was more to stimulate Zichen. During this period, Zichen had comprehended the 6 syllables mantra many times, but he still didn't make any progress. Little guy, go inside and take a look. Zichen urged the demon ape. The demon ape, who was dispirited by the 4 women, was instantly energized when it heard Zichen's words. It squeaked and turned into a black light, running into the depths. As for the exact route, it had already memorized it. It's so small. Can it do it? Yeah, what if it gets caught? The 4 women were full of sympathy. Zichen didn't answer, but he was disdainful. The scene of the little guy almost scaring him and Elder Hiroshi to death that day was still vivid in his mind. Anyone could get into trouble here, but it wouldn't. Not long after, the little guy ran out and gestured to Zichen, then squeaked. You mean, they haven't gotten the inheritance yet, and there's a small conflict? Squeak, squeak. The demon ape nodded happily. Little Guai, come to big sister. Little Guai, you've worked hard. Come here. They gave the little guy a name and waved at it. It was so scared that it shuddered and flew into Zichen's arms. Swoosh! Zichen's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the devil ape and throwing it over. That day, when the little fellow had burrowed herself into his embrace and caused many pairs of jade-like hands to reach out to him, Zichen had not forgotten the embarrassing incident. A month passed quickly. Wang Qiong and the others had arranged everything well. So far, no rogue cultivator had approached this place. During this period, the demon ape entered several times to pass the latest news to Zichen. It was only the size of a fist. If it deliberately hid, no one would be able to find it. A few days later, the demon ape entered again. This time, it brought good news. They had obtained the inheritance and entered the depths. Little guy, well done. Zichen praised. He turned to Monk and said, Monk, go and inform the others that they can come over now. Monk didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't have any opinions about this matter. He turned around and left. The others also acted as if it had nothing to do with them. On the other hand, Yu Er's face was full of self-blame. She knew a little about the grudge between Zichen and the major forces. Now that Zichen wanted to kill someone, she had nothing to say. However, she felt guilty when she remembered that she was the one who reminded him. Chapter 400. In just over a month, several large powers had obtained extremely powerful inheritances. They were all extremely excited. As expected, this is a treasure land. If we bring those inheritances back, our power will rise at the very least. Our Li family is the same. The inheritances we obtained are extraordinary. This time, we won't make any mistakes. The various powers were all delighted. The experts were even joking around. It could be seen how extraordinary the inheritances they had obtained were. Once we leave this place, Zichen will definitely die if we join hands. That's right. With the Zhu family and the Gung family, we'll have 6 pill weapons. Killing Zichen won't be a problem. Even after obtaining the inheritances, they hadn't forgotten to kill Zichen. Zichen was too great a threat. Now that they had 6 pill weapons, Zichen would definitely die. Zichen's conduct is too arrogant. Our Zhu family has long since been unable to tolerate it. We're helping him, said one of the Zhu family's experts. That's right. Brother Zhu's words are reasonable. We're helping the people. Speaking of which, the ancient map shouldn't be finished, right? Yes. There's still a path to guide us. There's more. The Zhu family's expert was startled. We've obtained such an expert's inheritance, but we still haven't reached the end. Could this ancient map be the core of the holy burial ground? Suddenly, his expression changed, and his breathing became ragged. Could it be the inheritance of the holy burial ground? His words stirred up 1,000 ripples. The expressions of all the experts changed. Let's go and take a look. If it really is the inheritance of the holy burial ground, then we'll really be rich. We'll be able to lead our families to become overlords of the martial heaven continent. All the experts' eyes lit up. They were filled with all kinds of fantasies. Then, they led their families into the sky once more. After entering the rainbow channel, their expressions became even more excited. Now, it was like they had all been injected with chicken blood. Their hearts were filled with beautiful longing. None of them paid attention to the fist-sized, swarthy little fellow behind them. This is the rainbow channel. It's the same as the one we used to enter. It's really possible that this is the final burial ground of the saints, as well as the location of the saints' inheritance. Furthermore, this is a world within a world. Clearly, the things in the depths of the tunnel are extraordinary. The group of experts quickly walked through the colorful passageway with excitement. Then, they saw the Taiji diagram. The two extreme energies emitted peerless killing intent. They were like sharp blades, emitting sonorous sounds. Everyone's expression changed. They felt a chill run down their spines and couldn't help but retreat. This is the end. Could it be that the saint's inheritance is behind the Taiji diagram? How can we pass through such a dense killing intent? There's no way we can break through it. Even if an ancestor were to come here, they would still die without a doubt, let alone us. Everyone was speechless. Their excited expressions became much more sober, as if they had been splashed with ice water. No one could pass through such a monstrous killing intent. Even if they had the inheritance of a saint, they would not be fated with it. Where's the ancient map? Is there a map to guide us? Someone reacted and asked aloud. Yes, the ancient map. Many people in the air nodded. Indeed, after comparing it with the ancient map, they made a discovery. The correct passageway is actually the two yin-yang eyes. That's right. Look, those two yin-yang eyes, don't they look like passageways? After comparing it with the ancient map, everyone looked at the yin-yang eyes again. Indeed, they found that they were similar to passageways. But even if we know that the yin-yang eyes are passageways, how are we going to pass through? With such a terrifying killing intent, even an ancestor would not be able to get close. Everyone was worried again. Just then, the time for the Taiji diagram to spin was up. The killing intent disappeared, and the Taiji diagram stopped spinning. It stopped. It actually stopped. Indeed, there are two passageways. We can go in now. Seeing the two passageways appear, everyone cheered. Some were even eager to give it a try. But in the end, no one went in. Everyone present was in the air. No one was a fool. Although there were not many who knew about yin-yang, they had heard of it. There were two yin-yang passageways. One represented life, and the other represented death. And the arrows pointed to two passageways. This was obviously illogical. Everyone instantly guessed that the ancient map might be fake. But in an instant, this guess was dispelled. If it was fake, it would be impossible for them to get the inheritance. The yin-yang passageway, one represents life and the other represents death. Now that the arrows are pointing to both, which one should we choose? Everyone was worried. Could it be that both of them are life gates? This guess was illogical. If they were both life gates, then what was the use of the Taiji diagram and two types of extreme energy? Buzz. The killing intent appeared again. The Taiji diagram spun again. Everyone still did not understand and hesitated. No one went in rashly. Suddenly, someone said, could the arrows be pointing to the balance of yin-yang? This was a mid-level Zephyrus who had a little knowledge of yin-yang. As soon as his voice fell, he attracted everyone's attention. Suddenly, A sense of accomplishment rose from the heart. And at this moment, thinking about it again, they felt that it made sense. What do you mean? Several Zephyrus powerhouses asked together. They were like curious babies. As everyone knows, the yin-yang passageway is divided into yin and yang, life and death. It is called the yin-yang gate of life and death. Sometimes it is yang life and yin death, and sometimes it is yang death and yin life. It is constantly changing. The mid-level Zephyrus opened his mouth and told them what he knew. The others all nodded, looking as if they had just been enlightened, which made him feel very comfortable. Under normal circumstances, when this passageway appears, we have to choose one. This is a gamble of life and luck. Other than that, we have no other choice. Just when everyone nodded again, the mid-level Zephyrus changed the topic and said loudly, "But this is only the general situation, only the normal situation, not the special situation now." Everyone listened quietly. The map points to two passageways. At present, there are two explanations and two situations. The first explanation is that the map is fake. Someone is tricking us and sending us to our deaths. As soon as the mid-level Zephyrus words came out, it caused a burst of laughter. The tense atmosphere eased a lot. If it is really to trick us, we won't get the inheritance. Yes, that is the ancient map and ancient words. How did the ancient people know that we are coming? Why did they trick us? It is impossible to trick us. This ancient person must have sensed that there is not much life left and deliberately left the ancient map, waiting for the destined person to get the inheritance. Many people spoke. Before they got the inheritance, no one believed that it would be a scam. Yes, what everyone said is very reasonable. So, there is a second situation. The mid-level Zephyrus spoke again. What is the situation? Hurry up and say it. Don't keep us in suspense. Someone urged. The second situation is the coexistence of yin and yang. The reason why it points to two passageways is obviously that if we enter, we have to enter both passageways at the same time to achieve the balance of yin and yang. That is the way to live. The mid-level Zephyrus held his head high and looked very confident. Yes, the analysis is reasonable. Only when yin and yang are in balance can they coexist. As expected of the Saint Burial Ground, there is such a mystery. If we don't get the exact route and just guess, we will naturally die if we enter one of the passageways. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone nodded and agreed. At this moment, the yin-yang map stopped operating again. The peerless killing intent disappeared, and the yin-yang passageway reappeared. Now listen to my order. Two people go in first and see what is going on. A strong Zephyrus spoke. Obviously, he was not completely at ease. After that, the two flashed into the yin-yang passageway. Their figures disappeared the moment they touched the passageway. It was as if they walked into another world. There was no sound, and they disappeared just like that. They must have entered another world. This is a world within a world. It is the final burial ground of a saint. Naturally, it is extraordinary. After the two disappeared, everyone was even more certain. Everyone, don't panic. Go in 2 by 2. We must balance yin and yang so that they can coexist. After Zichen heard this through the colorful passageway, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was his ultimate goal. It made people think of the balance of yin and yang, coexistence of yin and yang. Of course, this move was also practiced by him. Almost every time in the study of yin and yang, the balance of yin and yang would be mentioned. Swoosh, swoosh. After the number of people was arranged, everything became simple. Zephyrus moved and rushed into the two passageways like a ray of light. He was afraid that he would be one step behind others. After the number of people was distributed, unfortunately, there was one more person. You stay here and wait. The last person was naturally at the early stage of Zephyrus. He was helplessly left behind. He could only watch the others enter the passageway to find the saint's inheritance. In less than 3 breaths, all the Zephyrus rushed into the passageway. At this moment, Zichun appeared with a sneer on his face. Hearing the footsteps, the early stage Zephyrus face changed. He turned around and saw Zichun. He exclaimed, "Zichun, it's you. You are here too. You have been following us." "Following you? I have been waiting for you here for a long time." Zichun grinned. His eyes flashed coldly. What do you mean? The early-stage Zephyrus suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. That ancient map was drawn by me. What do you think I mean? You. The Zephyr early stage had a face full of shock. He was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. At this moment, Zichun quickly stepped forward and twisted the neck of the other party. Will the third passageway appear? Zichun was full of expectations. Boom. At this moment, energy fluctuations came from the two passageways. It seemed that a battle was going on. The Tai Chi diagram also trembled at this time. A colorful light appeared out of thin air and finally turned into a light door, appearing in the middle of the Tai Chi diagram. There is really a third passageway. The people of Guangyu Pavilion all widened their eyes in disbelief. The monk who came later was also shocked. The appearance of the light door shocked everyone. Then, everyone was ecstatic. Obviously, there was hope to get the saint's inheritance. Chapter 401. Whoosh. The token appeared, emitting a brilliant red light. It was like a flame, instantly surrounding Zichun. At this moment, Zichun's body seemed to be burning. Then, under the raging flames, Zichun left the ground and went toward the colorful light gate. The colorful light gate bloomed, and a strange energy flowed on the surface of the gate. It was like a light curtain, preventing people from entering. Zichun had expected this scene. He had told them before. Although they were regretful, they were not surprised. Boom, boom. The two channels became violent, as if an even more intense battle was happening inside. Then, a terrifying aura surged, and figures rushed out of the channels. These were all true experts. They had only entered for a few breaths, but when they appeared, they were in a sorry state. They were covered in blood, and they were holding a badly mutilated person in their hands. 90% of their lives were gone, and they were only left with one breath. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to faintly discern that the badly mutilated and half-dead people were actually monstrous geniuses. Why? Why is this happening? This is clearly a land of death. Why is it like this? A total of 6 experts rushed out, each holding a pill weapon. Apart from them, the others were all dead. Moreover, there were cracks on the pill weapon in one of their hands. It was clear how terrifying the attack was. The people they had brought were almost completely annihilated. This loss was unacceptable. They roared in anger, and their hearts ached. Ever since the incident with the 10-direction Nirvana formation, their clan had been severely weakened. They had lost many of their core experts. This time, they had even sent out a large number of experts to make a last stand. However, they had never imagined that they would be completely wiped out here. What is going on? They roared in anger. Their hair danced wildly, and their eyes were bloodshot. Their expressions were as if they wanted to eat someone. Moreover, their faces were covered in blood, and their killing intent was monstrous. As soon as they rushed out of the Taiji diagram, they felt a scorching wave of fire. Then, they saw a figure wrapped in flames. Zichun, it's you, you damned thing. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Now that they saw Zichun, they were even more furious. Their killing intent surged, and they couldn't wait to kill Zichun on the spot. But in the next moment, they saw the colorful door of light. They then saw Yukong lying dead on the ground, as well as Evil Good and the others in the distance. If they still did not understand what was going on, they would really be fools. They instantly understood. It's you. You were the one who made that ancient map. It was all for the sake of tricking us. This is all part of your scheme. A few of the Yu family cultivators who were holding their pill weapons were so angry that they almost fainted. They gritted their teeth so hard that creaking sounds could be heard. You guys are really lucky to not die. That's right. All of this is my arrangement. You guys have harmed me time and time again. This time, I can only use you guys to open the third passage and let me obtain the saint's inheritance. Surrounded by flames, Zichun flew up into the air. Looking down at them, he admitted to the matter. Zichun, you will die a horrible death. How can you be so cruel to kill so many people? Do you still have any humanity left? Are you still human? So many experts have been killed by you. The few of them roared. They wanted to cry, but no tears came out. So many experts were nurtured by their families, and they died just like that. Even the monster was half dead, with only a single breath left. They were so angry that they coughed out blood and almost fainted on the spot. Seeing how sorrowful and heartbroken these experts were, the people of the Moonlight Pavilion all lowered their heads. This was especially true for Yuer, who blamed herself in her heart. Ba. Tyrant chanted Buddha's name with a calm expression. Just like what he said before, everything was caused by karma. Today's karma reaped what you sowed back then. The people of the major forces tried to kill Zichen time and time again, using all kinds of methods. It was only natural that they would end up like this. Haha, if I'm cruel, then what about you? You schemed against me time and time again. You slaughtered Lin Shui's family and tried to kill my friends. Don't you deserve to die? Amidst the flames, Zichen laughed and said in a cold voice, "You all deserve to die. I don't have the strength to do so today, but in the future, I will kill all of you along with your families." After killing so many experts, Zichen still had resentment in his heart. The major forces tried to harm him and his friends again and again. They deserved it. Zichen, our Zhu family has no grudge with you. Why are you so cruel to kill us together? The Zhu family expert said, his face full of anger and grievance. Your Zhu family is no good either. You've been playing tricks on me time and time again. Don't think that I don't know that you all brought this upon yourselves. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. Even if I have to choose again, I will still kill you all. The talisman wrapped around Zichen slowly approached the Gate of Light. What a vicious brat. Since we're already irreconcilable, then we'll kill you right here and now. Such a vicious and merciless person will only be a scourge in this world. Kill. Kill. We'll get rid of a scourge for the people. Killing intent flickered in their eyes. The elixir weapons in their hands were shining with dazzling light. It was so bright that no one could look at them directly. They were like suns. There were a total of 6 pill weapons, which were also 6 suns. They emitted a terrifying aura and attacked Zichen madly. At this moment, the flames wrapped around Zichen. He couldn't even move, let alone dodge. He was like a target, waiting for the 6 pill weapons to land. No. The Moonlight Pavilion's people let out startled cries. In this world, who could block the simultaneous attacks of 6 pill weapons without moving? Boom. One pill weapon after another landed on Zichen's body, causing a series of explosions. Terrifying energy surged out, and Zichen's flame barrier instantly twisted before exploding with a bang. At the same time, Zichen's figure arrived in front of the Gate of Light. He could enter the gate in the next breath, but it was too late. Pong! An even louder explosion rang out. Zichen's figure was completely shattered by the energy, turning into nothingness. Is Zichen dead? The Moonlight Pavilion's people were filled with disbelief. Zichen was so close to the Gate of Light. Ba. Tyrant's expression didn't change as he chanted. Haha, he's dead. He's finally dead. That bastard has finally died by our hands. Zichen, no matter how strong you are, no matter how talented you are, you will definitely die if you go against us. Everyone was laughing crazily. Zichen was too much of a laughingstock for them. They couldn't even raise their heads. Many of their Imperial Sky cultivators were killed because of him. Fortunately, it was all over. They saw Zichen turn into nothingness with their own eyes. Now that Zichen was dead, they could go back with an explanation. Moreover, the life of the clan's genius was saved. They could even bring the inheritance back. Although the loss was great, with the inheritance back, they believed that in a few years, there would be more experts appearing. Is Zichen really dead? The woman from the Moonlight Pavilion still couldn't believe it. Of course he's dead. He was killed by the pill weapons. Not even his ashes were left. He turned into nothingness. The group of experts roared, solemnly emphasizing. The colorful Gate of Light dissipated at this moment, slowly returning to nothingness. It seemed that Zichen was really dead. So what if he's only one step away from the saint's inheritance? He's still dead. This is the consequence of going against us. Several experts roared as if they had lost their minds. It was obvious how much pressure Zichen had brought to them. The trip to the saint's burial ground came to an end. The colorful gate of light outside emitted a dazzling brilliance. Then, one figure after another appeared. Many grandmasters didn't leave. They had been waiting outside. At this moment, they directly appeared. The people from the Moonlight Pavilion appeared. 5 of them went in, and 5 of them came out. They were taken away by the old woman from the Moonlight Pavilion. After that, many rogue cultivators appeared. They were all overjoyed. After seeing the grandmasters, their faces changed and they hurriedly left. Next, it should be the big forces. I wonder how much they've gained. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, the light flashed again and several figures appeared. Everyone thought that they were rogue cultivators and didn't pay much attention. But in the next moment, they felt the aura of the pill weapons. This is the aura of the pill weapons. Everyone's face changed. There wasn't just one pill weapon, but several. After the light dissipated, everyone was dumbfounded. There were only 10 people present, but they represented 6 big forces. Where are the others? Seeing these people, everyone was stunned. Some grandmasters couldn't help but ask. Dead. They're all dead. There's only a few of us left. Yukong said in a deep voice. What? Several grandmasters couldn't help but tremble. Even if they were mentally strong, they couldn't take this blow at this moment. What? They're all dead? What happened inside? So many experts from the big forces are all dead. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. It's Yichon. He used a fake map and killed everyone. But then, Yukong said another explosive topic. It was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. It was extremely shocking. Zichun had caused everyone's death. Zichun again. What? It's that damn thing. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to eat him. The grandmasters were furious. A terrifying aura burst out from their bodies, causing everyone's face to change drastically. They all retreated in fear. Zichan is already dead, killed by our joint efforts. Not even his bones remain, beaten into nothingness. Another one said, his death is not regrettable. The grandmasters roared. However, even more people let out cries of surprise. Each piece of news was bigger than the previous one, and it shocked them so much that their heads were in a daze. Wang Xinwei was very nervous, because until now, none of their people had appeared. The same went for the other big forces. In the next moment, endless light flashed. The biggest winner of this saint's burial ground had appeared. Then, figures appeared one after another. As the light dissipated, their faces were revealed. They were all people from the other big forces. Moreover, there were so many of them. Compared to the 10 people who were alone, the difference was too big. Phew. Wang Xinwei heaved a sigh of relief. The other big forces also felt the same. They didn't lose much. On this day, the saint's burial ground came to an end. Chapter 402. The saint burial ground had already attracted a lot of attention, and now that it was closed, more and more news spread. Among them, the most shocking news was the incident where Zichun killed the major forces. It's too terrifying. He killed dozens of Zephyr Realm cultivators alone, and there was no lack of mid-stage and late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivators among them. I heard that if it wasn't for the pill weapon, everyone would have died. Even so, he only managed to save the clan's genius. This incident was far more shocking than the incident in the Land of Dead Silence, and it caused a great shock. So much so that Zichin's heroic feat of punching a Zephyr Realm cultivator was deliberately ignored. The major forces have repeatedly harmed Zichun. Among them, the Martial Ancestors faction even attacked Zichun when he was still in the True Qi realm, chasing him all the way. Zichun stumbled and killed countless enemies to achieve what he has today. They set up one trap after another, set up one decapitation stage after another, and formed one decapitation stage after another, and formed one decapitation stage after another, but they still couldn't kill Zichun. Who would have thought that Zichun would only set up 2 traps and cause the major forces to suffer such heavy losses? Everyone was discussing this matter. There were even some people who talked about Zichin's history. They realized that Zichin's path had always been filled with people chasing after him and killing him, and it was all high-level pursuit. When he was still in the True Qi realm, he was chased by Zephyr Realm cultivators, which made everyone dumbfounded. It could be said that Zichen grew up in the midst of killing. In the end, he became the strongest genius with unparalleled combat strength. But today, this monstrous genius had died. Zichen died honorably. Looking at this area, who has the means of Zichen? With his own strength, he could make the major forces suffer such a great loss and kill 70% of their combat strength. Now, putting aside the foundation, the true combat strength of the major forces can't even compare to some second-rate families. The only one who can make the major forces lose face like this is Zichen. Zichen's prestige among the rogue cultivators was already very high. This was especially true for the rogue cultivators who had obtained benefits this time. They had publicized Zichen's incident even more. Among them, the fact that Zichen had single-handedly defeated a Zephyr was no longer shocking, because there were even more shocking things happening. The fact that Zichen killed the monster from the Li clan only caused a small ripple. Another monster from the Li clan is dead. What? This time it's a freak of flight? Then it's not a freak. Isn't it the same? This is the third one, right? Each one is worse than the last. I wonder if the Li clan has a fourth genius. When some people heard this news, they were already used to it. They were not surprised anymore. Zichen had killed too many monsters. What? Zichen almost killed another flight-type freak, but was stopped by a late-stage flight type with a pill weapon. Hearing the word again, many people wanted to laugh. The freaks of the major forces used to represent the strongest battle strength, represented the pride of the heavens, and were favored by all. They were surrounded by endless halos and were envied by everyone. But since the appearance of Zichen, they seemed to have found a nemesis. One after another, they were killed, and one after another were slaughtered. The two sides went from being evenly matched to a huge gap in strength in the end. There were freaks who used their lives to bear witness. Now, when the freaks of the major forces were mentioned, everyone sneered disdainfully. What kind of trash freaks were they? They were all dead when facing Zichen. At this time, someone told the whole story of Zichen's murder in the saint's burial ground. Zichen used a real inheritance to set up a shocking murder. His purpose was to kill everyone, but he didn't expect that someone from the Zephyr realm would use a pill weapon to kill his way out. As soon as the news came out, it caused another uproar. Those who were curious about how Zichen set up a trap with a fake map were completely shocked by Zichen's generosity. It's really a big deal. He used a real inheritance to set up a shocking murder. Zichen used himself to set up a trap in the land of dead silence. It was already incredible that he attracted so many experts. I didn't expect that this time. It was even more terrifying. He used a real inheritance to lure them into his trap, as expected of an expert who grew up with killing. His will is firm, and his methods are fierce. Everyone was amazed, but more people felt pity for Zichen. A sky-level expert with unparalleled battle strength had died just like that. Although he had created a lot of glory and left countless legends in this area, he had died before he could truly grow up. His glory had not been fully displayed. Zichen is only at the true energy realm, but he already gave them a headache and caused them to suffer heavy losses. Of course they are afraid. Otherwise, when Zichen grows up, he can really slaughter these major families. 10,000 years of inheritance will be useless. If Zichen successfully breaks through to the ancestral master realm and stands at the door of the major forces, who can do anything to him? He has 2 types of ultimate energy and is even stronger than Su Long back then. The news of Zichen's death spread across this area in just a few days. What? Brother-in-law is really dead? In Yunxia City, Wang Shan was in disbelief. According to the news, he was blasted into nothingness and died without a complete corpse, Wang Shi said faintly. Impossible. Brother-in-law's life is so tough. How could he die? Wang Shan still could not believe it. He said, back then, he broke through so many deadly traps. How could he die in the traps he set up? At that time, there were 6 elixir weapons attacking him at the same time. Wang Shan was silent. Who in the world could resist 6 elixir weapons at the same time? I don't believe that he will die, Wang Xian said with a rare calm expression. Then, she turned and left. 2 days later, a piece of news that was neither big nor small spread out. In Yunxia City, the second genius of the Wang family, Wang Xian, fought against the genius of the Chu family, Chu Sun. Both sides fought for less than 10 moves, and Chu Sun was defeated. Although this news was not as big as Zichen's incident, it still caused some waves when the second genius of Yunxia City fought for the first time. That fairy who lived up to her name displayed her strength for the first time. She defeated a freak in less than 10 moves. That was not all. In the next few days, there was news of the Tsang family's genius being defeated. Then, there was news of the martial ancestors' genius being defeated. Of course, it was not Wu Mo. On the 6th day, Wang Xian sat on the back of the flamingo and went to the Zhu family to challenge Zhu Zizong. Zhu Zizong was the first-generation genius who was not killed by Zichen. He was very strong. Wang Xian was elegant and graceful like a fairy. Her white robe fluttered in the wind, making her look like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. She launched one illusory battle technique after another. As the first genius of the Zhu family, Zhu Zizong was very strong. Moreover, he had obtained the inheritance this time and was very strong. However, the two sides fought fiercely. In the 9th move, Zhu Zizong was defeated. Again, it was less than 10 moves. How dare you make an enemy out of Zichen with such despicable means? You are not worthy at all. Wang Xian left these words behind and left. She left behind a group of Zhu family members with ugly expressions. Wang Xian is indeed strong. She is obviously standing up for Zichen. If I have such a confidant, I will be satisfied even if I die. The first time Wang Xian made a move, it was all for Zichen. Their friendship had become a much-told story. The flames of gossip burned in the hearts of many as they guessed how the two of them met. They thought of all kinds of wonderful guesses, all kinds of stories of scholars and beauties. Moreover, there were even people who recorded it down, and it became a beautiful story that spread far and wide. However, no one knew that when the two of them met for the first time, Wang Xian wanted to capture Zichen. After that, Zichen almost killed Wang Xian. When Zichen's incident was developing, Wang Xian came out and fought for Zichen. In less than 10 moves, she defeated 4 geniuses. Just as the legend was spreading, a girl in green walked out of the Lu family in Yongqi City. She was Lin Shui, who had just broken through the Zephyr realm. She was like a green lotus. Her beautiful eyes were pure and flawless. She walked the same path as Wang Xian. On the first day, she defeated Chu Sun. On the second day, she defeated the genius of the Tsang family. On the third day, she defeated the genius of the martial ancestor. On the 4th day, she defeated Zhu Zizong. Again, it was less than 10 moves. After that, Lin Shui turned and left without saying a word. She was extremely disdainful. When the news spread, it caused a stir again. Everyone was dumbfounded. What is going on? Not only was Zichen strong, but his confidant was also terrifyingly strong. She defeated the geniuses in less than 10 moves. Zichen is really lucky to have such a confidant. After that, the flames of gossip burned again. But it was not over yet. After the two confidants of Zichen made their moves, some of Zichen's friends also made their moves. Zhang Haoyan killed several Zephyr Realm cultivators of the Zephyr Realm in one day. Then, he killed the Zephyr Realm cultivators of the Li family who came to help and left. On the second day, the Zephyr Realm cultivators of the Zephyr Realm were massacred again. 4 of them died. Humph! You monsters better hide. Don't let me, Zhang Haoyan, see you. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. Zhang Haoyan said ruthlessly after killing. This was Zhang Haoyan. The cultivators of the major forces were furious. They chased after Zhang Haoyan with their elixir weapons for tens of thousands of miles. Just when the crowd was in an uproar and thought that Zhang Haoyan was going to be killed, a 10-direction Nirvana formation appeared. The 10-direction Nirvana formation was destroyed. Formation flags emitted a dazzling light. An elegant young man stood in the air and controlled the formation flags to destroy all life. Screams and roars sounded continuously. The Zephyr Realm cultivators of the major forces suffered heavy losses again. In the end, the elixir weapons broke a hole in the formation and a few Zephyr Realm cultivators ran out. However, they were all injured. On that day, the spectators said that if it weren't for the elixir weapons, everyone would have died. In the end, Zhang Haoyan and the young man were afraid of the elixir weapons and let them go. The world was in an uproar again. His confidant had just shown off. Could it be that Zi Qin's brother had also appeared? Some people guessed the identity of the elegant young man. He was LV Peng, the one who had obtained the legacy of the Butcher formation. At the same time, the Gung family of Letian City suffered a fatal blow. A young man named Nye Tian had turned the Gung family upside down. There were rumors that Nye Tian was Zi Qin's friend. The major forces were suppressed. The Zephyr Realm cultivators didn't dare to go out casually. They were very sullen. Fortunately, this sullenness didn't last long. News of a group of monsters leaving this area spread. On that day, Zhang Haoyan and LV Peng stepped onto a transportation formation and left this area. Lu Qin and Lin Shui of the Lu family also left. Wang Qiong, Wang Shi, Wang Shan, and Wang Xian, of the Wang family, also stepped onto a transportation formation and left. Martial Ancestors' other branch, Wu Mo and Miao Kong, also left the sect. Chapter 403. For the people of this region, it was a golden age for so many monstrous geniuses to roam the outside world. However, some factions were destined to not even have the chance to serve as foils. For example, the Gung family and the Li family's monstrous geniuses had all been killed by Zi Qin. Apart from the ancestor level, there was no one in this region who could suppress these monstrous geniuses. If they wanted to increase their strength again, they could only go to a wider world. That was their stage. Everything would eventually come to an end. They would never forget that a person called Zi Qin had brought endless legends and endless glory to this region. He had once overshadowed all the other monstrous geniuses with his own strength. This region had completely quieted down. Without a group of young monstrous geniuses, it lacked the vitality it should have. It was like an old man in his twilight years, filled with a deathly aura. It was dusk. The large factions that had been on tenterhooks also breathed a sigh of relief. In the future, they would do their best to nurture the next generation of young people and accumulate strength. Dust would eventually settle, and legends would also fade away. As time passed, the legends about Zi Qin slowly became a thing of the past. This region was filled with a deathly aura, and there were no longer any ripples. Occasionally, in the taverns, after getting drunk, people would mention that there was a young man named Zi Qin who suppressed the younger generation and became the strongest monster. He created endless glory, but in the end, he died young. A year had passed, and those monstrous geniuses who had left still hadn't returned. No one knew whether they were alive or dead, and people gradually forgot about those monstrous geniuses of the past. A new generation of young people began to show their talents. Young geniuses appeared one after another. They were only in their teens, but they had already stepped into the Xiantian realm. Each of them had outstanding talents, indicating the arrival of another golden age. During this year, many young geniuses appeared. One era passed, and another came. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. The young geniuses brought vitality to this deathly region. However, the waves they caused were not as shocking as Zi Qin's. These young geniuses were only in the Xiantian realm. They still had a long way to go. As for the former Zhan martial ancestor, the Xian martial ancestor, because of the two monstrous geniuses, Zhang Haoyan and Lu Peng, they had become famous. As the young geniuses rose, the monstrous geniuses created their own glory in another region. The natives of the southern domain had made a name for themselves. In a nameless mountain range, the sky was clear and blue. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of rolling thunder resounded. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the sky. The boundless might of thunder made the hearts of all living things tremble. Hundreds of beasts prostrated themselves in fear and unease. This was a lightning tribulation with terrifying power that could obliterate everything. The world was silvery white. Streaks of lightning were like chains of heaven and earth, piercing through the heavens. Thunder rumbled, and the might of the lightning was vast and mighty. Large areas of the forest were destroyed. The mountain peak exploded, and rocks rolled down. Endless lightning filled the sky. Hundreds of beasts roared and fled frantically. Some of the slower ones were instantly destroyed by the lightning. It was a scene of apocalypse. But in this sea of lightning, there was a black-haired youth who was using his physical body to resist the lightning tribulation. Golden light shone around him as he unleashed one powerful attack after another. The lightning that filled the sky was scattered by him, turning into lightning energy that he devoured in large gulps. He then used this energy to temper his body and strengthen his physique. Golden light flickered. He was like a god of war in golden armor, standing in the midst of the thousands of lightning bolts, allowing the lightning to wreak havoc. Rumble. The lightning bolts fell from the sky, becoming stronger and stronger. In the end, it completely drowned the world, forming a sea of lightning. The entire forest was in a frenzy at this moment. Rocks collapsed, trees exploded, and the earth cracked. Endless might of thunder wreaked havoc on everything. This lightning tribulation lasted for a few hours, shocking the surroundings. When the energy dissipated, a young man walked out of the devastated forest. On his shoulder, there was a glowing little guy that looked like an ape and a monkey. It's been 2 years. I wonder what happened in the outside world. With the little guy, the young man came to a bustling city to inquire about the whereabouts of some old friends. On that day, there was a fierce battle between 2 geniuses, which attracted a lot of attention. The geniuses were from the Tsang and Li families. In the end, the genius from the Tsang family won. The genius from the Li family lost. The Li family is in decline now. Zichun killed 3 geniuses and many experts. Since then, they have been unable to recover. It's not that the Li family is unable to recover, but the Tsang family has become stronger. 2 years ago, the genius from their family brought back the inheritance of the saint's burial ground. As a result, the Tsang family's overall strength has become stronger. In the pub, many people were discussing the battle that day. The rise of the young genius had brought some vitality to this area. It's just a battle between Xiantian realm experts. There's nothing special about it. I still miss the era of Zichun. Even the Imperial Sky Realm experts fell in large numbers. Yeah, I saw it with my own eyes that day. He killed Imperial Sky Realm expert with one punch. His unparalleled combat strength is terrifying. At that time, as long as Zichun appeared, there would be a bloodbath. But in the end, Zichun died and became a Sky Realm expert. Without Zichun and the genius, this area is dead. In the past 2 years, there hasn't been a single decent battle. I really miss the era of Zichun. 2 years had passed. When Zichun was mentioned again, there was a small commotion in the pub. Many people were sighing. Is it already an era? I'm already a thing of the past. In an inconspicuous corner, a young man looked out of the window and was lost in thought. It had only been 2 years, but an era had passed. Where are my friends? Did they all leave? In the following discussions, as the young man had guessed, all the geniuses had left. Wang Xian'er defeated the 4 geniuses in less than 10 moves. It caused quite a commotion. And Lin Shui, she's not any weaker than Wang Xian'er. She also defeated the 4 geniuses in less than 10 moves. Zichun's friends have always been strong. Everyone knows that. But no one expected that even his confidant is so strong. I heard that Nie Tian made the Geng family suffer a great loss. Zhang Haoyan and Lu Peng joined forces and almost killed all the flight warriors of the major forces. With the help of alcohol, everyone reminisced about the past and sighed. In the corner, a young man was in a daze. He didn't expect so many things to happen after that. An era has come to an end. A new generation of young people is about to rise. The era of Zichun is over. Yeah. Although he created a glorious era, he still died. What a pity. Everyone sighed. He's just a dead man. What's there to sigh about? Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. A young man walked in from outside. He was only in his teens, but he was emitting a fierce aura. Kid, what did you say? A cultivator slammed the table and stood up. Didn't you hear me? I said he's just a dead man. The young man's voice was cold as he strode in. Behind him was a middle-aged man. It's him, the young genius of the Tsang family. He just defeated the young genius of the Li family. He's only 15 years old, and he's already at the middle Xiantian realm. His talent is extraordinary. It's said that the Tsang family has already raised him as the #1 genius. The middle-aged man beside him is a flight warrior of the Tsang family. He's been protecting him. Many people recognized the young man and exclaimed. Hearing the discussions around him, the young man's expression became even more arrogant. He glanced around and said indifferently, Zichun is a thing of the past. He was beaten to death by the experts of my family. Moreover, his talent wasn't high. He was only at the true Qi realm when he was 16 years old. Such trash talent makes me feel ashamed. The young man was very arrogant, and he had the right to be arrogant. He had reached the middle Xiantian realm at 15 years old. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or strength, he was much stronger than Zichun at that time. However, many people didn't agree. Zichun's talent wasn't high, but his battle prowess was strong. Cultivation didn't represent his battle prowess. Every time he killed an enemy, he was stronger than him. However, no one said anything because the middle-aged man's flight warrior aura made everyone's expression change. Moreover, the other party was from the Tsang family. He had an irreconcilable enmity with Zichun, and this was Tsangli City. At this moment, no one dared to provoke the Tsang family. Kid, don't be so rude. Even if some people are dead, there's still not people a brat like you can blaspheme. However, some people were unconvinced and still spoke up. What? Did I say something wrong? His talent is mediocre. In the same realm, I can kill 10 of him. The young man said proudly. Haha, young man. Even your family's elders wouldn't dare to say that. If Zichun was still alive, he would be able to fly at the very least. Who in the same realm could suppress him? As for you, you'd better go fight a Xiantian realm expert. No matter how strong he is, he's still a dead man. He was killed by my family's experts. The young man's expression was ashen. You're only saying he's dead. Why don't you say how many of your family's experts died at his hands? In the holy burial ground, he single-handedly defeated a group of flight warriors. At that time, Zichun was only at the true essence realm. As for your family's monsters, they were heavily injured several times. Even their teeth were knocked out. Enough. The young man was infuriated. What? Did I say something wrong? Back then, when Zichun attacked, even your mid-Zephyr was forced to flee. Now that he's dead, a mere brat like you dares to come here and talk big? 2 years ago, you were only 13. If you saw Zichun, you probably would have peed your pants. Uncle Luo, I hate this nonsense fly. I'll knock out all his teeth and let him know the consequences of slandering the Tsang family, said the young man coldly. Humph, whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know it clearly in your hearts. What? You want to attack me today? This was a true Essence 9th Celestial Layer cultivator. He had been to the Saint Burial Ground that day and was very grateful to Zichun. 2 years ago, your family's experts were suppressed by Zichun's friends. You cowered in your family and didn't dare to come out. Have you forgotten? 2 years later, you want to attack a rogue cultivator again. Have you forgotten the pain? No one said anything. Only this true essence expert was able to argue. Uncle Luo, I hate him. Just kill him, said the young man indifferently. His eyes were as cold as if he was looking at a dead man. You can't win in an argument, so you want to kill. As expected, that really is your style. It seems what happened 2 years ago didn't teach you a profound lesson. You talk too much. Now I'll send you on your way. Chapter 404. Yukong attacked, unleashing a swift and fierce attack, wanting to kill the 9th Celestial Layer True Essence Cultivator. There was an insurmountable gap between the two of them. Without breaking through to Yukong and experiencing it personally, one would never know how terrifying it was. It was impossible for everyone to be Zichun. Under normal circumstances, Yukong could easily kill a 9th sky of True Essence Cultivator. It could even be called a massacre. Pung. However, the massacre that the crowd had been expecting did not happen. Instead, there was a loud tremor, and a transparent ripple spread out in all directions, following which, with a series of crackling sounds, the tables, chairs, and benches shattered. At the same time, the middle-aged man retreated with an ugly expression. Looking ahead, a black-robed man had appeared at some point, protecting the true essence cultivator and coldly watching Yukong. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man shouted. The two of them had exchanged a blow, so he couldn't sense the opponent's strength at all. However, he felt a dangerous aura from the opponent. Behind the cold-faced man, the true essence cultivator was extremely excited. He looked out of the corner of his eyes and saw a black-robed young man looking out of the window in a daze. "It's him. It's really him. He's not dead." The cultivator was very excited because he recognized the young man. It was him who had once made the Yukong of the major forces tremble. It was him who had once made a group of monsters a laughingstock. It was him who had created one miracle after another. He had been to the Saint burial ground and seen Zi Qin's imposing figure. He would never forget it in his life. Seeing him again today, he recognized him at a glance. "You guys are really overbearing," the cold-faced man said with a cold voice. "Who is he? Is he Zi Qin's friend? He's really strong. He should be comparable to a monster." The true essence cultivator was very excited, especially Zi Qin's monster friend. He felt extremely proud that he could save him. "Who are you? Do you know where this is?" "Isn't this Zhongli City?" the cold-faced man said. "If you know, then why are you still acting so arrogantly here? Do you know that the dignity of the Zhang family is not to be violated? Why don't you come and apologize?" The young genius said coldly. "Haha, what a familiar sentence. I haven't heard it in a long time." The indifferent man chuckled, but there was no trace of a smile on his face. "Your overbearing ways have long been ingrained in your bones. Now, even a mere innate dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Humph, what a mere Xiantian. From what I see, you're just a mere Yukong cultivator. How dare you behave so atrociously in the Tsang family's territory? Today, you won't be able to escape." The young genius coldly snorted, but he wasn't stupid. He turned around and left the tavern. In the next moment, an explosion sounded in the outside world. This was the signal for the Tsang family to gather all their experts. It's been 2 years. The Tsang family has been silent for 2 years. Are they trying to show off their might this time? Who is this indifferent man? He actually dares to provoke a member of the Tsang family in Zhongli City. Everyone discussed in low voices, trying to guess the identity of the cold and indifferent man. "Uncle Luo, pin him down. Don't let him escape. Our family's experts will be here soon." The little genius's voice rang out from outside the tavern. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. Just looking at Uncle Luo's expression, he knew that he wasn't a match for him. That was why he had directly gathered his family's experts. Just as they had said, the Tsang family, which had been silent for 2 years, needed to show off their might. They needed to prove to the world that they were still a major power, and that they weren't as weak as the rumors said. Bang! But as soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound rang out in the tavern. Then, a figure flew out in a very sorry state. It was that so-called Uncle Luo. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, he had been sent flying with a single punch. "Someone's attacking my Tsang family." The little genius's expression completely changed. But before he could even finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Someone had grabbed him from behind and lifted him up. "Didn't your family's elders tell you that when you don't have enough strength, you shouldn't shout in front of an expert?" The cold and indifferent man's voice was ice cold. No one saw how he had left the tavern. Everyone only saw a blur in front of them, and the cold and indifferent man was already in front of the little genius. Like a little chicken, he lifted him up. What are you doing?" With his life and death in his hands, the little genius was terrified. Even his voice had changed. "Do you know what you're doing? Release my family's young master." The one called Uncle Luo crawled up from the ground. Ignoring his injuries, he shouted at the cold and indifferent man, but his face was filled with shock. "Do you think I'll let you go just because you say so?" The cold and indifferent man sneered. He tightened his grip once more, and a cracking sound came from the little genius's neck. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." He was only 15 years old. He was still a child and a little genius. When had he ever felt the threat of death? He was so scared that he began to cry. Furthermore, he really did feel the aura of death. that made him even more terrified. When the cold and indifferent man tightened his grip once more, he was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. A strange smell immediately spread. Heavens, he's actually this scared? Is this still the same little genius from before? Everyone around was dumbfounded. This kid was too easily frightened. He was just squeezing his neck. He hadn't even killed him yet, and he already lost control of his bladder. At this moment, only the little genius could sense the thick aura of death, as well as an indescribable baleful aura. He had the misconception that the person behind him was not a person, but an evil spirit that had walked out from the depths of the earth. It was this aura that made him panic. It made his heart tremble. "Stop! Let go of my family's young master. Who are you? How dare you come to Tsangli City and behave so atrociously?" The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The experts of the Tsang family soon arrived, and each of them was in the air. "Is this all?" The cold and indifferent man raised his head and glanced at the group of people in the air. There were only 11 of them, and all of them were in the early stage of the Imperial Sky Realm. Everyone around exclaimed. 11 Imperial Sky Realm experts had actually appeared, which shocked them. And this man only asked this much. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Did he think this was too little? "Let go of my family's young master, and we can give you a quick death." The 11 people stepped forward and surrounded the cold and indifferent young man. Their eyes flashed with monstrous killing intent. "This kind of uneducated trash, what's the use of having him? Killing him will only dirty my hands." The cold and indifferent man sneered and directly threw the little genius out as if he was a real garbage. The little genius was rescued. He ignored his wet trousers and directly ran hundreds of meters away. His frightened expression instantly turned into resentment. He shouted to the group of Imperial Sky Realm experts, kill him, then cut his body into 18 pieces and feed them to the wolves." Today, he was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. How embarrassed he was just now was how much hatred he had in his heart. Boom! The battle broke out in an instant. The 11 people plus the one from before, a total of 12 Imperial Sky Realm experts, rushed toward the cold and indifferent man. The sky suddenly became violent. Boundless energy appeared, carrying crazy killing intent, and fell down from the sky. The sky was full of colorful attacks. At the same time, the spiritual weapons trembled. The 12 spiritual weapons turned into cold light and rushed toward the cold and indifferent man. The 12 Imperial Sky Realm experts attacked at the same time, shocking everyone. Many people retreated in fear of being affected by the energy. The cold and indifferent man looked up at the sky. A trace of disdain flashed in the corner of his mouth. His feet flashed, and his body disappeared like a ghost. The next moment, he appeared in front of one of the Imperial Sky Realm experts. As if he teleported, his 2 fingers were like a sword and pointed at the opponent's forehead. Fast. Too fast. The Imperial Sky Realm expert did not even have time to react before his forehead was pierced by the sword chi. His face was frozen with shock, and his body fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, one of the Imperial Sky Realm experts died. Around them, there was a burst of exclamation. 2 years. This area had been quiet for 2 years. During this period, even the true Energy Realm experts did not die, let alone the Imperial Sky Realm experts. They had not seen such a big battle for 2 years. But today, the battle broke out again. They felt the blood in their body boiling. Another shocking battle was about to happen. Pong! The spiritual weapon was shattered by the cold and indifferent man's punch. At the same time, his body flickered and threw out a powerful punch. Dong! The sky trembled, like the sound of a drum. One of the Imperial Sky Realm experts was hit in the head. His vision instantly turned black. The surging energy destroyed the opponent's spiritual sense and destroyed his vitality. This was an extremely shocking scene. The first Imperial Sky Realm expert fell, and in less than 3 breaths, the second one died. The cold and indifferent man's battle strength was shocking. His figure was like a ghost, wandering among the attacks, displaying a supreme footwork. After that, he threw out one attack after another. The Imperial Sky Realm experts were either dead or seriously injured. This was an extremely terrifying scene. One person actually fought against 12 Imperial Sky Realm experts alone. Not only did he not fall behind, but he could also kill them. In the sky, the Imperial Sky Realm experts shouted again and again. They madly threw out battle techniques, but they could not even touch the corner of their opponent's clothes. On the other hand, the Imperial Sky Realm experts were dying one by one. In 2 years, this was the first time such a fierce battle had happened. Naturally, it attracted many cultivators. Everyone was stunned. They never thought that they could see such a fierce battle in Tsangli City. Someone actually dared to attack the Tsang family. In the distance, seeing the Imperial Sky Realm experts dying, the little prodigy was extremely anxious and shouted repeatedly, "Kill! Use all your strength to kill him!" Boom! In the midst of a loud tremor, the 4th Imperial Sky Realm expert was beheaded. Blood splattered, and the headless body fell to the ground. This was simply a massacre. While everyone was shocked by this battle, in the tavern below, a young man was sitting by the window, looking out at the outside world in a daze. Even the death of the Imperial Sky Realm experts did not seem to attract his attention. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.